bad writing. But he actually accepts that as the norm, and then say that's why it's okay for Rey to have all of these awesome moments because the Force is helping her.
Okay.
Because that made it normal.
All right. Looks like YouTube likes us this time. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another edition of Smudcast. This is number 103. We're doing part 2 of Why Rey is Not a Mary Sue, the official guide from the Goldman. And he will be coming in hopefully in 2 weeks' time, which also coincides to our newly moved up schedule with Jessie Gender, who says she's going to be coming in 2 weeks' time as well. I don't know what's going to happen. It's really out of my hands. I just write emails and hope for the best. But in the meantime, we have this giant 2.5-hour video to go through. And I have Fairy Joker and Shiny to help me out. Luckily, Shiny's not too busy at school this week. So he can, not pull out all his hair until he gets really busy at school. So... But yeah, these are a lot of arguments we've heard before. We've heard a lot of statements, and I don't know where he got some of his ideas from before. So maybe he's listening to YouTube videos or reading stuff online we've never seen before, which is always cool. But the Unkar Plut or Uncle Unkar argument was made about why Rey is so amazing at everything so far.
It's an argument I hadn't seen, but I know LiteratureDevil had seen it before.
Okay. We haven't gotten to Force powers yet, but we're slowly getting there. And we're eventually going to jump from TFA to TLJ, and then finally the rise of bad storytelling. So, anyway, are you guys ready? I think we've introduced everything so far. It's going to take a while to go through this today. Okay, let's get going.
Even if a few pilots can make the move that Rey did, can we please stop diminishing the effect the Force has on being a pilot? The Force literally gives people godlike reflexes. How do you think the Jedi are able to block blaster shots?
But she hasn't even trained
yet. Kylo
yet.
Ren was able to freeze a bullet
The
right
thing
after
is,
it was shot.
Yeah, they have enhanced reflexes and enhanced senses, but Rey has not enhanced those yet. She has not trained in them to refine those. So yeah, she might have better senses than your average person, but it's still not nowhere near refined as what Kylo Ren or Qui-Gon Jinn's would be. And also, you're comparing... I wouldn't say an explosion that happened to the hangar would be like refined senses in terms of, I don't know, feeling a vibration through the ship or hearing a very small sound. I think that's more like a disturbance in the Force, as your ship's been blown up and your crew's now dead.
It would have really helped if we knew she actually flew this ship before. Like just a reference, something, a dialogue choice from Unkar or someone.
Or you could just have her struggle more. That's also a solution.
Struggling. What a great idea for a character who's weak. Whoa. But, Rey can't be weak. So.
Even, let's say theoretically that it does make sense that she's this powerful. It's often better narratively to have your character struggle. Even if it all makes sense that, they'll be amazing. It's like, well, then... it creates a lot more difficult to make this character more interesting. It's very difficult to do a character like Superman well because of how powerful he is. And a lot of people who write Superman end up making the same mistakes over and over again. So it's...
Yeah, and going back to the Force with the Jedis is that we don't know, or we don't have many examples of where they start before training, what they're getting in the training, and how, what they're like afterwards. Yes, that isn't fully explained. That is a weak point. And the sequel trilogy exploits that weak point to normalize or to obfuscate where the abilities are gained, where the starting point is, how sophisticated is the Force, and its ability to be used.
We do know it takes lots of time. People are trained since young age, so we can guess that this is a hard thing to accomplish, to become a warrior, to become a good thing at reflexes, this and that. But no, Rey just got the skills. She's just got them, and because of the Force, or because of Uncle Unkar. So
not. Reflexes, I feel like, are one of the most important things when being a pilot. So even though she has very minimal training with the Force...
Whoa!
It's not one of the most important things of being a pilot, but it is important.
Wait.
Like reaction time, for instance.
Let's just rewind that.
Destroyer. But is that really impressive? No. She flies through the Star Destroyer, which is pretty impressive, and then does the cool flip at the end, which I will give is really impressive. Even if very few pilots can make the move that Rey did, can we please stop diminishing the effect the Force has on being a pilot? The Force literally gives people godlike reflexes. How do you think the Jedi are able to block blaster shots? How do you think Kylo Ren was able to freeze
but they need to
bullet
train
right after it was shot?
They still need to train to block.
I feel like are one of the most important things when being a pilot. So even though she has very minimal training with the Force...
Okay, Rey does not have any training in the Force. She doesn't even know the Force exists. Where is he getting this?
Not practice piloting.
Where is he getting this? Like, when does this happen in the film?
I think he's just talking about Anakin in episode 1.
Anakin doesn't even have training in the Force, but no, he is specifically talking about Rey here.
Yeah.
Well, what I mean though is that Anakin didn't need any training in the Force to be able to fly the pod racer with expert ability.
Well, if he's going to the Phantom Menace to defend this film, I think he's kind of fucked up already.
Yeah, I would agree.
So, in no way in TFA does Rey get any training with the Force. Zero. No one trains her. She doesn't stop and read a book. Nothing. The only thing we see is when Kylo mentions the Force, she closes her eyes and goes, "The Force?" And she powers up somehow. We don't understand what that means. And I had a guy in the comments section say, "Well, the Force is used when people focus and Jedi focus their minds and calm down." And every argument he made, this is where Rey calms down and focuses the Force. Like, how did she know how to do that? Who taught her to do? What does that mean? Like, where did that come from? So,
if the Force can just impart godlike abilities to random people, it makes it less impressive in the narrative.
It would have happened to multiple people over the ages. This would have been a thing. Like, the concept of the story is someone has suddenly awakened to their Force abilities. And the Darth Lord guys figured it out. Maybe Luke did, who knows. What does that mean? Nothing. The narrative never addresses it. We have no idea. All we have is Orange Lady mentioned, you got to go follow and get Luke. And you're like, oh, okay, I don't want to do that. And then she gets captured. There's no training. There's no epiphany. There's nothing. It's just Force vision, run away, and then she starts absorbing, I guess, through osmosis, Kylo's abilities. It's just crap on top of weirdness and unexplained things. But yes, she does not train. There is no training.
Yeah, so she doesn't even have any training in the Force. And like I said before, you still need some kind of training to deflect blaster bolts. It took a little bit of time before Luke was able to do it. And even then, that's considered more of like an easier ability for Jedi to block a single blaster bolt coming at them at a time.
Right.
This is a completely different scale. There's Luke, getting a couple of blasters with the little training droid. He blocks a couple that are coming to him pretty slowly. And this is flying a ship amazingly the first time with no training at all. She doesn't even have Obi-Wan next to her to say, well, you've got to focus your mind.
Yeah, and nobody I've really talked to has really brought up the fact that the Millennium Falcon is an asymmetrical ship. Flying, off to the side like that, having all that mass, that not around you on one side and a huge amount of mass on the other, makes a big difference. And she just flies it expertly. After she takes off, she does have that rough takeoff, like he's pointing out. But after that, she's like, good to go, super awesome. Which is Mary Sue playbook, They show them struggling in the beginning, and then they're instantly super awesome.
Yeah.
And then the whole point about them struggling in the beginning is to get people off their back.
That's the general quote I use for all the examples. It's strike one, home run. This is Rey Rey's playbook. Everything she does, she messes up or doesn't know what she's doing the first time around, and then all of a sudden she's perfect. So here's Joe Crazy. Hey, Joe, you're never missing a beat. Number 12 in a row. Another day, another Kingdom Hearts quote. I'm me, he says. Riku replica. For your information, clones and time travel are a thing. Oh boy, this is one of the many reasons I'm never going to touch Kingdom Hearts. Time travel and clones. Oh goodness. Just scaring me every time there's a Kingdom Hearts quote. Why would I ever want to read or experience that world? I don't know, but thank you for reminding me, Joe. All right. Let's keep going.
It's the same exact reason Anakin won the pod race. Qui-Gon even says that only Jedi can have quick enough reflexes to win a pod race.
It's still stupid.
Yeah, considering Rey is super strong with the Force, I can totally see her flying through the Star Destroyer and making this flip. I also wanted to point out one last time, do people realize this is the only time in the entire trilogy we see Rey fly in combat? Like, sure, she flies to Ahch-To at the end of this movie, but I'm talking about combat-wise, where she's actively getting shot at. In The Rise of Skywalker, we only see her fly when she's leaving a planet or arriving at one, so people make her out to be this amazing pilot when in the whole trilogy she makes like one impressive move. And by the way,
No, not one impressive move. She completely outflies, 2 TIE fighters.
Not only that, but that's another Mary Sue thing, is that moments exist to emphasize how awesome they are, not because they are establishing cause and effect or building up a character. Like, her flight skills are relatively inconsequential to her story, and yet she's awesome at them. She's awesome.
Wait a minute.
Johnson had a very good point of in the Rise of Skywalker. Poe calls her the best pilot.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you, Glib.
Okay, excellent. How you guys doing? So remember in The Force Awakens when she's flying inside of the atmosphere and she's going inside ships and she does that move where she air brakes and drifts upside down and puts the entire ship into perfect position so that Finn can fire off the blasters, which are locked in one position. Remember, she aims a ship to the perfect position that Finn will be able to line up and shoot the craft by just knowing where it is, knowing where everything is. She does arguably way more impressive stuff than Luke or even Wedge. The only person that's better at piloting would be
Poe.
Knockoff Han, yeah.
Knockoff Han.
Even then, because it's then referenced that Rey is better than Poe. Chewie even says, well, it's inferred that he's saying that, Rey would be better at the flying than this, and then Poe goes, Rey's not here.
Yeah, but I think that they were talking about the use of the compressor. When I was watching the movie, that's what I thought, is that they were, Chewbacca was saying, hey, don't try and use the compressor without Rey, and he says, well, Rey's not here.
I don't know, that's not how I inferred it. Because I don't think he'd be talking about the compressor. Why would you specifically need Rey to manage the compressor?
For the light seat skipping.
She ripped it out of the wall. I don't think it's there anymore.
Well, it's just bad writing anyway.
We're never too sure what the compressor is, what it looks like, whether she just pulled out a piece of hardware to control the compressor, what the hell happened. There's lots of things we don't know. And the more that there's questions and they don't get answered, the whole thing just is up in the air. So when we get to episode 9 and there's even more stuff up in the air, we just sit back in awe going, what is going on? So you need to have some solid, not a lot, just some solid science fiction. Like this box does this black box does that. Fine, we get it. Okay, things are where they are. There's the warp core, there's the nacelle, these are phasers come out of here. It's like, all right, fine, great, we get it. But we don't get very much understanding of the Falcon. It's just this old rickety spaceship that seems to just do anything, never get destroyed. Okay, that's so Skaven. Got her power from Ren when she downloaded from him. Dumb, I know. Basically, everything is Ren's fault. Thank goodness she was able to steal from man. Okay. So you're saying she has some sort of psychometric ability? She just touches things and learns things?
in the book, the way they described the reason why Rey knows everything and she knows how to do all these amazing abilities is that she downloaded the abilities from Kylo Ren's mind when he was trying to read her mind, and she ended up reading his.
Really?
Yeah, that's a canon explanation, and it's really bad
in the book. Well, I suppose technically, we don't know if the books are properly canon or not because they keep contradicting their own bloody source material.
This is akin to I don't know, Star Trek writer trying to explain telepathy, or because if you read Imzadi from Peter David, that it talks about how Deanna Troi was never telepathic; she was only empathic, and she had to learn how to actually read minds. Or communicate rather, because she couldn't read minds. She could only communicate with her mom or whatever. So they actually created like mental images, like literal building blocks as a barrier. So there was like, you could hurt someone telepathically, and she had to learn all these things. There was all these lessons she had to go through, all these schools to be able to develop these telepathic abilities, which she never really had because she was only an empath. So there is no culture, as far as I know, and I don't think there ever will be in the Star Wars world for telepathy or learning how to read minds and influence others. We do know they have powers along those lines. I'm sure there are some stories, some writer created some Jedi or Sith that can do that. But then you're creating an entire precedent in the lore for this fantastical element. And you need to do that, especially in film. There's lots of visual ways to do mindscapes or mental imagery, and we get none of that. We just get her closing her eyes, and Rey, Kylo just freaks out, he steps back. So we need more storytelling, was what I'm trying to say. Here's Joe Crazy again. Even if you use Anakin in Phantom Menace, they only said he has faster reflexes. Reflexes don't automatically make you an expert, and Anakin has pod race before. Yeah, I know it was an easier sell, but I also argue that young Anakin rather, was a Mary Sue, lots of plot armor, so we expected him to do well, if not win. So that's why I wanted at least one of those elements, like not dying, be eliminated from the pod race itself, so we can focus on the excitement, because everyone knew that he was never going to die. So let's focus the narrative in a way that we are not expecting. And that's what you do when you know someone can't die. You're doing a prequel, you're doing some guy's immortal or what have you. So,
yeah. And going back to just the prequel trilogy in general, Anakin being a Mary Sue is almost set up basically as a weakness. That is kind of like part of his downfall, is the fact that he rose too quickly and didn't have a proper base, like how he became a master, the youngest master in history.
Right.
Kind of.
No, he was on the council, and it had never been done before, but he wasn't a Jedi Master.
Well, even then, he still had to be trained. Even though he was a Mary Sue when he was a kid, he still had to go to school. He still had to learn all these techniques. He still wasn't perfect.
And I would say that the reason why he gets given a seat on the council is more that the council wants to put him on they're trying to sweeten the deal, like they're trying to appeal to him, and basically fighting for his approval over the Palpatine.
Right.
So,
I mean, that's the narrative.
Here's your seat on the council. Now go spy on Palpatine.
Right. That's the narrative reason why he got there. But I feel like him rising so quickly is part of why he fell. And I think that's part of the story that George Lucas is trying to tell.
Him being told that he's got the highest midichlorian count, or him being told that he's like the chosen one or whatever, or being pointed out as being extremely special and being successful that early on and being successful at a lot of things gives him an advantage. The thing that's being argued here is that he's a Mary Sue because he's good at all these things. And where is the architecture for a chosen one narrative in the sequel trilogy? Where is the architecture for somebody that has a high midichlorian count? What is the explanation?
He's Jesus.
So, like, Anakin has an explanation as far as the mythos goes, and then there's an in-universe scientific explanation, even if you don't like it.
Right.
I see people a lot of the time, they do this thing. They go, I saw this on EFAP the other day. It's like, Mahler, don't you know that the PT is bad and that's why the ST is good? It's like, no, that's not That's not how you argue a point. You don't argue that the PT is bad, and therefore there are negations to the storytelling within it. You have to take it at face value. You have to actually analyze it. The PT has explanations. The ST has no explanations. That's the problem. Until we get to Palpatine. So if you want to accept the framework that the reason why Rey has all these powers is that she's actually the granddaughter of the most evil person in the galaxy and steals the name of the hero, perfectly fine with that.
Well, I don't even think that an explanation would make her not a Mary Sue, because she would still have all these traits. I mean,
it just makes the people making it. It makes the people that are making it evil. Basically, they've created a hero story out of the worship of a character that is essentially born of evil. They're what they overcome is pretty much meaningless to them, but they fully endorse somebody basically usurping the entire galaxy. The thing about Rey that's interesting is she's basically what Anakin would be like if nobody ever said anything.
Well, I don't even think Anakin would be as bad as her if no one said anything, because the whole point of Anakin's story was for him to fall. Just by the necessity of Anakin having to fall, he has to have flaws, and he has to have, because he has flaws, a lot of flaws. You can't really have him be a Mary Sue. I'll admit that he's won in Phantom Menace, but again, when he's falling, that he's not perfect at all.
All right, here's Jake.
Mary Sue is more than power level.
Exactly. There's lots of criteria for Mary Sue, and he took the Wikipedia option, which is it's not a wrong criteria. It just it misses a lot of other elements. So it's kind of an easy way out of getting around what a Mary Sue is without doing all the homework and arguing why a pattern in storytelling exists and at its root, what it represents. So it's kind of like, this is the Cole's Notes version. It's like, you're not wrong, but you're missing a lot. And our criteria is actually stricter, and Rey hits it all. So
I just think it's funny that you structure a 2.5 hour thing, and I'm not saying long men bat, but what I'm saying is that if you convinced me that Rey was not a Mary Sue, you still wouldn't have convinced anybody that it was a well-written character or that it wasn't even competently written. And that's the thing, is that like you can argue until you can argue semantics about, is this character Mary Sue, and then once you start to compare, as I said before, the PT with the ST, you're already arguing a point that people dislike. So the fact that Anakin was kind of annoying to people because he was this 9-year-old wonderkind that was written to be 8 to 18 or whatever they were casting the role, that's not a good comparison for 20-something-year-old Rey, who is some random person that's in the desert that has no connection to anybody at all except for Unkar Plutt in a sort of just an exchange of money for scrap. This person somehow is good at everything. And what's the explanation for that? There's no explanation for that until The Rise of Skywalker, when we find out that she's actually the granddaughter of evil. What? That's terrible storytelling.
All right, here's Jake the Surgeon.
It doesn't work narratively to have your main protagonist just be good at everything.
If the third story was a great reveal, but we still needed an explanation that made sense in the beginning, and this happens a lot in murder mysteries where you think the story goes one way or the suspect is this or that, and there's reason to believe that. That's all you need. You need a sufficient explanation for why things are the way they are, and then you have a reveal at the end of, oh, it's really this guy. He's the murderer. Same thing with a normal story without death and killing. How did you get their way? Oh, you're the daughter of this. It's like, oh. Changes things up. It's called a plot twist or a plot reveal. Not always a good thing, because there's lots of stupid tropes that pop up, especially in murder mysteries, that are like, oh, he's a twin sister. It's like, oh, God. So, yeah, you got to be careful with those techniques. So, anyway, back to Super Chats. Jake the Surgeon. Reflexes don't translate to skill, especially when your skill involves a broken down ship that hasn't been flown in years. So, yeah. Jake the Surgeon again. Silly Glib. Joel is the most evil person in the galaxy. Oh.
Well, that every man is Joel.
Yeah. Poor Joel. Why are we always reminded of that game? I don't know. It comes up every day.
It comes up, but I'm so glad that people aren't really talking about it anymore.
It's depressing, yeah.
Goodbye, Last of Us.
Does anyone want to go golf? I just have a really sudden need to just go golfing.
Is that a British thing, or is that just like you're bored?
I was more making a Joel joke, but hey.
Okay.
Chewie on crate does not count because she is not flying the Falcon. Chewie.
Okay, so again, she's in a ship, but she's not flying it. But her aim is so amazing.
She gets like 3 kills in one.
Yeah, I like this.
Her introduction is the triple shot. It's the first time she's ever used that on screen we've ever seen her use a ship-borne blaster, and bam, 3 kills.
And this is all after she fought Kylo Ren, somehow stole the broken lightsaber, as well as made her way through the ship, stole Snoke's yacht, escaped all the way to Crate, escaped the ship, somehow ditched the yacht, and made up with Chewie on the Falcon. Then the Falcon made all its way back to Crate. There's this huge chunk of the story we're missing. And then we see her again shooting three TIE fighters out of the sky with one shot. That's bad setup. It's bad storytelling. There's holes in your story. It's not how you do things, guys.
Is. I've heard people say that throughout this movie, Rey is constantly saving other people, and in this scene, Rey had to save Finn. Do people not realize that these two had to work together in order to escape? Yeah, if Rey
when did they work
Finn
together?
Couldn't have escaped, but let's not act like
he shot
if Finn
the TIE fighters. That's all he really does.
He's pretty much just assisting her, yeah.
He could have escaped.
Why? Because of one TIE fighter? But then his gun gets locked up and he doesn't even have to do anything except press a button. Let's equate what Rey does to other characters, even though she's basically doing all of the work.
And JJ said that they made this scene to show them cooperating, but they didn't realize how what kind of skills they were imparting to these two passively. Allowing people like this guy to infer how good somebody is with flying and with a blaster.
So Rey powers up the ship, flies it, and what does Finn do aside from shoot people? After all that's done, Finn helps her fix that leak or something, and Rey knows how to do everything. She knows what tools to use. She knows what they look like. She knows everything about how to fix this problem. They hide in the ship. They get discovered. What has Finn done aside from being ordered around?
Yeah, and to support what Glib was saying, if Finn wasn't in this scene for some reason, or if he got knocked out, they would have had Rey somehow solve the issue by herself. She wasn't. She worked with Finn, but only as a coincidence because he was there. Yeah, not because they needed each other.
She could have used BB-8, and BB-8 could have hot-wired or fired the gun or done something very similar to R2-D2 in the original. So, yeah, these things could have happened that way. But again, they didn't know what to do with Finn, or they didn't want Finn to upstage the amazingness of Rey in this scene for whatever reason. Finn should have been a lot more involved than just firing a gun.
Indeed.
There's a difference between saving someone and working together to escape. Rey and Finn clearly worked together to escape here. This was not all 100%
Look at that move.
on Rey.
Look at this move.
Anyway, considering this is the only time we really see Rey flying during combat, I probably won't address her being a pilot again. They proceed to go into space, and they have this cute little interaction
in the
where,
story,
again,
all she's
Rey
doing,
tells
it's not even like she's good at one thing. It's like, oh, she's good at this thing, and then she'll never do it again. Then she's good at another thing, then she'll never do it again. Then she's good at this thing, then she's good at that thing.
That's what makes her. That's points towards her being a Mary Sue. The fact that she's just conveniently good at something. Like, she talks to Chewie and Wookiee. That's the perfect emphasis of her being a Mary Sue. It's like, dude, Luke didn't even do that, really. This is nobody spoke to Chewie in Wookiee and understood Wookiee without being exposed to him for a long time.
I think
so it's just
the only
laughable.
time that Luke speaks to Chewie is like Empire Strikes Back after they've known each other for a while.
I think that I'm not certain if Chewie can understand English or not, but he certainly can't speak it. And then when they added Han speaking it in Solo, that was cringe. Yes, I concur, my dear.
Here's Jake the Surgeon. Kylo called her a boy in a mask. Okay. That proves she isn't a Rey Palpatine? I'm like, okay. She's a boy in a mask, really?
I thought he was a boy in a mask.
Yeah, maybe Rey called Kylo, yeah.
I know who I am. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Jake the Surgeon. I'm getting make stuff PTSD flashbacks from the piano music. This is piano music? I didn't even hear it. Okay. Oh, make stuff.
You didn't hear the piano music? It's pretty obvious.
He's phasing out the piano music.
Oh,
and just to cap what we were talking about, is her skill set conveniently pops up and goes away. Indicates that she's a Mary Sue, not a well-written character. Well-written characters solve situations based off the skill set that has already been established, and they continue to either they learn new things, possibly, or they lean on somebody else's expertise for certain situations, or they get around the situation in a different way than would be expected because of the skills that they have.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because she gets like all these skills that are set up in the beginning. She's got a staff, and she's good at taking things apart, and she's good at like identifying things and engineering or something like that. And then those things really never come up again. Those aren't like important elements of her character because they're so heavily leaning into using nostalgia bait as the basis for their characters that they forget that their characters actually already have things that are solid aspects of their personality. So Finn is useful because he used to mop the floor, not because he's like anything relative about the First Order. All the information that we could get about how the First Order actually operates that would be useful from him is kind of overlooked. And with Rey, it's like, okay, this mysterious backstory, which should be the driving force behind everything she does, she gets told that it doesn't matter. And then in the next movie, it's completely contradicted, where it probably should have been that she was going after her parents. So it's I don't know if she's Mary Sue, but she's whatever the plot needs her to be.
Just imagine if Rey was swapped, like the scene in this scene where they fly. Finn's doing the flying. You'd be like, Finn, how the hell are you so good at flying? When the previous...
Yeah, he said he needed a pilot to get out of there, so how can he fly it?
Right. But he must have had some training. So he's like, I can do this. And like, okay, well, he tries and he fumbles and does this and that. Obviously, the story would need to continue in some way where they don't get destroyed or killed. But it would prove that he was really either scared, or maybe he learned something from Poe, or whatever training he had as a stormtrooper was relevant to something. And we can at least fall back on that. Yeah, he was a stormtrooper. He was trained since he was a kid. And that would be something that would make sense. But the amazingness would not make sense, obviously.
Finn obviously should have been good at everything that stormtroopers should have been. He should have been really good with thermal detonators. He should have been able to shoot really well. He should have been able to like get into this, like he should have had PTSD or something, right. Like elements of being a soldier. He should have been good at field dressing wounds, something. But all he's good at is yelling.
and running
and
away.
Not be a janitor. Come on.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if he was a janitor, that'd be interesting that he could have something relevant to that. Like, what is a Why do you need a janitor on a spaceship if you have droids?
They made him a janitor purely so they could just have a joke.
Just so they could have a joke, and then a way into a room.
And not to say that janitors are useless. They are very mechanically minded too. They can look at something, depending on what school you went to. The janitors I had in my school were very smart. So they could fix things, they can repair things, they can get parts and repair engines and this and that. So it wasn't like...
There you go. Well,
yeah.
But it still...
Well, what if...
It's all that purely for a joke, and then why would they put a guy who mops the floors who fixes stuff in a battlefield situation.
Well, it'd be cool if his janitor, or if he was like some sort of resourceful guy, and then that played into it. I mean, you could even have Finn and Rey bond over fixing up the ship together.
Right.
Because he's like, oh, I learned this when I was doing this.
This happens.
That's
with
storytelling.
This happens with Rose in TLJ. It's a dumb conversation, but at least there was something about Finn. It's like, oh, he knows about the processes of all these ships. I don't know how he was on those ships or when. I thought he was just on Starkiller Base, but okay, sure.
How do you like Rey going? How do you like Rey being
hyperspace tracker because he mopped the floor, but he didn't tell anyone about the hyperspace tracker until now.
No.
How do you like Rey? Okay, go on.
If you watch that scene carefully, it's actually that Rose figures out that there is new tech. She's just guessing that there's new tech that solves this issue, and she happens to be right. But the back and forth between her and Finn is her figuring out that, because he's saying it's impossible, and she's like, it's impossible? And he's like, yeah. And then she's like, oh my gosh, new tech. And if you slow it down, you can see like the realization she comes to, and she imparts it. And then she says that it must be in the room with the big breaker, because it would need to have a lot of power. And he's like, oh, I know where that room is. But he doesn't know that room has the tracker. He doesn't know about the tracker.
How do you like Rey saying, I didn't know there was this much green in the whole galaxy, but knowing how to speak Wookiee or understand? She doesn't know anything, but then she suddenly knows everything. Like, she's so amazed by visceral visuals, but she's speaking as if she doesn't know anything intellectually, which is contradictory.
And also, she's able to do that sailing she does in Rise of Skywalker that no one should go out in, but she does it just fine.
I didn't know you knew how to fly like that. I've been on some little things, but I've never left the planet. It's like, what the fuck? When was that? What ship was that?
How did she learn to swim? How did she learn to control a boat? How did, like, all these things, just like she can just do it. Like, okay.
And then she figures out that she can heal people automatically.
One of the
because she read a book.
Which you think that she wouldn't be good at is water. She lived on desert. How do they explain that?
That would have been
she should be the one that's afraid of it.
Exactly, because she had that crazy force vision in the evil butthole of the island, and it's like, oh no, water is scary.
It's too bad Yoda wasn't there. What's in that hole, Yoda? Poopy.
It's his toilet.
Oh, dear. Here's Jake the Surgeon again. A young black man thirsting after a white woman, perfectly balanced as all things should be. Okay. Alrighty. I guess that's a progressive thing. I don't know. I see nothing wrong with that.
Own ships before. There's some mechanical problem that occurs, and they try to go fix it. This scene is another
which is a total ripoff of Chewie, hand me the Hydra spanner. No, the other spanner.
Example of the tellers showing us that
Though
Rey has
it like a lot more, like that one. No, that one. No, that one. What are you doing?
You stupid black janitor! Get me the right one, or I'm calling the manager. You Jeez, Karen Skywalker.
Engineering background, rather than her straight up telling us that she is an engineer. She notices there's a problem with the motivator and asks for a Harris wrench. Later on, she asks for a pilot's driver and then bonding tape. I don't even know if these are actual types of tools or not, but the point is the girl clearly knows her stuff. She even knows how the propulsion tank will overflow and fill the ship with poisonous gas.
Oh my god. The problem is that she does know this stuff. You can't say it's not a problem that she knows this stuff because she knows this stuff.
Driver and then bonding tape. I don't even know if these are actual types of tools or not, but the point is the girl clearly knows her stuff. She even knows how the propulsion tank will overflow and fill the ship with poisonous gas. Again, storytelling 101. Show, don't tell.
It's okay, so then show us why she knows that stuff. That's the point of show, don't tell. You can't say. Imagine if the rule in storytelling was show whatever you want whenever you want it. Don't tell ahead of time that this kind of thing could happen. How brain dead would that be?
Well, the reason why we do that is it's more interesting to read it. Let's say in a book, we want to see things happen as opposed to someone just tell us a story in a story. It's kind of pointless. Show us the things that are happening, the skills this person has, their faults and failings, whatever it is. Show us the good stuff. So this does show us she knows how to fix things. It doesn't explain us how she knows how to fix things.
You know what? If this was like one of the only things that she was doing, like say one of the things that wasn't explained was like how she knew how to fix up ship or like tinker with stuff, that would be fine because you are allowed an allowance of abilities for your character. But the problem is, again, she just has so many, and it's so out of nowhere. It's no explanation for any of it.
And again, when does she fix stuff in the sequel trilogy again? This just pops up, and then it's tossed away.
She complains about the compressor again.
Oh, she fixed the lightsaber. You know, at least JJ was consistent with his like statements about what the characters were, but TLJ throws out all the aspects that JJ tried to make, which is great because it just makes it even worse.
Well, JJ's aspects were still shit as well.
But at least he remembered, like, this character I defined in this way. Even though he didn't know Star Wars, at least he understood what he had created to begin with. That's all. Like, he assumed that Han Solo was just going to be a loser his entire life. And maybe that's because JJ's been a loser his entire life. Got him! Fuck you!
Her knowing the names of all these obscure tools along with the names of certain parts of the ship shows us that she has an engineering background. This is much more effective than her just telling us that she's an engineer. The next somewhat important thing in this
if this was a brand new character in terms of like, okay, so we just had a random character we introduced, and then we introduced her doing mechanical things. Then you know what? Then that would be introducing your character as a mechanic or as a at least knowing what she's doing. But again,
what if her introduction, instead of being a scavenger, was being a ship mechanic? You know, that would have made this scene way better. You know, when does she, I mean, except for her repelling a few times, when does she need the scavenger skill set? When does that really come into play?
I guess the closest is Rise of Skywalker when she's going through the Death Star wreckage. That's the closest, really, because she's jumping around, climbing.
They should have just gone straight for the Anakin or Luke Skywalker thing, where it's like she grows up underneath Han Solo. That would have been interesting, or something like that, as the ship mechanic, and she was delivered to be under his protection because they knew she was a Palpatine. But because they wanted to keep it ambiguous, because I don't think JJ had an answer at the beginning, they couldn't do anything like that. Even if they had just adjusted it so that she was working for Unkar Plutt, and the idea was any of the people that are selling off old ships or scrapping them, or there's like second-hand market, or there's not low quality, but like very cheap repairs, so that like you could go for this scavenger material, buy it, and she would install it into your ship. And so that way there would constantly be people coming through her shop, and she would be working for Unkar Plutt as like kind of the Anakin role.
The grease monkey slave person.
Yeah. But she's not a good composite of Anakin and Luke put together, which is what they were trying to do. And it's just sad because, like what everybody in chat is saying, being a scavenger is not the same thing as being an engineer. And I will refer to a good metaphor, I think, is going out and foraging is not the same thing as knowing how to farm.
Indeed.
Needs to go back to Jakku. This is just more evidence of her flaw in this film. Even when Finn asks her why she wants to go back, she tells him it's none of his business.
Boyfriend? Cute boyfriend? None of your business, that's why.
Of course she doesn't want to tell him that she was abandoned by her parents and that she needs them to come back. And this is something she is insecure about, so she sure as hell wouldn't tell someone that she just met about it. So
why?
Okay, so he makes 2 points that are sort of different. One, he's saying that she's insecure about her flaw. She's not going to tell him something personal. Also, that he just met this guy. Why would she do that? It's like, so what's the problem? Is it because she's insecure, or is it because she just met this guy? What's the actual reason behind not saying that? And his argument is that it's because it's a flaw, which I don't think is an actual flaw. This is her not her raison d'être, but one of her goals This is her thing she does. She just waits. She's hoping and dreaming that her parents come back. It's not a flaw. It doesn't hurt anyone. It's not causing the a course of action not to be taken place for everyone else. Rey's just Rey. That's it. So it's not hurting her relationship with Finn. They've just met, and he's asking her questions, and he's like, no, never mind, go away. Got to fix this problem before we die, yada, yada. So this whole argument that she's insecure, he's made before, and this is like his primary argument for Rey having a flaw, which it does not come out as a flaw. It is a character trait, but if you want to call it insecurity, we can call her, or anyone, like Finn is insecure. He's scared all the time. He's not confident. He's trying to be confident, but that's a big mask he wears. So this is not a very strong argument, because you can say this about anything in any story. They're not telling the truth 100%. They're not confident 100%. Therefore, it's a flaw. It's like, no, it's just a character trait.
Yeah, just another smaller example of how flawed Rey really is. Han Solo and Chewbacca arrive and find Rey and Finn. One criticism...
She's flawed. Wait a minute. She's flawed because the writing doesn't have interactions between the characters? Because she doesn't want to tell another character in the audience why she's doing what she's doing or anything about herself? But why?
She's looking forward to seeing her parents again, and that means she's insecure about it.
Apparently.
Didn't somebody ask her that? Didn't somebody she met that day when she's talking to Orange Yoda with the butthole eyes? Didn't she say that? Or
that's later on, and then she just drops the entire desire to see her parents.
When does she say the explanation, like, my family, they'll return?
That's with BB-8, when she meets BB-8.
Oh, so it's...
Yeah, before that.
So she's confident in telling a robot. So she's got a touch of the tism.
She trusts the robot. She doesn't trust Finn. Like, this is fine. She doesn't trust Finn. That's great. But he's saying it's a flaw. And it's like, how is that a flaw? Because she doesn't speak the truth 100% of the time? That's not a flaw. I don't want to tell everyone everything all at the same time. Why would that be a character flaw?
Hello, my name is Glib. I came to the Smudcast because I felt like I was disassociating out of Hollywood and didn't have anybody to talk to about storytelling.
Like, hey,
everything's
Glib,
fine here.
How much money is in your bank account right now? Can you go get it? It's like
£20.
It's a flaw. It's a flaw. I'm deeply insecure about my bank account, but I can't tell you about it. I'm not a Mary Sue because I won't tell you something, okay?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Every dialogue ever in every story that does not speak 100% the truth whenever someone asks a question is a character flaw, guys.
Against Rey during this whole movie was that all the characters instantly liked her. And besides Finn, this isn't the case at all. When Han first meets Rey, he intends on shipping her off to some planet because he doesn't even want her around.
Watch this.
Yeah, but then he offers her...
Yeah, watch
he
this.
offers her a job.
I know, it takes a grand total of like 1 minute before this happens.
And he's impressed by her bypassing the boy pussing the compressor.
Again, it's the trope, a Mary Sue trope of being clumsy or not getting what you want right off the bat, so that when they do it a little bit later, they have an excuse. You know, she's not great at shooting right away. That's just an excuse, because every time after that, she is great. You know, not everyone loves her instantaneously, because so when they do, a minute later, they have a buffer.
It's like, you're on my ship. Who the hell are you, girl? And then she fixes his ship. He's like, oh, you're useful. I like you now. It's like, wow. She's not a Mary Sue because there's a time lapse between instantaneous and 1 minute.
And it's not any one of these individually. It's all of them together.
Everyone likes Rey, including Kylo. It's just everyone. Chewie, Finn, Poe, Han, they all like Rey. Anyway.
And admittedly, it was a mistake or JJ said it was a mistake for Chewbacca to be in the scene while Leia hugs Rey. But they still kept it in the movie. It's still there. It still shows that Leia, when grieving for Han, would rather hug Rey than Chewbacca.
Yeah, and plus he likes Rey because, as you'll see soon enough, she proves himself how important she is, but Han doesn't really care for Finn that much or doesn't mention anything special about Finn. So it's like, oh,
he turns to him and says, girls always find out.
Yeah.
After she tells Han about the map to Luke Skywalker that he takes any interest in her. And then in the following scenes, she proves her worth to him. After all, that is when he offers her a job on the Falcon, after she has shown she's very useful to him. Notice how he didn't offer Finn a job? Because
he's racist. Sorry.
He didn't do jack to help out the situation. All Finn did during the
So Rey is not a Mary Sue because Han likes Rey, offers her a job, gives her a gun, but says absolutely zip all to Finn.
No, his argument is that it's because the reason why Han likes her is because she proves herself. And
maybe he wanted to bang her.
Who knows?
Well,
she earned it with all those skills that she just automatically had. This makes her not a Mary Sue. Got it.
Yeah,
thanks.
Pretty much. She's so amazing. Han loves her so much, but not Finn. You're like, wait, are you arguing for Finn not being a Mary Sue? Which is it? Here's Joe Crazy. But Glib, droids aren't people.
True, droids aren't people.
Punished Berserker. I recently found out that Shiny doesn't have a butt that I can touch. What's going on there? This has made me
it's got plasteel.
Yeah, plasteel. This has made me a very sad bear. Also, gold's a tard. Oh, okay. Thanks, Punished Berserker. We appreciate that. I think. I'm sure Shiny appreciates that. Anyway.
Hello, I'm here. Whereabouts are we in the video? Sorry I'm late.
We are
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Beautiful.
4 minutes from
34 minutes.
Yeah.
I haven't missed much then.
No.
Well, yeah, I would say you have because he speaks a lot, but argument-wise, no.
In fact, he speaks a lot, but there's a difference between speaking a lot and saying something.
Yeah, he's pretty much saying that Finn is not a Mary Sue, but somehow Rey is also not one. I don't know. I don't get it.
I don't think anyone would call Finn a Mary Sue.
That's what he's saying.
No. Okay, so he's saying that Finn. The reason why Finn isn't offered a job is because he doesn't earn it. But the only reason why Han Solo likes Rey is because she earns her place on the Falcon.
I thought it's because he pitied her when she saw that planet they went to and said, "I didn't know there was this much greenery in the entire galaxy." And then Han Solo be like, "Oh, I feel bad for this person."
Like, this chick never eats any salad. I bet her shit's really solid.
I better give her a gun.
Here's a gun. Shoot yourself.
Truth be told, I don't know why Han gives Rey a job on the Falcon.
He offers her a job.
Yes, this is true.
I like how he offers her a job, and doesn't he lose his ship?
Yes.
He's out of his ship, and the whole galaxy wants to get him. He's like, hey, you want a job, kid? We just got away from all those people and the horrible monsters.
Is it even a job? Is it even a job if Han Solo says, I wouldn't be nice to you, and it doesn't tend to pay?
She's like, yeah, perfect.
Okay.
She's not a Mary Sue.
You know, not to mention that they've established with the tracking how he found the ship that they could possibly be hunted for the rest of their lives.
Yep.
Had to get rid of the old crew when they tried to unionize. Shot them out of the airlock.
It's not like a little doodad you put on a ship anymore. You can just follow a ship wherever it goes.
What about Kanja Club? Which is the really shitty Scottish loan shark.
I didn't borrow any money from Kanja Club. I told that to Kanja Club.
Yeah, what is it? Where is their space Scotland? I want to go to that planet.
That BB unit. First Order's looking for someone just like him.
Count Dankula, he's a political idealist. He couldn't...
Could you be any... It's like, no. Overemphasize the Scottish more, please.
We have the British Imperial. We have to have some Scottish gangsters or something, right?
The First Order's looking for you. Yeah, could you say that in English?
Your game is old. There's no one left in the galaxy for you to swindle.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
What was the first time?
was get caught and scream, and then later on he helped put a band-aid on Chewie. So yeah, Finn wasn't...
He put a band-aid on! It's so useful!
I think he's saying that he's not useful because he put a band-aid on.
Oh.
He doesn't earn his place.
And Rey is just automatically good. This is just more... Mary Sue.
You are completely right, because Finn is struggling to hold it together throughout the entire movie. And then the first time he actually chooses not to run away, he gets cut in the back and put on it.
Why is he mentioning this? I'm like, he's trying to prove that Rey is not a Mary Sue, but he's saying, look at this other guy that Han doesn't like.
What he's doing is comparing Rey to another character who has far more flaws than Rey. And that somehow proves how Rey is not a Mary Sue. Because Finn's not a Mary Sue.
Makes all the sense in the world.
It's like this opposite argument. It's like, I'm going to try reverse psychology. Let's make the exact opposite point I want to make. Okay.
Really that useful, but let's look at what Rey did. So after the space pirates find Han Solo, Rey and Finn realize they are in some trouble. So Rey attempts to try and close off certain doors so Han and Chewie can get back to the Falcon safely. However, her plan doesn't work because she accidentally opens the wrong doors and lets the Rathars loose.
Isn't clumsy like another thing of a Mary Sue?
Yeah, but Rey's mistake actually saves Han Solo's life. They were going to shoot him and then the Rathars turn up. Which wouldn't have happened if Rey hadn't messed up.
Yeah.
Her accidents actually cause good fortune.
Yeah, what she did here, she actually immediately solves the problem she creates, and she saves Finn in the process, as well as everyone from the gang. So this is the common pattern is strike one, home run. And it's, in regards to Shiny's comment about Mary Sue being accident prone, there's something called the anti-Sue, where they're like weak, it's like the opposite of a Sue, but everything she does end up coming in with a good conclusion. So she's weak, she's not as strong as everyone else, she's scared, etc., but what ends up, all her plans come to fruition.
Kind of like River Phoenix.
Yeah,
just like not River Phoenix, River Tan from Firefly.
Oh, okay. Well, it's kind of like failing upward. Like that's the idea.
There are a lot of what is that? Anti-Sues in Hollywood.
Oh, really? Okay.
Stake screwed up and almost got Finn killed. This is literally not what a Mary Sue does by
Yeah, but then what happens?
But people seem to negate this fact. One counter argument.
We're not negating
He cut it right
fact.
before she hits the button and then saves him.
The first time she does something, she doesn't do it well, or she just figured, what just happened? I don't know. And then she figures it out, and then boom, she saves the day. She takes the shot.
But she's already saved the day at this point because the two gangs on the ship are prepared to kill Han and Chewie, and then the Rathars burst onto the scene that she let out, which saves them.
Yeah, so she solves
in
a
the
problem.
Confusion, they can escape.
Yeah, she solves one problem, which happens to cause another, and then she solves that problem. Like everything she comes across, she fixes.
Yeah,
whether indirectly or not. Yes.
Yeah. Not having consequences for making mistakes is another Mary Sue trope. Even if you classify this as a mistake, where do they end up after this? They're all on the Falcon, free and clear. All because of her.
The argument that comes up next is really entertaining, so let's just keep going.
Argument I've heard is that letting out the Rathars ended up working better than Rey's original plan because the Rathars ended up eating most of the pirates anyway, and the whole crew was able to escape.
Yes.
For one, you don't know this. Has Rey closed the door?
The film plays out that way, so yes, we do know this.
You don't know this? What? Wait, sir. Wait, stop. What are you talking about? And what do we know?
Whether it was her intention or not, her mistake is what lets them escape. It's not like it's a mistake and therefore the Rathars eat Han Solo and then she can feel guilty about killing Han Solo.
Or even Finn.
It works out for better.
Indeed.
In the same way that... Sorry to interrupt. This is the same through line of logic that Rey's capture in The Last Jedi is what leads Kylo to killing Snoke.
Mm-hmm.
Which wouldn't have happened if Rey hadn't been too nice and trusted Kylo Ren to not, obviously, kill her. which turns out to be correct anyway.
Properly, maybe they could have all just walked out without any problems. But
really, a gang is threatening to kill you, and everyone would have walked away without any problems. Really, or two gangs rather.
I think we're missing the part where Han Solo is defeated in a verbal confrontation, and they yell quite loudly, "Kill him!"
Instead, Finn almost died and Chewie got shot. Now, I've also heard that Rey saving Finn is another example of her being a Mary Sue, that she magically learned how to use the controls of the ship and happened to close the doors at the right time. People who claim this, I honestly believe, are just reaching for things to complain about.
He's gonna say using the Force. He's gonna say using the Force.
No, he said they were just reaching.
No. He's gonna say that she can do it because using the Force.
Control panel is probably like any standard security system. She probably just typed in the number of the screen she was looking at or something, so she could try to close the door at the right time.
Okay, so
let me ask something really quick. Has she ever seen a security system in her fucking life?
But if she did, it was like every other one in the galaxy, guys. Okay.
And then why would she make the mistake if it was very easy?
Not only that, but the control panel is probably like any standard security system. She probably just typed the number on the screen she was looking at or something so she could try to close the door at the right time. It's like, oh, she did do that, did she? Really? Probably. Okay.
Yeah, this is like the slippery slope argument, but in reverse, and for a positive. She's probably seen a dozen of these things. This one is probably like one of those, or a standard layout, and she probably had the expertise to do this.
This could have happened. It's like, did you watch that part of the film where she just presses the button and closes the door and saves Finn's life?
I want to know where she'd ever seen any kind of security camera system.
She's the only thing she's ever known of broken Star Destroyers.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm starting to notice more of his arguments is he's saying you can infer from this, that, and the other when it's like, and that's his entire argument. And it's usually something which he has to quite reach for. Like, for example, he says, "Oh, because Rey scavenges ships, you can infer that she also knows how to put them together. And from that, you can also infer that she knows how to pilot." Like, making these really loose connections.
It's like looking at any computer screen. Like, take any computer screen you see in any of the shows and say, this is probably the operating system everyone else uses. And she probably pressed a few buttons because she's probably seen it before. You're like, really? Oh, that's a lot of probablys. Like, what? How does this work now, this line of logic?
My point was that he's making headcanon and then pointing to evidence or pointing to what he's made the headcanon from to say that that's now an inference.
It's like, I bought a lottery ticket. You could infer I win £1 million from that.
Because everyone buys lottery tickets and they all win £1 million. It's like, what, wait?
Another example of him doing his argument is that, the explanation for why this character is really rich, you can infer because in the background there is a lottery machine that he did it from the lottery machine.
Or they work in a game store, therefore they're an expert gambler. That makes they sell cards all the time. They must know how to gamble. Be excellent at it.
It's all headcanon that he's defining under inferring. And that's his entire argument. Before we were talking about inferring information, there's a difference between inferring the fact that if someone has a gun on them, then you can infer that they know how to use it. Or, if someone owns a ship, you can infer that they know how to fly it. But there's a big difference between that kind of inferring and this huge reach of headcanon that he's trying to push.
Yeah, so this is the opposite. He did this before. This is the opposite of deduction. This is called induction. So you're actually inventing something that you believe to be true based on evidence, as opposed to going backwards. But I can't believe he's trying to use this style of reasoning because I've never heard it before in this regard. This is new, so I'm like, wow, I had no idea someone even tried this. So, and I've heard this before, not just in Star Wars. This is pretty old crap. I've heard from fanboys over the years, so nothing new. Anyway, Jake the Surgeon, thanks again, sir. You don't know the events you watched, guys. Your eyes lied to you. Well, headcanon is certainly something I never encountered when I watched whatever.
Well, my whole thing is that if you can infer something in this direction, I can infer it in the opposite direction. So maybe she's slightly autistic, and that's why she has such difficulty making relationships with people and is so obsessed with technology and has such interesting information. Maybe she had some sort of program inside the ship that was teaching her all of this stuff. But again, there's no evidence. There's no evidence for any of this that we can deduce. Therefore, the induction is invalid because there's nothing to start with.
Well, she doesn't like people holding her hand. And that
Don't
is
hold my
classic.
hand.
That's a classic autistic trait: is not wanting to be touched.
Yes.
Therefore, she's a savant, technical genius, greater than Anakin. Apparently, he just knows stuff.
Yes. Yes.
Jake the Surgeon again. So much of this is well-made nonsense argumentation, except with less information to infer. It's a big projection. Yeah, it's hard.
And for her getting lucky with closing the door on the Rathar's arm, do people not understand what the Force does to a person?
I told you.
Oh, you got it.
I told you.
Well done. Well done.
Have you
watched
understand?
this?
No, I haven't watched this. I just know because he's already used the Force. He's already
I genuinely didn't believe you. I was like, no way. He's just gonna. No way.
No, he's already done it several times before. He says, you know, the reason why she can pilot so well is because she has the Force.
No.
He said because she was trained in the Force. Specifically said trained. You're like, dude, this never happened at that point in time.
She doesn't even know she has the Force.
She doesn't even know what the Force is.
I think I could easily say that that's just him like missaying something.
Yes, but that means you're bad at argumentation.
I think what he really meant was that he's saying, you know, someone who has the Force, but even you still need training, and she didn't have training, and there are still pilots that it take them a Jedi. It still takes a long time to train to become an expert pilot. It's just the Force also helps them, but they also train in the Force to help their reflexes and senses.
And if all Jedis, from the moment they're born, have these kinds of reflexes, have this kind of development in the Force, just from the beginning, then Jedis and the Force are badly written. Even if it's canon, it's badly written.
And well, let's say though that isn't poorly written. Or that it still makes sense, like in continuity. It makes the Force a lot less special if if training has nothing to do with anything. Then it's why you're not special, or you've got everything you given to you. It's almost like a privilege rather than anything you've actually worked for.
It turns the significant into trivial.
Mm-hmm. It's like, oh my! Like when you see, I don't know, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you think, oh my god, he's a Jedi Master because he's trained so hard and he can do all these things. You know, he's so experienced in the Force. I was like, oh no, he didn't. He just kind of was born that way, and you know, it's nothing special about him.
So yeah, it's kind of hard to argue against this statement again. It's just silly, and we're just gonna keep going.
It's the Force, guys. It's the Force.
It's the nature-nurture
Also,
argument, only it's magic nature. Okay.
She can do anything hang on. So the logic is she can do whatever she wants, and the excuse is the Force, but she's still not a Mary Sue because she can't do anything.
No. She misses her parents, so she has a flaw. Therefore, she's not a Mary Sue.
Doesn't tell Finn about her marital status. Therefore, it's a flaw or something. I don't know.
Said when I was discussing her flying the Falcon, the Force heightens one's reflexes to an insane amount, and can sometimes even allow the person to see things before they happen, just like what Qui-Gon said to Anakin. Again, how do you think the Jedi are able to block blaster shots?
She's not a Jedi! Drop this stupid fucking argument.
She's also not blocking blaster shots. She's flying an old, broken ship that hasn't flown in years. She's now at mercy of the controls. In the atmosphere with wind turbulence and friction and all these other things. It's a lot different than you're in space.
If I don't know that I have the power of foresight, then I can't use the power of foresight.
I don't even know what's going on.
Has the Force, therefore Rey does not know she has the Force, therefore she cannot use the Force to aid her in flying.
This is like, oh, I saw the other movie. I know what happened. She becomes Rey Palpatine. You're like, wait, stop, slow down. The rest of the people.
Let's rewind.
Yeah, we rewind 2 movies ago. When did you know this? Oh, not yet. Okay, well, keep going.
Because of their insane reflexes and being able to predict where shots will go with the Force. And for those who say she doesn't have any training yet, so she can't use the Force, probably haven't watched The Phantom Menace before.
What part of The Phantom Menace?
No one.
Qui-Gon says how.
But the Phantom Menace is poorly written. How are you going to Phantom Menace to defend your film?
Yeah, but even so.
Let's hear what Qui-Gon says that defends Rey.
A human with reflexes can win this pod race. Also, there have been so many times where people have used the Force in the most minuscule way with no training.
So let's just remember that. So based on that logic, every person to ever win a pod race in Tatooine has had the Force. If only a Force user can win the pod race, is that what you're saying?
It's the human thing. He's saying that an untrained Jedi can win a pod race. Therefore, Rey can do X, Y, and Z, which is like extrapolating a lot of things.
An untrained Jedi can win a pod race, but that doesn't mean that someone who's not a Jedi can't win a pod race.
No, but that's the thing, is that he's one of the only human beings that can do it. That's something that Qui-Gon says. The thing that is being misconstrued here is that Anakin, he's good at being a speeder guy, right? Yeah. When it comes to being a pilot, he knows as much as somebody who thinks, I'll try spinning, that's a good trick. And the Force is giving him assistance and that kind of thing, right? But he doesn't really do that much when it comes to flying around and doing that kind of thing. But what I do want to know again and bring back to is that where do we get the information that Rey in The Force Awakens is special? Why is she special?
If you have to say Anakin using the Phantom Menace to defend The Force Awakens,
yeah, we brought up that point multiple times. He's also going to use the Clone Wars and stuff to look at his baby Rodian. But what he's basically admitting, though, if we just go with this line of logic, that means that what's the point of the Jedi then? Why not just, why aren't there more of these Jedi flipping around and doing crazy things?
Like if you can just be born with these abilities, then what's the point in training? Why would they worry? If you want to use the Phantom Menace, why they said, oh, we can't train Anakin, he's too old. So why would age matter then if they just have it?
Like here's the thing. The binary of this argument is either Rey is not a Mary Sue because Anakin isn't, or Rey is a Mary Sue because Anakin is also a Mary Sue. Yeah. Regardless, you're picking on the Phantom Menace as your basis.
But that's even worse. I think
that's really interesting because that has more explanation.
It's even worse in Rey's case because she's never told of the Force. And that scene, which he just showed us with Qui-Gon, he's explaining, you got the Force, you could do this, it's okay, just trust your feelings, etc. And at least I know that in the story, young Anakin is a Mary Sue. But he's trying to explain that Anakin's not a Mary Sue, therefore Rey's not a Mary Sue. And you're like, well, if you actually paid attention, it would be the exact opposite.
Yeah, and in the case of the Rodian example he's bringing up here, this is in a part of the Star Wars universe where Jedi are well known and widely accepted by many different races across the galaxy.
This child knows, they know that this child is Force sensitive. The mother knows the child is Force sensitive, and it's using such a minuscule ability. This is a foam ball. It makes squeaky sounds. This weighs pretty much nothing.
I think the point is, though, that we're talking about 2 examples that he's provided where a character or the universe itself serves as an explanation for why they might have an inkling that they have the Force. Rey lives in a time where she believes the Jedi are a myth.
And she doesn't know she has the Force. This Rodian, I don't know, maybe it's not in the story, but for all we know, the Jedi that found this Rodian, because we know that the Jedi did find these children, said, hey, look, if you reach out, you can use this. And we know that in order for them to find these children, they would have to have some way of detecting. So they would, okay, this child I can feel that he's sensitive in the Force. I don't know, can you move this with your mind? And it's like, oh, look, you can. Okay, so write this down on the list. Let's go. We'll come back for him in a couple of years.
I don't know. The only way that this argument works, that Rey's power level makes sense because she's similar to Anakin, implies that because she's Palpatine's granddaughter, that means she inherits power, which is, I thought, what The Last Jedi was against.
Mm-hmm.
This series is inconsistent. It's indefensible as far as consistency logic goes, you know. So let's keep going.
Here's Joe Crazy. Again, reflexes don't translate to skill. That's true. Jake the Surgeon. This whole Anakin comparison falls apart when you realize Rey uses the mind trick without knowing the Force can trick minds.
She does everything without knowing the Force can do it.
She doesn't even know she has the Force at that point.
She's a scared little girl who suddenly can read minds. You're like, what? Okay.
You're just mad because you're not Darth Vader and don't have a large wang.
And it just pops up. It just pops up out of nowhere and goes away just as quickly.
Yeah.
I was able to make a ball float, or how Baby Yoda literally uses the Force a bunch of times throughout the Mandalorian.
But that's still a problem.
That's also sequel trilogy.
It's also Disney.
Yeah.
Disney doesn't get to decide this shit. I mean, they do, but it doesn't follow at all.
The reason why Baby Yoda gets away with it a little bit more is because he's not a Gary Stu.
This is a baby.
The plot doesn't bend around Baby Yoda. There is some kind of consequence for him using the Force.
How old is Baby Yoda?
50.
Right, so he's been around. Man, I mean, we don't know anything about him, do we?
No.
Okay, so
he's 50 years old.
Let's just assume that Baby Yoda has a little bit more backstory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he's not. Maybe the idea that he's a baby, and that his species grows old slower, feeds into his knowledge base. Where has Baby Yoda been before? We don't know.
I don't want to use tertiary material, and I think he made the same argument as well at the start of this video. He doesn't want to use like the books or EU or this and that. So I don't know why he's even referencing it. So
he said he would use the shows.
Only the movie to make
Interesting.
Yeah, you can't. It's not even a fair. I wouldn't even use the rest of the shows. I would just focus on this movie and say what's the lore in here. But he's going to the Mandalorian. He's going to the shows. He's going to. It's like, dude, no, use it or don't use it.
And people who care about the Force criticize Baby Yoda. People who don't care about the Force don't criticize Baby Yoda. And there's a lot more people who don't care about these things. So the general consensus is that Baby Yoda doesn't matter. But you have to compare apples to apples. People who care about the Force think that Baby Yoda is a problem.
To those who say Yoda's species is stronger with the Force than humans, there is no factual evidence to support this claim. And I'm going to bring this up again later.
Well, the only three members of his species we've met. I mean, it's kind of stupid to have an entire species which is more sensitive with the Force. But then again, the three members of the species which we know about in canon, or even just if you want to go to the films and the live action material, they're all Force users.
I guess we're just
stupid that they're all Force users, but still, that's going to be used as evidence to say that they are more powerful with the Force.
We're just going to negate training as a necessity for honing in your skills. We're just going to now make it whatever you feel, man, just like everything we do these days. But I don't think that that's valid to argue.
It's also whataboutism. Just because it's a problem...
No, it can't be whataboutism in canon. It's a problem of classification.
No.
If they can retcon canon at will...
His argument here is it's a whataboutism. He says, what about Baby Yoda? It's like, no, Baby Yoda's still a problem. It doesn't fix the problem we're having over here with Rey. You're trying to dodge around it.
No, but that's because he's trying to use a reference to canon. But the problem is that the canon of Baby Yoda is also in contradiction with other pieces. But regardless, it's like, if there's going to be a consistent canon, you have to set that in motion. We don't have a consistent canon at this point. That's the problem. That's the issue with the Mary Sue that is Rey, because she's the definition of breaking all of the rules.
And not to mention, Baby Yoda is, in many respects, a apologist for Rey. You know, he is just he's young, untrained with the Force, and is powerful, and uses healing instinctively, or whatever. And they introduced healing in The Mandalorian days before The Rise of Skywalker came out, so that they had something to fall back on.
Incidentally, isn't it very coincidental that all three of the examples he provided are of young children, and the whole idea of the Jedi is that you hone a Jedi skill from as young an age as possible.
Well, yeah. In this example, he's showing Yoda on the screen, which we do have evidence in Episode 1 of him being highest midichlorian count and being 900 years old or something, and the narrative just showing and telling us he's amazing and powerful. So,
Well, I was referring to the idea that the Jedi in general, they take children and train them from
yes, of course.
As young as can be, because that's somehow better. I don't remember the reasoning.
But it was because of the purity. They wanted to train them to...
It's gives them enough time for some reason.
But we're then comparing
to
a 20-year-old girl who has no idea what the Force even is. So surely, based on canon, it should be more of a struggle for Rey.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Dragonborn in Skyrim. Gets hit by one ability. Oh, I learned it.
But for Rey, it should be more of a struggle to get to that same power level because she's old or past the point at which the Jedi would train an individual.
Exactly.
You'd think it'd be quite dated. She'd be very limited.
If a 9-year-old is too old to get trained, I think Rey is way too old.
There is no factual evidence to support this claim, and I'm going to bring this up again later. So yeah, people can use the Force in fairly basic ways with having no training or no knowledge of the Force.
Basic.
So after Rey saves Finn, they all leave on the Falcon and escape. Now, just like always, there are more Mary Sue complaints during this part. When they are leaving, Han is having some trouble jumping into lightspeed. Rey points out to him to hit the compressor.
With his old ship that he's had for so long, that he knows so well, that we structured an entire movie around. And he just doesn't know it anymore because
he already noticed. He already noticed in the scene prior what the compressor was and what the problem with it being where it is. Yet he has to be reminded. He looks at the console and he goes, "What's going? Hang on, there's something here that shouldn't be. Someone's put a thing here that's detrimental to my ship." That's like his opening comment that gets him into a conversation with Rey. And then the moment they're in this situation and he needs to escape, he forgets.
Not to mention the compressor was invented to be a problem so that Rey could fix it. Again, introducing things for the Mary Sue to show off is a Mary Sue trope.
And when Han does it, it works and they are able to leave. Now, on the surface, this is actually a good example of what a Mary Sue is. This is Han's ship, and someone else telling Han how it works is something that probably shouldn't happen. But since people who claim Rey's a Mary Sue love to nitpick these movies, I'm going to do the same thing in my advantage. Notice how all the problems that Han supposedly needs help with revolve around this compressor. Before they take off, Rey reminds him to hit the compressor, and when they are having problems in hyperspace, Rey bypasses the compressor. Now, do you also remember when Han was in the cockpit for the first time? He points out how some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line. This implies that the compressor wasn't there before when Han had the Falcon in the original trilogy. And Rey clearly knows it because she not only knows who put it on, but that she thought it was a mistake too when it was put on.
Hang on,
so
therefore he
Rey
knows
doesn't know more about the...
Hang on, therefore he knows what the problem is, and then he should know how to fix it.
How does she know what it is, how to fix it, who put it on there, relevant? It was just sitting there out in the desert. That wasn't her job. Her job was to go in a totally different direction.
But if Han Solo can recognize what the thing is and that it's bad to be connected to the ship as it is, then he knows what the issue with the ship is and he knows how to fix it.
I'm with you, man. I think you're right.
Yeah,
it's as if the scene was built with the idea that Rey had a backstory that was much more involved with Unkar Plutt and this ship in general. Possibly she was a ship engineer or a mechanic at a lower level. But then they like, oh no, wait, let's make her a scavenger, and then still kept this scene the same.
I think you're giving far too much credit to J.J. Abrams.
That's possible.
Where was that in the movie?
I really don't think J.J. Abrams put that much thought into any of it.
There was only that one. It was the Blu-ray. They had the extended scene where they cut where they're having a fight in the cantina after.
Yeah, and he looks like he cares about her so much as he forcibly grabs her arm and she pulls a gun out on him.
Really great relationship there, Uncle.
Uncle Butt.
Falcon than Han. She just knows more about the one thing that was added to it while Han was not in possession of the Falcon.
Okay, so she knows nothing about the Falcon except the one thing that was added to it and where everything is and how to fix it and how to fix that other problem with the whatever gas leak, whatever happened.
But she also, she knew how to get underneath that thing, right? That was the gas leak?
Yeah, whatever that.
So he just contradicted his own video like 4 minutes ago.
She only knows one thing.
Well, introducing things for the Mary Sue to show off is the trope. That's what people are pointing out.
Again, there are just so, like, if you list this, there's just so many things. It's just a huge list, and you can have some of these. You can't have all of them. You're only allowed like a small margin for things which you don't have to explain. That you're allowed to set up these traits for these characters. You can't set up all the traits for these characters. You're not all the traits.
I am all the tropes.
Again, I use the reference of like in D&D, where you have skill points. You have a set amount of skill points, and you can only put them into certain attributes. You can't just put 20 in everything and be amazing.
So her skills will generally be inexplicable and poorly defined. Many of them may not actually play any role in the plot, not even as a required secondary power. They're introduced solely to make the character seem even more awesome. She will always be superior to the canon characters, regardless of what the canon has established they can do or whether it makes any sense. Her powers will often be similar to those of the existing characters, only with all the downsides and limitations removed. If the characters need a new skill, she'll often already have it. I mean, even if she does learn it, she'll pick it up in no time. This serves to make her indispensable to the canon characters. It's especially common with God Mode Sue. Occasionally she will be described as only almost good, but ultimately Mary always shows greater skill. So yeah, this is all lining up perfectly. She speaks several languages fluently, just like the Chewbacca Wookiee thing. Her skills will often be unrealistic within the story setting. She can be a master of a martial art that she should have no way of learning, like mind tricks, or which doesn't exist, like the lightsaber thing. She can use magic or telepathy in a universe that's like reality. Her physical abilities will be absurd. She can run like the wind without breaking a sweat or ever having trained for it. So this is like 10 out of 10. Yeah, it's like what CWD Trixie says. Rey is the Mary Sue, the very definition.
I don't know. Who's more of a Mary Sue, Rey or Mariner?
No, Rey is definitely...
Rey, because Rey is in a serious thing. It's easier to not be a Mary Sue in a comedy, even if you are Mary Sue. Because then, like Rick from Rick and Morty is pretty much a Gary Stu. But he also, you know what I mean? He suffers, that kind of thing. Mariner doesn't really suffer, so maybe she is a Mary Sue. But I think that Rey, because it's like fitting in with the pre-existing canon characters, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, Michael Burnham is a really good example of a Mary Sue. If you watch Major Grin's video on Michael Burnham is awesome at everything, I think it's called. There's like 3 or 4 videos. They just lay out the case just using clips, nothing else. Just she's like textbook Mary Sue.
A Mary Sue to pass Metal Gear.
Here's your David Hayter voice.
Yeah, I love doing that one. She doesn't have normal sex. She has the most mind-blowingly divine sex ever.
Okay.
This was a clever way to make Rey help Han without having to seem like she knows more about the entire ship than Han does.
Wait a second. Are you sure about that? How is this more clever by proving she knows more than Han does?
Han just looks at her like, yeah, how you know that, kid? You stupid.
It's so funny. I'm like, dude, did you just hear the sentence that came out of your mouth? 2 plus 2 is not 4 because I think it's 5. It's a clever way of doing it.
I bypassed 2 plus 2.
Now, if Han Solo had said something like, "Hey, do you know how to bypass the compressor, or do you know, Han Solo can direct her. It's like,
Right.
you know how to rewire something, don't you?" And she goes, "Yeah, of course." It's like, open up that control panel and
Oh, dude,
cross
that's
the
perfect.
green wire with the red wire.
Because
And she goes,
in JJ's Star Trek, in his 2009, there's a moment where somebody's like, "We need to get him through the transporter. Somebody get it." And then Chekhov goes, I can do that. And then he runs to the transporter room. But nobody went like immediately to him. You know what I mean? He was so excited that he had something to offer. That's a cool characterization. You know what I mean?
Right.
But if it's just like, if he just did it, it'd be like Mariner. You know what I mean? Like, you're so stupid. You can't even do the transporter thing. I learned this on Veltar 3 when I was hanging out with the Vulcans and the Klingons who hang out and play Sabak together.
You could have the lights glaring and Han Solo saying, "Hey, we're going to explode." And Rey goes, "So what do we do? What do we do?" He goes, "We need to bypass the compressor." And then Rey goes, "I know how to do that," or "I can do that." And just jumps off.
That would still
from
make
the
her a
seat,
Mary
like,
Sue,
rips
but
it
It would have been better if she fucked up.
she pulls something out and breaks something.
Yeah, she's like, "You took the hyperdrive offline," and then Finn is yelling at her.
Well, actually, if you did that, you would still save the ship, but you'd end up stranded in some weird quadrant of space.
That'd be so much better.
It's like, "I can do that," and he's like, "No, wait, kid," and then she just rips something out, and then the ship just immediately jolts out of hyperspace, and they're stranded.
Kid, you can't just
Well,
go around thinking like you're a Mary Sue.
And she can be like, "Well, on the bright side, we're not going to blow up," and he just goes, "Rah."
I'd rather blow up than stick around this part. They'll be after me in no time. Better get out of here. Chewie! It's classic Star Wars.
That was the
Actually-
shittest Chewbacca impression ever. done.
I have to be quiet. I live in a tiny flat with 2 other people above a bar.
We need...
Oh, Glib died.
Glib just died. I don't know what happened.
We need Russian Chewbacca so he can be like, "Oorah!"
Oh my god. A Russian Chewbacca's gonna dance for us?
Chewbacca's just drinking and driving vodka.
He's just so stoic and drinking. Doesn't make any noise.
Chewbacca's going to invade Ukraine.
Jake the Surgeon, then they explode. Oh. Yeah.
Directed by Ryan Johnson.
What did you do? I bypassed the compressor.
I love that edit. It's amazing. I want that to be the canon edit now.
Okay.
All right, let's get back to the video.
Oh boy.
So, by the way,
thing is,
Greenskin 3D says Slovaka. I'm gonna make a Chewie in a tracksuit now. That's gonna be one of my things. Chewie, get over here, my friend.
underlooked. They both mentioned how the compressor puts too much stress on the hyperdrive, and once the ship enters hyperspace for the first time in years, there are a bunch of problems. So what does Rey do? Bypass the compressor, which solves the problem, because based on their exchange earlier, she knew the compressor would be a problem when entering hyperspace. So to those who say J.J. Abrams puts no thinking into his movies, clearly didn't notice this little detail.
What do you mean we didn't notice that?
That's not exactly a hard detail to put in. I'm going to put detail in quotation marks.
We
I don't
reference
even
this
think-
all the time. We talk about how ridiculous this scene is. What exactly should we be focusing on?
Again, they introduce something for her to solve. Is a Mary Sue trope.
What does a compressor do on a spacecraft?
Again, the only thing we can infer is he input a fuel, was it a compressor on the fuel intake or something, fuel line. So that's implying that it's compressing the fuel.
You're implying that there's a gas turbine engine? Okay.
We don't know. We don't need to know all the details. We need enough information that there's a problem that needs to be solved, and there's a conflict. when you resolve conflict instantly, you diffuse the entire scenario of tension and suspense, and you're like, oh. And that was the point, I imagine, was to show off how awesome Rey is.
So they go to Tatooine, right? And then they show up at Anakin and Watto's place. And he's like, I need a new hyperdrive for my system. And then Anakin goes, why don't you just bypass the compressor, Qui-Gon? And then they just leave.
Yeah, if Han had directed her to bypass the compressor, gave her minimal instructions, they could have shown them working together to solve the problem. That would have been miles better. But it's just an opportunity for Rey to show off.
Yeah, they could have built up something like, if you take off the compressor now, then, the ship will blow up. Okay, well, then you got to do this. If Finn has to press this button at this time, we'll all work together. You know what I mean? Like an actual movie.
Like a scene where there's a conflict to solve and people have to work together to solve it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Afterwards, they all gather together and they talk about Luke and the Force. Now, Rey doesn't really do anything here, but there are
just stares with her mouth open.
Note. When Han questions that they are fugitives, Rey tells him that Finn is with the Resistance and that she's just a scavenger. This might be a small throwaway line to some, but I see this as more than that. One of Rey's biggest struggles in this trilogy is her accepting that she can be something special without other people's approval or who.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
That's the point of the Mary Sue, dude. You were always special. You just... But then it's not presented in a way where the joke is that you were never special, which is like the Panda Po thing from Kung Fu Panda, where it's like, yes, you were always special, but the work that you went into it was what made you special, because it's really just a blank page that tells you that the prophecy is you. Like, that's... You put the work in, you became what you wanted to be because you followed every step of the way. What was missing was the belief component. With Rey, it's not that she doesn't believe what she is, it's that she has no idea what's going on. She has no... Remember she's saying, I need somebody to show me my place or something like that? And he's like, he basically says, they were junk traders. You're worth nothing. You want to go on a date? And like, there's just nothing for her to overcome, because everything that would be a flaw in another series of Star Wars is not a flaw to this character. The only flaw that she has is that she can't win fast enough.
What he said was one of Rey's biggest struggles in the trilogy is her accepting that she can be something special without other people's approval or who she is related to, which he goes back on his previous statement of Rey having a flaw where he needs she needs external validation for whatever. So that's already a flawed premise, and now he's just doubling down on this. And I wish I knew, where in the trilogy does any of this happen? And in all the movies, I don't recall any of this conflict that Rey goes through. As Glib said, she just wants to know her place. If that's an exact quote, or what she needs when we get to episode 8. In episode 7, she's just like bouncing around, going here. Oh, I guess I can't rely on waiting for my parents anymore. I'm going to go cry in the forest. Oh, I get captured. Oh, I can now read minds. Oh, I'm now escaping. Oh, I ran into my friends again. It's just like, okay. Is she actively progressing to something, or is she just being led by the plot?
Not to mention, even if that was her flaw, her not needing external validation, her realizing that she was always awesome all along is a Mary Sue flaw.
If you can call, yeah, I know it's kind of funny. Like, she lacks confidence in being awesome. It's like, nope, she's always awesome. She just doesn't know it until she tries the second time, which is again the strike one home run MO that she's got. So it's just every single scene. Oh, she misses. Nope. She scores a kill, and she scores another kill, and she killed 3 stormtroopers with a pistol at 50 yards, and she looks at the pistol in awe. She goes, "What the hell was that?" Same thing with the flying. Finn and her are like, I don't know. How did I do this? It's constant amazement of herself. She is completely in the dark. She doesn't have conflict accepting that she's amazing. She's just like, well, I don't know.
So here when she just refers to herself by her occupation as a scavenger, it says a lot about how she views herself. I'm just a scavenger and nothing more. That's probably how she viewed herself for most of her life, so it makes sense that later on, she has problems accepting that she is special. The other thing is the look...
Hi, I'm a scavenger and I'm a super genius at everything too. Like, what do you want her to say?
Being overly humble is a Mary Sue flaw.
Yeah. I'm going to reveal my entire backstory right now. Who am I? Oh, sit down, sir. No, I'm not going to do that. Here's Jake the surgeon. There is no secret ingredient for Poe, but Rey is the secret ingredient. She is part of a dyad and descendant of creamy sheep. Yeah, she has all this other crap behind her that we find out in episode 9. Because JJ had to make it fill in the blanks for Ryan. Or whatever the philosophy of episode 9 was, I still don't know because it's a mess. Salvage
I don't think episode 9 has a philosophy.
Yeah, salvage the $1 billion industry we ruined. Oh, okay.
Not only that, but it's pretty... Well, if you look at all of the plot points in it and how fast everything goes, it's pretty clear that this is more or less JJ's 8 and 9 squished into one movie. He acknowledges what the events of what happened in Ryan's episode 8, but he does so minimally and really just goes from Force Awakens to his 8.
Yeah, I know. Saying that the Holdo maneuver is at 1 in a million. It's like, oh, really? So Holdo was just completely lucked out there with destroying an entire fleet. Like,
oh. She bet everything on bad odds.
Like everyone was like freaking out. Oh no! Turn around! And then nope. Jackpot! Just babu! No problem. They would have been like, she can't hit us. Who is she thinking?
I love how they even tried. They put a lot of focus on that as well. It's like, why don't we get some Holdo maneuvers in there? Get some real damage in.
Yeah, forget this Death Star bullshit. Give me some ships. I want to ram in other ships.
And they even named it after her as well. Like she's the first person to ever do a ramming through hyperspace.
Yeah, can you imagine all those ships from in episode 9 whenever they get through that big giant red stink cloud, and then one of them just decides to hyperdrive and it just rips like half of them apart. Like, oh, we should keep doing that.
So it's like, oh look, a Star Destroyer. Star Destroyer. If you just hyperspace like once, you're going to destroy like half their fleet. Go do it.
Yeah, would have been great. But anyway, 1 in a million, guys. Horrible odds. We just have.
And then they do it. Yeah, and then they do it at the end of the movie anyway.
Yeah, they have.
They have the showing it over the Ewok plant or the.
It's 1 in a million. It's 1 in a million.
They just have 300,000 ships. Like, oh, those odds are still not good enough. Okay.
So if it's 1 in a million, why don't they just keep hyperspacing? Oh, okay. Oh, we missed. Oh, we missed. Oh, we missed. Oh, we missed. Oh, we got it.
With drones. I mean, episode 1 had drone fighters, so the proof of concept is there.
Of amazement on her face when she says the Jedi were real. I think this shows it's more than just a myth to her, or what she thought was a myth. These are stories that she's heard a lot about. It's also kind of neat that she...
No, we have no evidence she's heard lots of stories. She just knows it's a myth, or thought it was a myth, that's all.
She goes from not even knowing the Jedi were real to claiming that she is all the Jedi by the end of The Rise of Skywalker. Nothing big, but I enjoy little things like that. So they arrive on Takodana, and Han and Rey have a nice little exchange. Now, people like to point to this exchange as another example of her being a Mary Sue. Since Han and Chewie both like her and Han gives her a gun, this is a supposed example of all the characters in a story liking her, which is a trait of a Mary Sue.
Name one that doesn't like her.
Can we not act like Rey didn't prove herself that she would be useful to Han on numerous occasions?
Yes, but what is Han's goal?
Even Kylo Ren fucking likes her.
Name someone who doesn't like Rey.
I guess the only one is Unkar Plutt, but I really can't think of anyone else.
No, he trained
likes her because she supplies a bunch of stuff for him, and he gives her less money than or whatever rewards. You know what I mean? She got 1/4 portion.
And I don't really think that anyone would have a big problem with that scene in general. It's more how fast it happens. You know, there's not enough development between Han and Rey.
Dude, what business does Han have after he loses his ship and everybody has to follow him around? That's just a Mary Sue thing where he's like, "Wow, you're a great kid, you earned it." By doing what? By doing all this Mary Sue stuff, by saving everybody twice.
It's almost as if the writer knew that Han Solo was going to die and had nothing else for him to do.
Yeah.
Let's see. She will get special treatment in universe. Anything the canon characters would have to fight or earn, she just gets automatically. The classic example is the 16-year-old American Harry Potter exchange student who goes to Hogwarts, is immediately given a spot on the Quidditch team, and doesn't have to wear the uniform. Yeah. Most characters give her more heed than they normally would. The good guys never stop praising her. The bad guys never stop belittling her, and thus making themselves look bad. They talk about her when she's not present. At least one will confess to being secretly in love with her. That's Finn. If more than one does, they may fight each other over her. That's Rey. That's Finn and Kylo. The villains will obsess over her. That's Kylo. To the point of destroying themselves in their jealousy. That's Kylo. Or opening themselves up to redemption and the realization that she was good all along. That's Babu Frick. Usually by having sex with her. That's your mom. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, but I think it fits. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it fits to a T.
That whole page fits Rey. I remember when Southpaw did that, he went through the entire list. There's maybe like 4 or 5 that don't, like one of them is like musical ability or this or that, like very obscure references, but everything else on that page fits Rey. It's amazing. All right. Here is a super chat from, I always have a problem with his name, Onija Jones. Hopefully I'm getting that right. I know it's late to comment on, but a Mary Sue can only come from a pre-established work. Okay, look, fan fiction, I see what you're saying. If the character is from an original work, then they are just a bad character. A Mary Sue is just a specific kind of bad character. Interesting.
I would disagree there, because even in original work, you can still have characters which are actively, the world is bending around them to suit them. It's just a lot more difficult to create a Mary Sue within your own story, because usually you'll write the film in order, so that the rules don't bend, but it can still happen.
I think that I agree with the super chat, because the thing about modern films that are these sequels is that they're basically official fan fiction. They have the label, they have the legal right to use the word Star Wars. That's the only difference between a fan fiction and this. Right. So I think it's reasonable to say that it would be very hard for you to create a Mary Sue character in a brand new world, but at the same time, it's possible that we don't need the pre-existing material to recognize the exact same traits, because if we assume that this character is built the exact same way as a fan fiction Mary Sue, that means that everything that's going on in the canon that's being presented is then negated by this character. So you could say this is a Mary Sue, but I think it's much better to assign Mary Sue to fan fiction and to pre-existing new characters in pre-existing content. Like you introduce a new character to Star Wars, that's a Mary Sue character because of these reasons. Whereas it's much harder for somebody to say that Luke Skywalker is a Mary Sue, because he kind of invents the world, is invented alongside him. When you bring a new character in, the world already exists, and it's much easier to see what rules are being broken.
And the whole point about the Mary Sue label in general is to point out a collection of writing flaws. And even if we disagree on whether or not the character earns that title, we all hopefully all still acknowledge the writing flaws in the work.
So yeah, because it was born in fan fiction, we tend to associate other fan fiction or based off previous existing lore as Mary Sue's easier. But as Shiny says, you can get exactly the same elements with less lore or less exposition on the world and how the universe works in your own original story as well. So yes, it could be called something else. I don't know what you would call that, but the elements could still be the same.
She clearly knows the Falcon fairly well and is also a decent pilot. Why wouldn't Han want to bring her on as crew?
She's not a decent pilot. She's an amazing pilot.
I mean,
you could say
Go on, everyone say it with us now. She's an amazing pilot.
Yeah, she's amazing pilot.
yay!
that they just met, but there's something about Rey
Also,
that just
why would he need a
screams
pilot?
innocence to me.
He is the pilot.
I can't
It's like, why would you hire someone to do the job which you're already fulfilling?
kind of neat that she goes, wouldn't Han want to bring her on as crew? Now, you could say that they just met, but there's something about Rey that just screams innocence to me.
Yes,
That's Mary Sue.
Oh,
Let's go back.
Oh
go
god, this is quite painful.
Yes, people take to her remarkably quickly.
She's incorruptible, so much so that she may be unaware of the concept of temptation. So, there you go. She's extremely persuasive. Everyone finds her opinions to be better than their own, regardless of the actual content of her supposedly awesome arguments. Yeah.
See, the
What
gentleman did
personality?
not do this homework on TV tropes. He's just using the Wikipedia article, which allows him to make arguments from that. And there's only like 4 or 5 points on the Wikipedia article, and you're not looking at the rest of literature or the rest of at least TV tropes, because anyone can add to TV tropes and reference things, and that's what's great about it. There's a big battery of stories there we can look at. And he would have made, like, I don't know, maybe a 10-hour video if you ever bothered to do that. But he would have mountains to climb as opposed to just one mountain. So here's Jake the Surgeon. Again, I'd argue Rey Palpatines are more common to existing properties, but not specific to them.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. But she's a friend to all living.
Because it's because I think there is again a political element, which is the motivation behind why they also create the Mary Sues. At the same time, I think that we notice a lot more with existing material because it's material that we care about and we're passionate about. If someone writes a book with a Mary Sue in it, we don't we don't think about the book. We throw it over our shoulders and we never pay any attention to it again.
Sure, yeah, it's just bad writing. We're just like, oh, that's a terrible character. But then, you notice it more easily. I get that.
And this is why it's called the term, because everyone has been doing this for decades. Amateur writers who don't know how to write a power fantasy properly, and they see themselves in their characters so much, they want them to be perfect and virtuous, and everyone loves them. It's a big, giant security blanket for them to express their adolescent feelings. And that's great to write a story, but it's still a bad story. So
I just wanted to read this a little bit because this addresses exactly what it says right here. She's a friend to all living things and an all-loving hero. Although the other characters are nowhere near as awesome as she is, she will forgive them for all their imperfections, and she's willing to risk her own safety to save another person, even people she just met. This is such a Mary Sue classic trait that authors are starting to catch on, and it's gradually becoming less common. Yeah.
aside from episode 9, which she sacrifices herself to save the bad guy.
Well, also episode 8, where she goes to save Kylo, even though he killed Han Solo, and that's reversed by the fact that, oh, somebody did something bad to me once. Or it was really bad, but still, if somebody threatens your life, you don't become a school shooter or a serial killer. That doesn't justify that. That doesn't make it okay. Oh, I can fix him. Whatever.
I could actually make a 10-part series on all the tropes for Rey and just say them all from that article and just be like, all right, well, this is what it is. I'll just clip scenes from all the movies and you just see them all. So, but that would take too long. My computer can't do it. So crap. Anyway.
I can't picture that Han thinks this girl is dangerous and is a threat to him and Chewie. So yeah, let's not act like it's completely unfathomable that Han would want to hire Rey as a part of his crew. Another small thing about
Why
this scene
wouldn't
that I
you want
always
Finn
laugh-
then, based on that logic? He's a good gunner.
Well, who wouldn't want Rey? I mean, that's pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
Not only that, but this isn't impossible, so why can't we just accept this? All of these situations are, each individual one of these things isn't impossible, so why can't you accept all of them being together?
The problem is a large part of, at this point in the movie, a large part of Han Solo and Rey's development has already been, accomplished within 8 minutes of Han Solo's screen time. And they rush it because they're banking on that payoff at the end. Finn's relationship takes a bit longer because Han doesn't trust him, and it isn't till he sees Finn shooting stormtroopers when the cantina is under attack that he begins to believe Finn's story is credible. He doesn't trust him entirely, but he trusts him enough to believe he's not still with the First Order. And that's the growth of their relationship. Rey and Han's is finished by the time they get off the Falcon.
Well, she gets captured and gets thrown out to the end of the galaxy. So yeah, it's done. You're right.
Done quickly.
Which could be a testament to pacing, but it's not really the best way to develop a relationship over a course of a few minutes.
For comparison, let's also take a look at Zori Bliss from The Rise of Skywalker. When she meets Poe, she says she wants him to die because he fucked her over when he left to join the Resistance. And then her next line of dialogue is directed towards Rey, and she says that we're going to capture you and turn you in because the bounty on you is enough to cover our debt. And then basically within 30 seconds, Rey beats up 5 people that have guns on her. And the next thing Zori says is that she likes Rey and chooses to not only not turn Rey in and not kill Poe, but will actually take them to the droid smith and advance the plot. That was done within less than a minute because the plot depends on Zori actually liking Rey in order for the plot to progress so the characters can get what they need.
We try not to talk about episode 9. It's kind of...
The comparison is that these characters take to Rey liking her very quickly, and that is a trait of a Mary Sue character.
Episode 9 is so bad, it just... if you're trying to defend her not being a Mary Sue, you're not going to use episode 9. It's not very effective. Episode 7 is bad enough, so...
Through line of logic is the same, that these characters like her very quickly because it depends on the story. The story depends on it, sorry. Wrong way round.
The blaster. He asks her if she knows how to use it, and she says, yeah, you pull the trigger. Now, I have never shot a real gun before, but I have friends that are really into guns, and if I said that to them the first time shooting, they would probably freak out. Han even has a similar response. Also, this is probably just a filmmaking mistake, but am I the only one who ever noticed that Rey is closing the wrong eye here? I've played with Nerf guns before, and I'm pretty sure that the eye you open is on the same side as the arm with the gun.
That's not true. Your dominant eye is independent of your shooting hand, so this is just inaccurate.
As long as your eye is down the iron sight or whatever you're using to aim, as long as it's correctly aligned, it works.
Well, everybody has a dominant and recessive eye, and it doesn't match your right hand, left hand necessarily. It's just usually the same eye. Some people don't have that.
Well, but my point is that he says, oh, well, you can't, you shouldn't be able to do it this way. And it's but no, as long as your eye is down the iron sight, I'm pretty sure you can aim fine.
Well, keep in mind that this is a really weird nitpick, and then in the next scene, she uses the gun perfectly. So
yeah. She nails every shot bar one, which is her
she misses once, and then she just does it amazingly. She outfires stormtroopers who saw her first, she missed, and then they just don't open fire and run towards her while, she's just hitting them one by one.
So he's pretty much arguing against his whole video that she sucks at using a gun, as you can see in this scene. She doesn't know what she's doing. And
then she knows what she's doing.
The next scene, she uses a gun amazingly.
We will return to this point, I'm sure, in the portion of which Rey gets captured.
Yeah.
God.
So Mary Sue Ray is so good at everything, but doesn't even know how to use a gun right.
Oh, she doesn't know how to aim a gun because she has never had one before. And then she uses it amazingly.
Yeah, and then you're saying this in a slow moment of the film, and then when it comes for Rey to actually need to use the gun, she does it almost flawlessly.
I don't get this dude. I think he's like trying to make a statement and just focusing on this one scene and going, well, look at this scene. See, she's a moron. It's like, yes, every first time she does something, she has no idea what she's doing. And then in the next scene, when she uses the thing to do the thing she needs to get out of the way or help or kill or this, she's a grandmaster at it. She's perfect.
Because you know why, right? Because her life is actually on the line in that scene, so they need her to succeed.
The plot demands Rey kills everyone in the scene.
It doesn't matter at this point in this scene if she fumbles around with the gun, because there's no consequence to her getting it right or getting it wrong. When it comes down to she needs to get this right or she'll die, they then make her perform flawlessly.
It's kind of a funny thing. It's like, oh, look how stupidly she sits in this car. Look how she doesn't know how to adjust her seatbelt, and then she actually drives the car like an ace. You know, it's like, wait, why are you worried about weird technicalities that don't equate to plot or characterization? It's just this strange, oh, she's putting her hat on backwards, but it's not like perfectly aligned. Her shoes are untied. She doesn't know how to run, and then she runs amazingly or whatever.
Han even has to remind her to keep the gun down and not holding it, pointing it at everyone.
That's all. Yeah, don't point it at everybody, but when you do point at it, you're going to be an amazing shot, kid. That was 1 in a million.
Though I want to point out that there is no one that she could possibly shoot at that time. Like if you look at the shot, there is no one within like eyesight.
The plot does not demand her to be good with a gun in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
But when it does, she will.
Again, I've never shot a gun before, but even I know you're not supposed to be pointing the gun at people when you're not using it.
But she's
and
not
later
pointing the
on,
gun at
she
people.
manages to forget to turn off the safety. Kind of
So,
And why isn't the stormtrooper shooting her here?
what happens next?
surprised that there's something like this in Star Wars anyway, but
Oh, the
nonetheless,
stormtrooper
she forgot to turn off.
Wow, look
Oh.
at how great that shot was. Bang, bang. That was easy. Standing target.
Also,
That's like
instead of
away. That's 30 feet away with a handgun on her second shot.
That she's
against
never
the
shot before.
guy in armor.
She's the Force.
at this point, I love how our first reaction is to shoot the guy rather than hide. It's like, okay, he hasn't seen me. Kill him.
I haven't been shot at before. What do I do? Stand there. Okay. Of course, he's just standing there too in awe of Rey because he missed. He's like, "Oh my god!"
It's like, oh my god, is that Rey from The Force Awakens?
Oh my god, Rey, I'm such a
I
huge
tried to
fan.
shoot her. What was I thinking?
I just like the idea that the stormtrooper sees her through the trees, and then just internally he's like, "Oh, I'm fucked."
It's like, who is she? Oh fuck no! Oh shit, she's in everything. Oh fuck no!
Off the safety. So they go inside and talk to Maz. Rey doesn't really do anything here, but I do like how she's the only one eating. The girl is probably starving, so this was a cute thing to see from me. So she has her emotional
Okay.
talk with Finn after she
what does that have to
leaves,
do with
and then
anything?
she has her vision. Now, I've heard people argue that this is another example of her being a Mary Sue because the Force just happened to call to her. Now, this is kind of hard to argue because we still don't exactly know what happened with her Force vision.
And we never do.
Yeah, because the Force vision isn't a thing that's in Star Wars.
There's so much focus on this Force vision as well, but yet at the exact same time, it meant nothing. It just kind of got forgotten about and meant nothing this entire time. You could remove it and nothing would change.
No,
I'm
Shiny.
pretty sure that.
Time.
Sorry, you go.
So, no, I was just making a joke. You go for it.
No. I want to hear Voice's joke.
It's not that it's nothing. It's simply a question for another time.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's good.
But,
another time that will never be answered.
But as far as this goes, I'm pretty sure this there's an entry for this kind of thing on the TV tropes page where magic systems work differently for the Mary Sue. I don't have it open in front of me like Glib, but how we've never seen inanimate objects call out, and this doesn't appear to be a force sensitive place. It's just the object calling out to Rey, and then her having a force vision. And that kind of thing has never been done before. And pretty sure that is a something on the page itself, that magic works differently for the Mary Sue.
This entire scene is being created. This entire vision that we're seeing on the screen is because of Rey. We don't know how, we don't know why, but it's all because Rey is being called by a lightsaber, which you would think would have happened with Luke. If there's a better connection between the lightsaber and anyone else, it would have been Luke.
It was his father's lightsaber. Why didn't he pick it up and all of a sudden, wait, why am I seeing visions of my father burning alive? And it's like, oh, everyone just turns awkward, like, and no reason.
And a good friend, as he slaughters a bunch of kids. Like, what? What was that?
I actually like the way that they use it's Force Echo quotation mark, because that's what they kind of retcon this as. And it actually works a lot better in Jedi Fallen Order than it does here, because it's a gameplay mechanic that you can sense past moments in a certain place. And I think that works perfectly fine. It's explained as like a rare ability that not many Jedi have.
They do talk a lot about the holocrons in lots of the games, and as well as the EU, but never mentioned in the movies at all. So there's no like. Interestingly enough, the Wayfinders do kind of look like holocrons. Their shape, at least, but there's no like visions. There's no like feelings. There's no flashbacks. There's nothing. It's just an object.
I don't know why the Force led her to the lightsaber and why she had that vision, and it's unlike anything we've ever seen before in Star Wars, really. There is that ability in Fallen Order that Cal has where he can see the past of an object, but
yes.
Yeah, because of TFA.
In this case, we don't just see the past of an object, we see the past and the future. All I can say against the Mary Sue argument is that this basically happened to Luke and Anakin too.
No, it didn't.
They didn't have Force visions per se, but extraordinary coincidences led them to journeys into the Force.
No, they had Force visions, but they had Force visions that weren't associated with inanimate objects that don't carry the Force and somehow can have memories stored in them.
It's also why they were
That was the
sleeping.
point.
It wasn't memory. Yeah, it wasn't memory stored in objects.
You know, it'd be great if he had like clips that countered what he was saying directly from the movies.
Oh, it gets
themselves.
worse. It gets worse. He contradicts himself when he actually uses clips later.
All right.
A message by his sister happened to end up on the doorstep of Luke, and a Jedi Master who loved to study prophecies happened to land on Tatooine and happened to find the supposed Chosen One.
That's
As
not a
Qui-Gon
false
said,
vision,
nothing
that's a
happens by
prophecy.
accident, and it was the will of the Force that he meant Anakin. So I guess my
Still not
counter would be
false
that it was
echo.
simply just the will of the Force that Rey found the lightsaber.
Oh, fuck's
It's
sake,
not
you
really the
can't-
best counter argument.
That's a huge contrivance, just saying everything is the will of the Force. You can't rely on that in writing. You can't just say everything is the will of the Force. It's something that you can use selectively, but you can't use it as an excuse. You can't use it to say, oh, well, this because the Force. Oh, well, that because the Force. Like talking about the Force as this great entity controlling everything to allow it to contrive, almost like it's the director himself who just can't be asked to come up with an explanation.
Well, there is a big difference between having people meet up at a certain point in time and calling that the will of the Force, and having a waking vision brought out by a lightsaber about the past. Like, there's a big disconnect between these two ideas.
Well, I will also say that meeting someone is often like the amount of coincidence you're allowed at the beginning of a story to ignite the story. Like, you're allowed a small amount of coincidence.
Right.
This is not a coincidence.
The rising action or the inciting incident, that sort of stuff, the crossroads scenario, that's kind of you accept that in a story regardless of a metaphysical power governing everything. But now we're saying not only does the Force do that, now it does house calls with inanimate objects after 30 years. And you're like, what? How? Why?
And it also tells the future somehow.
And it's just a big recorder of information, even though it's a freaking weapon. It's not an actual holocron or an actual Jedi recording device or whatever. It's silly.
Also, again, the stuff he's doing in Jedi Fallen Order, that's extremely toned down. It's not a full vision. It's an echo where he's not seeing the future. He's or any kind of actual vision. He hears, like, he touches something and he hears it, or he shares some kind of memory. It's not as intense as it's doing it here. So to go to something which is actively trying to correct the problem which the material has created is not a good example.
I don't see how this Rey marries Sue anyway. The scene after Rey has her Force vision is probably the most important scene in the movie, and it's a scene that no one ever talks about.
No, it isn't.
So Rey is freaked out by her vision and tells Maz that she shouldn't have gone in there and that she needs to go back to Jakku. Maz responds by telling her, "You already know the truth. Whoever you're waiting for on Jakku, they're never coming back." And Rey proceeds to cry. This shows us that deep down, Rey knows her parents aren't coming back. She's been in denial about this for like 10 years now. If your parents...
Why? What was she told? What was the deal? What did she expect?
So she's freaked out by this Force vision. Maz comes by and says they're not coming back, and then she starts crying. You're like, okay, so she's classically conditioned from one event to admit a truth in another event, and then she produces emotion. You're like, okay, yeah, I'm following you, but how is this the most important part of the movie?
Oh my God, your parents aren't coming back. Now what? Now join the Rebel Alliance and
go look for
what?
Luke.
Rey, with great power comes great responsibility.
She's crying.
You must learn the ways of the Force if you were to come with me to not Alderaan.
Why is this scene so great? Because she realizes, yeah, my parents probably aren't coming back. By the way, grab this thing that gave you a frightening Force vision. No, I'm going to run away now in the forest. It's like, okay. Is that a great scene in the film? I don't think so. It's a contrivance, and then it's like, you must accept your destiny because I'm a nice old lady. It's like, no, you're crazy. Go away, lady. Then I get captured by Kylo Ren, and then everything just starts happening to her. She's no longer in control of it. Well, not that she was in control in the first place, but she just gets bouncing around like a pinball in the rest of the story. She has no agency. She's just running around.
Parents don't come back, then that means that Rey isn't important to anyone, not even her own parents, which is one of her biggest fears at this point in the story. As I said earlier, her biggest flaw in at least The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi is her need for external validation.
From who? When does she do this? Where does she need it from? I mean, where's this guy actually getting this? I'm a little confused. They're just like, I'm waiting for my parents. I'm so scared they're not going to get me. How does that translate? Because when I think of external validation, I think of like someone saying, "Good work, buddy. You know, here's a pat on the back. Good job." I don't think my parents. I can't wait to embrace them. That's literally another thing. Okay, do I have a family? Is someone out there waiting for me? I think there is, and she's been lying to herself all this time. And it took a bizarre magical Force vision that should never have happened, and an old orange lady to say, yeah, honey, this is not going to happen.
Rey is so desperate for her parents to come back that she is willing to waste her life away on a planet she hates. This is a huge flaw for a character to have. One thing I love about the sequel trilogy is that in each movie, Rey hears the worst possible thing.
Why? What? What does that even mean? What is the worst possible thing?
Rey doesn't do the worst possible thing.
The worst possible thing is that your parents aren't coming back? What? But why would you think they would after fucking however old you are? Rey's an idiot.
Yeah, essentially, she's an idiot. And if you think this is a flaw, if we're going to go with storytelling techniques, you have to get that flaw resolved in a climax where the character makes a change, a choice, where they say, I'm going to accept my flaw and change, or I'm going to double down on it, or any other option in between. And they become a new character. Rey does not become a new character. She's the same character regardless of this revelation. She just keeps on going, and And then at that point, the story is no longer about her because she has no agency. She just bounces around. She tries to escape. Then she finds her friends, etc., etc.
Rise of Skywalker, Rey is insecure about her relationship to the dark side and whether or not she's worthy of becoming a Jedi. So what happens? She finds out she's the granddaughter of the literal archetype of the devil. In The Last Jedi, she wants her parents to be important so she can have easy answers in her path as a Jedi. But what happens? Her parents were nobody. In The Force Awakens, Rey wants her parents to come back to her. So what is she told? That her parents are never coming back. Even when Maz tells Rey that there is someone who still could come back to her, she instantly puts her hopes and dreams into Luke to be that parental figure for her. Maz tells Rey the most...
Okay. I don't
at this point,
think she does that.
She's still trying to focus on Han Solo as her father figure, quotation marks.
She's pretty much...
How stupid it is to see someone as your father figure after like 5 minutes of knowing them.
I understand she wants a parentage or some sort of, friendship, and that's fine, but I don't think she ever puts her hopes and dreams into Luke. I think that's Maz saying, you gotta go find Luke, and then she runs away. That's rejecting the thing that Maz just said. It's a strange argument. I just okay, so I need to go find Luke, but I don't want to. I'm going to run away now, and that's me putting my hopes and dreams into Luke. What? What a strange way to interpret that scene. I'm like, okay, fine. It doesn't amount to anything, but
Most important thing that she needs to hear, that the belonging she seeks is not behind her, but ahead. But Rey hasn't accepted this yet. When Maz tells her to take the lightsaber, she literally just runs away scared. Rey, her whole life, just wanted to find belonging, and now she's also told to become a Jedi?
No, Maz never told Rey to become a Jedi.
She just said what it's like. What we're looking for is not behind you, but it's ahead of you.
I really wish he would quote Maz and just quote. When you make a point, quote. Easy stuff. Just clip.
When you make a point, have some evidence.
Yeah, it really helps your argument. I know.
Even if it was just text on screen. If he didn't want to play the sound, if he was worried about copyright. Text on screen. I
think I referenced I have to go to the script. I don't know if the script is accurate online, but there's a few of them. So I don't think she ever says she's told to become a Jedi. Maybe to learn from Luke. I can't remember the exact quote, but I don't think so. Anyway.
Rey's through that. She just wants to find her parents, and she is not ready to begin a journey of becoming a warrior all on her own.
You see, this is what interests me. He says she just wants to find her parents. It's like, yes, none of this other bullshit about external validation. Finding your parents is not about external validation. It's about finding your parents. What that means to Rey, we don't know. It could be a good thing. She might want to kill them. We don't know. She might have this giant revenge plot ready to spring into action. We have no clue.
I don't understand how people can watch this scene and think she's a Mary Sue. She just ran away into the middle of the forest because she's scared of becoming a Jedi.
To do what?
It's like, girl, where are you going?
Yeah, girl, where are you going? What are you doing? Nothing. You're just running out into the middle of nowhere that you don't even know where you are.
Because she needs to get captured by Kylo Ren.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a more normal conversation or events would have been her running outside, sitting on the steps, her going to the Falcon, her, almost anywhere other than just randomly out into the woods. But that is the place where they have the easiest chance to get her without endangering Finn or Han. And so that's the way it was written.
Yeah, exit stage right, and then all of a sudden, yep, next scene pops up. She moves it. Like, imagine a stage production. Just imagine this, all the set pieces just moving across the stage. It's like, okay, here we go. Different scene. Here's Jake the Surgeon again. Rey was just thirsting after Han. I don't know. Was she just wanted to belong, I think. That was the basic stuff. She wanted something, aside from her old life, which she just escaped. And that was the only option she had to her. And can you imagine, like, being given nightmares or horrific scenes, like whatever the Knights of Ren were, and screaming, And then the old lady comes out of nowhere saying, yeah, that thing you're dreaming about isn't going to happen. You got to go do X. It's like, nope, I'm running away now. So we get why she's scared. We don't get what's going on at that point, though, or why she's running away into a forest.
Mary Sue would 100% just pick up that lightsaber and save the day for everyone. A Mary Sue does not run away from a challenge or any responsibility.
Okay, so a Mary Sue can never get scared? Can never have feelings?
That heavily, that is not what a Mary Sue is.
Yeah, you can't just try and invalidate everything by saying, oh, this one thing over here means she's not a Mary Sue.
Yeah, I want to know the criteria where he got this. Like, maybe that's a trait. I don't know. I've never heard of it before.
It's like the weird trait that we heard on, I think, the Jessie Gender video, where she took a comment and quoted that to define what a Mary Sue was. And the comment was that Marin is not a Mary Sue because she creates the problems that she's solving, which isn't even true.
Well,
but the decision of Rey to run into the forest is just a nonsensical one. It's not evidence that she is or is not anything. It's just bad writing.
The best thing I can think of, if we were to follow a structure of some sort, is that this is kind of like the refusal of a call. Like, don't, the hero has to go on his journey, and this is the one time where he stops and goes, nope, I'm not going to do it. So it's the reluctant hero. The setup for it is fine. She's scared, so she doesn't want to do it. It's just what happens immediately after. It's like, oh, because of that, now she gets captured. And then there's no journey. She gets thrown into the jail, and it's like she has to escape, and then she has to fight, and then she has to escape again. It's like, oh. Where's the journey?
She makes, even if you classify this as somehow a mistake, right? It puts her in a position to be better off than she was before. She gets captured by Kylo Ren, yes, but then she ends up learning, downloading all of his Force abilities, escaping by herself.
I wonder if he uses that. I haven't gotten that far in the video, so maybe he uses that argument. Obviously, she has the Force and can download Force abilities. Like, oh, really? Okay. I think the Uncle Unkar was a pretty big sign that we know where we're going with this guy.
Running into the forest because she is scared is probably the most non-Mary Sue thing you could possibly do.
Really? Again, where are you getting this? Tell us. Show us your references. If he thinks a Mary Sue is like some paladin who's perfect of every conflict, emotional or otherwise, it's like, okay, where is that? Because there's plenty of subtropes of Mary Sue where you have anti-Sues or Sun Tzus or all these other kinds of Sues which aren't perfect emotionally or physically or mentally.
But knowing people probably find some lame reason why this is her being a Mary Sue.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of lame guys. We just bad reasoning guys.
We're just complaining. What are we doing here?
Anyway, moving on, Rey runs around the forest scared for a bit, chats with BB-8 quickly, and then the First Order arrives. She takes out her gun and kills 3 people. Only 3 people. But yeah, she's
only 3 people.
Only three trained soldiers, trained from a very young age.
That's impressive.
And then she has never fired a gun before.
This next scene is fantastic, guys.
Magically knows a gun. Bro, didn't Luke and Leia kill like a bunch more people on the Death Star? And they were using actual blasters, not the little pistol-looking blasters that Rey had. Also, can we stop
Yeah, so every shot that Luke took was missing.
That's pretty
stupid. And again, the stormtroopers there are told to let them go. They can't kill them because they need them to escape to lead them back to the rebellion.
This is like EFAP's second law, where the video footage you provide contradicts what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. If you're gonna say Luke kills a bunch of people, show him doing it.
Show us him killing a bunch of people, and then show Rey failing to kill a bunch of people.
Yeah, count the people that they kill, because you just counted Rey killing 3, which is amazing.
You showed a hot take of Luke firing and missing in 4 different clips within the same scene, and then you play the first clip of Rey shooting stormtroopers, and she nails the guy literally in between the eyes.
And then he had a previous scene of Leia, like 20 minutes ago, where he's saying, how does Leia know how to fire a gun? And in that scene, she misses the stormtrooper as well.
Firing a gun is easy. Actually hitting your target is not.
It's actually really hard. It's something that takes a lot of practice. As someone that shoots a lot of guns myself, and this guy admittedly doesn't shoot guns at all. A very interesting opinion.
Surely the mechanic.
I think what Glib's, sorry. What Voice is talking about is the act of pulling the trigger, and then he's talking. And then what you're probably talking about, Glib, is actually aiming to shoot something and hit.
No. I'm agreeing with him, and I'm just saying that the guy that made the video said that he had never shot a gun before. Mm-hmm. But he's saying that it's easy to hit 3 targets while they're moving and all that kind of stuff. And what I'm saying is that in my experience as someone that shoots and as somebody that collects guns, it's actually way harder to hit a target than you think it is. You know what I mean? And so many little adjustments. It's so unrealistic that anybody would be that quick with it.
And there's the skill of using, or the accuracy of using a rifle as opposed to using a pistol. Luke was actually closer to those stormtroopers in that small space than Rey was in the.
There was also no cover.
Yeah.
The whole point of firing the gun in that scene for Luke and Leia is not necessarily like hitting the stormtroopers. Of course, would be useful, but that doesn't mean them not hitting them is not useful because they're suppressing them.
Right.
That is still helping in that scene. You don't need to be skilled with a gun to suppress someone. Just shoot in their general direction.
Let's also
not get shot.
That's true. If you compare the amount of times the amount of shots that they shoot and the amount of times that they hit, like Luke hits maybe 3 times out of how many shots taken. Rey hits, I think, she takes out 3 stormtroopers and she shoots 4 times. Her hit to like how many shots she's firing and how many hits she's getting are like I don't know. I can't work out the math.
Okay. Anyway,
she used the Force.
Yeah. So here's a chat from Ken Kaneki. From episode 4 to 5, Luke killed a total of 2 stormtroopers with a blaster. Okay.
So uncivilized.
2 to 3 there, Mr. Not Mary Sue.
Thing like not every main character in every Star Wars movie has serious plot armor. Like at this point it's a meme. But sure, Rey shoots 3 people and that's significantly more unrealistic than Anakin accidentally blowing up a whole spaceship.
Okay, so
yeah, that was
oh jeez, where do we start?
He's saying that you acting like all these characters in these films don't have massive plot armor.
So it's
the thing is, yes, every character has plot armor, but you need to make it not obvious that they have plot armor. You have to make the audience believe that it's like, but you don't ramp up the stakes so much that it's act like they're going to they're in massive danger.
So previously he talked about how the aim was like Rey sucked at aiming, and then all of a sudden the first time she shoots she misses, third time she does it 3 perfect shots. So it's like, all right, and then she stares at the gun in disbelief of how amazing she is. And he doesn't call that a Mary Sue. It's like, okay. We just saw a scene of Luke taking a bunch of shots at closer range with a rifle, and he's missing.
Not only that, but he's going back to the Phantom Menace to prove his point.
Comparing a Mary Sue with whatever Anakin's doing, who does have plot armor, we'll give him that. Yep, Mary Sue's have plot armor, you're right. And he does a completely different thing with a spaceship by comically entering the hangar, and for some reason the hangar is right next to the whatever he blew up machine that causes the rest of the place to blow up. So it's like those are contrivances on top of contrivances on top of plot armor, etc. With Rey, she's out in the open, standing around, and she just picks off 3 guys amazingly.
And if you were to point this out, yes, we will concede this is bad writing for the Phantom Menace.
Yes, this is all bad writing. Except for was that episode 4, I think, where that happened, where Luke was saving Princess Leia, etc.
Yes.
Okay. So
But like I said, in that regard, if you've got people shooting at you and you have a gun, I would shoot back even if I know I'm not going to be able to hit them.
Yeah,
because it's useful.
Yeah, I do believe in episode 9, Rey does take out some other guys with a gun as well. So does Rey. So does Poe and Finn. So.
And if you're wondering why I keep on bringing up other characters, it's because Rey is the only one who gets called a Mary Sue, when literally so many other characters, especially Luke and Anakin, do the same thing.
Oh my god, you're
showing
a scene
insane. We next see Rey running
You're
through the
showing a
forest
scene of
before
him
her first
fighting
encounter
Vader.
with Kylo Ren. This is another excellent scene that shows Rey is clearly not a Mary Sue. Rey proceeds to run away scaredly from Kylo before getting Force frozen. He mind reads her before ultimately...
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, am I quiet? Because
No, it's fine.
I feel like it's not picking it up. I want to point out that he was showing a clip of Luke beating Vader in Return of the Jedi. That is the culmination of 3 films to lead to his eventual success.
Up until that point, Luke had only had one real victory against the Trench Run. All of his other exploits have been relative failures. Even him getting caught by Jabba, eventually he won, and you could maybe say that is a problem. But Luke does not continuously succeed the way Rey does.
I love the fact they're showing a clip of him beating Vader at the end of Return of the Jedi, and this guy goes, "See, Luke's a Mary Sue." It's like it's taken him 3 films, the process of years in the Star Wars universe to get to this point.
And people do call Anakin a Mary Sue. I mean, he was saying that there's this double standard, but he's just not aware of the arguments.
Yeah, it feels like his research was only one-sided or really limited to his perspective.
Anakin is such a big Mary Sue that he gets his legs chopped off, his wife dies, he loses everything, and falls to the dark side. 10 out of 10 Mary Sue example. Yeah. Just like the Star Trek fan fiction. Meanwhile, Rey, she gets everything in the end. Well, she even steals the name of the main character.
Her biggest flaw is her inability to close her mouth. And as you can see in this scene, it's a very big flaw. It's in every shot. So, yeah. Big character development.
I mean, the first time Rey picks up a lightsaber, she beats Kylo Ren.
Yeah, there's lots of scenes where when she first has an encounter, she loses. It happens here. It happens... the second time where Kylo is shot and he's going up against Finn and Rey, she gets thrown against the tree. Against a tree, like 5 stories in the air, slams to the ground, knocked out, and then when Finn is magically defeated, then she magically comes back up and proceeds to stand. She doesn't push him back; she gets pushed back and then gets no damage, and then she repeatedly hits him like 4 or 5 times. Yeah. Oh, that's after. So that's before she actually does the force pull, which she had no skills of or knowledge of that even happening. That there's such a thing as that. She overpowers a Sith knight, or whatever you want to call a Sith apprentice, who is apparently just as strong as Rey, but can't stop her from using this force ability that came out of nowhere.
I just got an idea for a meme I'm going to put together.
All right, well, keep on going. We got half an hour. Well, we're only at 47 minutes, so I want to try and end at 1 hour so we can have half-hour bursts of this video. We're going to be here for another 3 weeks. So
I like that. I know. I like what you're doing, though.
Okay.
Motion of his hand. Everything that happens to Rey is the exact opposite of what an actual Mary Sue would do in this situation. A Mary Sue...
Okay, provide an example. Let's see this.
Sue would not be scared of an enemy. A Mary Sue would not run away from an enemy. A Mary Sue would not allow the enemy to use a special ability.
You have made up rules of what a Mary Sue is, and because they are things that Rey is not. These are not what makes a Mary Sue a Mary Sue. And I want to point out that Rey's capture leads to the eventual destruction of Starkiller Base.
She almost never does anything wrong. In the rare instance that she does, it's usually a way for the author to disclaim her being a Mary Sue by introducing a single imperfection that has no bearing on anything anyway, and B, designed to show her smarts by making her feel instant remorse and she'll be easily forgiven anyway. So even though she loses here, it's like, whatever, just take her up to the place.
She escapes herself.
Mm-hmm.
And
She
like I
overpowers
said,
Kylo Ren in his force interrogation mind reading thing.
but because she gets captured, Finn decides to go help the Resistance, sabotage Starkiller Base, but his motivation is to get Rey back. So that would not have his motivation would not be there. He wouldn't have got people on the inside to sabotage Starkiller Base if Rey hadn't been captured. Meaning Rey's capture is what leads to Starkiller Base being destroyed. And this is what I said, even a Mary Sue fucking up leads to a positive outcome, just like with the Rathars. If she hadn't opened the door, they wouldn't have escaped. So her fuck up is what advances the plot in a positive way.
Yeah, every screw up becomes a victory. It's either a hidden strategy or a hidden technique, or in Rey's case, a hidden power which is pumped up to max level.
This idea that a Mary Sue can't feel fear, wouldn't run away from an enemy is not true. You have made this up, Gold.
Yeah, there's no mention of Mary Sue's not having emotions. Like, there's some where they're reluctant, or they're sort of like, oh, I'm so strong, oh, woe is me, like sort of stuff. But that's like specific kinds of fan fiction. So there's no hard rule for having emotions. I can't think of one.
Ability to free them, Mary Sue would not be knocked out by the wave of a hand, and especially a Mary Sue would not be captured and would not be in need of being rescued.
She didn't need to be
Rescue.
Oh dear.
Basically, her getting caught was the best thing that could have happened to her.
The best outcome.
And the worst thing for the villains.
And how does she escape? She mind tricks. I want to know how he's going to defend the mind trick.
Yeah.
It was because she saw what he did, and so she knew what he was doing, and she could do it too.
Do you think he's going to go to the book explanation?
Force download his powers thing.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
No.
I do.
No, because he said he was not going to use the books.
No, but he's gonna say that he downloaded it from her when she was experiencing the thing.
That's a book explanation. I'm not sure. Like, after he said that he's not going to use the books,
He probably won't refer to the books, but he will make the same argument that she's experiencing Kylo using a Force technique to read her mind. Therefore, she now knows, since she has the Force, to do the same.
You know, I don't know.
Well,
I can't see any other way of him doing it, but
his strongest argument so far was that we don't know how she learned Wookiee. That's his best one he's got, or he thinks is the best.
But that's the one he concedes on, yes.
Yeah.
I love how it's Leia gets captured in the beginning and gets taken to the Death Star. Is translated in The Force Awakens 2. Rey gets upset about something, runs out into the forest like an idiot, and then gets captured randomly, even though nobody knew that there were bad guys there. And then she gets taken back, but instead of Luke and Han going to save her, she just frees herself and they run into each other. That's pretty Mary Sue-ish. Because in the situations that were in the original trilogy, they would get themselves into situations where they actually would need help, or they would need to figure out a plan. She doesn't have a plan. She just kind of walks around and waves her hand and everything's fine.
Weird scenes where she's hiding in the walls. She climbs down whatever that big hole was, and the wall opens up and she goes inside. And it's like, I guess you could say this is part of her scavenging, splunking skills. You're like, okay, she might know the inner workings of the First Order ships, or
no, but it's that Starkiller base. That's not a First Order ship.
No, that doesn't make any sense. But what does make sense is she can climb a wall. Of course, she can climb because we've seen her climb. We know she can do that, right? And what's sorry, I know this is an aside, but how antithetical to writing, to film scripting, and to just the idea of writing in general is it for you to have this character that has a staff weapon in the beginning and never uses a double-bladed lightsaber in a battle at any point? How off are we? You know what I mean? Like, why are you defending this writing? It's so basically broken.
I always argued,
the pike fanboy.
I argued the pike would have been a better choice, but yeah, it would have made perfect sense.
Yeah, absolutely. If she had a pike like saber, that would make sense too. But just the idea that she has this weapon set, this skill set, that you go, okay, I understand. She grew up with a staff, so she's good with a staff saber. Maybe she's bad with the lightsaber. There's no when we go to look at the. Here's the thing. Boil it down. Bad things happen to Rey, but she's not bad at anything. That's the thing. She doesn't have like trouble with overcoming something that gives us the ability to sympathize with her. You know what I mean? She can end up running outside because she's upset or something about the fact that her parents are never coming back. But that's going to result in something positive. Whereas there's not a situation where she's like, I'm sorry, I'm wrong about this when it comes to, for some reason, he can use the Force to capture her and put her to sleep, right? Which is a convenience in the plot. But at every other point, she's capable of defending herself and doesn't need help and can actually help other people. When it's not plot relevant that the issue that she's in is you know what I mean? Like when there's no central aspect to it that carries the plot forward, she's competent. It's only when there's a moment that's specifically required for her to be incompetent. That's what maintains her Mary Sue-ness.
This is one of the failings of sci-fi story, not necessarily science fiction, but sci-fi, which is the light version of science fiction, where everything is just plot. There's no introspection of the human spirit or the human element, or a philosophical existentialism within the world of technology or the future or the past. It's just we have gun, we have magic power to open door to get to next scene. That's what part of what the space opera genre is. So I don't expect some really super consistent world, but I expect things to make sense in the very slightest.
I expect people to think when it comes to this kind of storytelling, I expect to be given as a reader the same thing that a writer would do to themselves, where they go, okay, we have lightsabers, we have blasters, we have starships. Here's the play set. These are the tools you can use to write a story about people. Because I remember hearing the dichotomy of sci-fi is split into stories about people or stories about gadgets. And most of the stories about people are more interesting. Now, I think that if you follow that logic, then you can basically write anything. And people will understand what you're working with. It's when you create something wholesale, specifically for the sake of your plot, that it stands out to people. So like with the lightsaber vision, that gave me a little like what is it, like my eyebrows raised in the theater, because I know that that's not the function of the thing. I'm aware of that. But if they gave her a vision in another way, then it would make sense to me, and you can continue with the story, because the rules of the playset have already been put in place. And just read into that. I don't understand why that's so complicated for people, but I think that they're so either lazy or ADD that they don't want to actually figure out what they're working with and then thread a story through it. It's very frustrating.
And let's look at the episode 4, where Princess Leia got caught. They go and rescue her. They lose Obi-Wan Kenobi. He dies. And they get tracked back to the base. There's consequences. When Rey gets caught, she learns, essentially masters the Force right there. And then she rescues herself, runs into her friends. No one is worse off from that exchange. Or the bad guy are the only ones who lose.
Depending on how long does it take before the decision that seems to be a problem is resolved. I think that was mentioned earlier. But just as the addendum and finality thing about what I wanted to say with what I'm trying to get at is that I think Batman is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Batman has a utility belt that has pockets that could be filled with anything. But you know from memory, from things that you've seen before. He usually has batarangs. He's got a grapple gun. Maybe he's got some smoke bombs, flash bombs, variations of these gadgets. And you can come up with new gadgets. You can come up with maybe this time he's using some kind of poison that puts people to sleep. That's isolated from a flower that he found in the deep of Africa. Like that would be something that Bruce Wayne would probably come up with. It's when you have like bat shark repellent. That's when it starts to get crazy, and that's just within that concept of the character. You don't want to be too out there. Yeah,
just inventing what they need in that time for that specific circumstance and never come up again would never be useful for anything else other than that one situation.
Remember the trailer for Batman 1989 where Batman pulls out a gun and he aims at the Joker, and these two little darts go parallel to each other. And they shoot out two ropes, and it becomes a grapple gun. Like that was like, oh, cool. Batman would do that. That's right. But exactly. It's not completely unheard of. But I get what they're doing there. It was cool.
Yeah, exactly. It's iterative, and I think that's interesting to fans of pre-existing content. Is when, there's the mark of somebody who is a fan and cares, and that's upholding a canon. Even if you're not necessarily able to tap into the characters as much as the original. And then when you go beyond that and you're able to iterate in a new way on something, I think that is a sign of eloquent writing and understanding of something. Like, Deep Space Nine, as much as people want to disagree or agree on Gene's vision and that kind of thing, that iteration is so beloved. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's very difficult to pass a baton off to another person that understands. And as fans, we usually do that job automatically. We go, okay, I understand. Yes, this is the rule set. Let me just download that into my brain and I can go along with it. But the ST doesn't do that. Yeah. Canon is really an agreement and an understanding amongst people that, yeah, this is how it works. Let's go with that and keep chugging along.
Yeah. Anytime you make a sequel, you're having a social agreement, some kind of agreement between the creator and the fan that the world that they knew is the world that's going to continue.
That's a good way of putting it. All right, Lenny the Shark. Smud, are you still doing the stream with Jesse Gender? Oh, hi, Glib.
Hello there.
Fun thing with Jesse Gender, she canceled again, and she rescheduled for 2 weeks from now. And this is all just email, so I'm just like, all right, whatever, whenever you're free. She wanted to come on. It's up to her. I'm not forcing her or saying no. It's entirely her schedule. So hopefully, but this is the same time frame that we might be talking to the maker of this video. So the Gold Man might have to reschedule. I don't know. Who knows? But 2 weeks time.
It seems like he went on other people's streams.
We could go. Yeah, we can go on their streams. They can come on. We're very friendly here.
No. I said he went on other people's streams. It looked like he went on Star Wars only stream.
Oh, really?
I don't know too much about Star Wars only. I do know he's made certain videos against Disney canon, at Disney properties, but I don't know where he stands with a lot of things.
Yeah, no, I doubt we'd get invited to any of those. So, yeah, we'd be the bull in a china shop.
Well, he might have been invited purely because they were responding to his video or they were disagreeing with him.
Really? Oh,
it might have been because I'd assume that's why he was on there.
I don't know. I
haven't seen those streams.
I was told when I asked him that he has school and he's too busy with school, and that's why he had to catch up, and he can only do an interview in 2 weeks' time. So that's all I know. And if he's busy with other things, that's his life. I don't care. Fine by me. So long as we're all friendly, I don't mind. I don't mind attacking his video because that's something else. So long as you don't attack the person, we're cool. And that goes with anything, whether you're in life or on stream. We're not gonna we're not gonna have another Xander. That's for sure. So anyway, let's keep going. We got 13 minutes till we hit 1 hour, and 10 minutes left till 8. I don't think we're gonna make it because I know Voice wants to go to sleep like he should because he's a good boy or a good radio.
Why does a radio need to sleep?
It's going to burn out some wires.
Do you turn your computer off when you go to bed?
Yeah, but my computer's not required to turn off. I just turn it off because I don't want to waste power.
He's not going to be voicing the radio. He's going to be sleep in the bedroom.
There you
Exactly.
go. Nice.
Also, it doesn't have a sleep function. At least you don't. Oh, my computer does, but you don't.
Okay.
Yeah, that was function.
Well, your old radio. Old radios don't have sleep functions. They have on and off. If someone turns you off, how do you get turned back on again?
All right, guys.
We've been on 47 minutes for like 10 minutes, so I think we can get past this, right?
Well, it
we can
depends
we can do this, right?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. Okay.
We can get to a
Honestly,
round
believe
number.
People who call Rey and Mary Sue pick and choose what they want from these movies to support their argument.
No, we don't. We take the
I think
entire
you're
story.
choosing.
What was that?
I'm pretty sure you're picking and choosing, Gold.
Well, he even said he was picking and choosing for his own benefit at one point.
Well, I wish that I could just know everything and remember everything. Of course, I have to pick and choose what my examples are. That's part of the communication problem that we have as human beings, right? Like, we have to be specific, try and make the best argument, be concise, and it still takes a long time to get through these arguments.
The great thing is we have so much to work with, and he has, well, maybe 2 examples. And this is one of them where she fails when she goes into the contrived scenario where she cannot stop Mr. Kylo Ren.
Like, look at that Rey flies the Falcon for the first time. She's a Mary Sue, but let's completely ignore the scenes where Rey's at her most emotionally vulnerable and her biggest flaw is exposed.
Okay, he's
Or let's
inventing.
We've gone over this. We've gone over this.
He's inventing the
Her
flaw.
biggest flaw is that she misses her parents, which is something that never gets resolved because she never meets her parents, and then just doesn't even bother taking their name, taking the Skywalker name.
And there's
great
nothing-
storytelling.
There's
Like
nothing
you said,
wrong.
a character being emotional
Yeah.
or a character showing some kind of negative emotion is not evidence of a Mary Sue.
Yeah, exactly. That it's not mentioned on the page at all.
Keep
It's
going.
not-
We've explained
never heard
this. We don't need to explain it again.
Scenes where Kylo just completely takes advantage of Rey. Yeah, I really do think people definitely just pick and choose these scenes that they want to support their argument.
Okay, well, I'll give him this
Go
one.
over
This is a
this.
scene
Go
where
over it.
Kylo dominates Rey. You're right. This totally happens, okay? You got one scene, sir. I'll give you that, okay? Feeling better?
No, but even then, we've already explained that it ends up in Rey's favor. It's the best possible outcome this story could have had for Rey.
I guess he expects Mary Sue to be like perfect at every single thing, like emotionally, physically, like nothing can hurt her. She's a god. You know, every breath she takes is 100% oxygen or whatever. It's like, okay.
Even if this
scenes we are
even if this scene, even if we just isolate this scene and just show these reactions, these interactions, and we say, okay, yeah, this is good writing. Even if we do that, the rest of the movie is bad. All the rest of it.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'll give, like,
This one scene does not redeem the movie.
Rey is not a Mary Sue in 100% of every single criteria. If we go down that list that Glib has open, I agree. There's like 4 or 5 that don't fit the criteria out of like 50.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
like purple doesn't matter. Purple is mentioned
I know.
usually in this, but I don't think she ever has a purple anything.
exactly.
So.
Like there's little
Okay.
cosmetic things, like she doesn't sing a song, she's not musically inclined. Fine, I'll give it that. But in this film, I would say 90% of the scenes with Rey, she's a Mary Sue. Same with Luke. Same with Anakin. They're on a scale, and we grade the scale out of 7 or 8 or whatever criteria we have. This guy has a scale of 4, according to Wikipedia.
Ironically, Luke is the least Mary Sue in my opinion, and suffers the most, and to succeed in the end. And Anakin, to me, I like the idea that he's a Mary Sue in The Phantom Menace because he's too young. But then when you look at the whole thing, it's like he loses everything. He can't be a Mary Sue because he ends up being a tragedy. Where is there a Mary Sue tragedy that has such a negative impact for everybody? You know what I mean? When the Mary Sue thing happens in the original Star Trek thing, her death is like good for everybody, and they're all there for her funeral and all that kind of stuff. When Anakin dies, it's really solemn occasion because almost nobody knows that he redeemed himself except for his son, and that most of the time he spends through the movie he's a villain and like a terrible person. So it's Anakin as a character as a whole is not a Mary Sue. He's a very complex character. Anakin in The Phantom Menace is a horrible cartoon character.
Try spinning.
Absolutely.
That's a good trick.
All right. 2 minutes to 50. Let's go.
Now on Star Base, and we start with the interrogation scene. Now this scene is also used as an example of Rey being a Mary Sue, because she was not only able to resist Kylo Ren, but also able to read his mind back. Now sure, at the time of The Force Awakens' release, this was a little bit much. The complexities of reading one's mind
I know he's
was
gonna go.
first
He's gonna go.
introduced in
He's gonna go Snoke. He's gonna Snoke argument. He's gonna go Snoke connected to the two.
This movie, so we don't exactly know how complicated or not it is to do. Anyway, after the
What do you mean we don't know how complicated it is to do? How many movies of okay.
Well, for a start, we've never seen anyone read someone's mind using the Force before.
Can I just point out that Obi-Wan says to Luke, the classic line, which has very weighted meaning, which is, you must learn the ways of the Force if you were to come with me to Alderaan. You must learn the ways. You don't know the ways. You have to go through a process to obtain information. So this process that she's making, imagine if Luke immediately started doing mind tricks in A New Hope after he saw Obi-Wan do one. And he was just like going up to people and trying them, and it was working. He's like, wow, that's really cool. What else can I do?
We've established that mind tricks do not work on every alien in the universe.
Kylo is well trained in the Force. He is extremely powerful. How does someone who doesn't have any training all of a sudden overpower someone who has lots of training? It's like, imagine if some random person walked in and you have this crazy karate master, and like this karate master, he like takes down people left, right, and center. He's incredibly badass. But then all of a sudden, this one person kind of walks in and just slaps them. It's like, oh, and they knock down in one punch. It's like, wait, what the? Wait, how the hell? How does this work narratively? That doesn't make any sense. This person's a lot more trained than that person. Like, let's even say like a white belt who had some level of training, all of a sudden just beats it. That's next to unheard of.
And when Luke tries it, this occurs in what is it? Where is he? He tried the mind trick to get the dude to be more cooperative, but it didn't work. And then he tried again with the hand gesture, and he failed again. And then he gave up, and they just started fighting. Like, it's like we have scenes of this, of Luke failing to do this multiple times.
It's a mind trick. No. A mind trick is very different to reading someone's mind. It's very different.
It's more advanced, I would argue. Yes.
Well, no, I don't even think it's the same technique, because I always thought that it was like applying some kind of force to someone, which is why you're using that hand gesture. And that's why it applies to the weak-minded. If you pressure someone's weak mind, you're not transmitting thoughts to their head. It's the actual things you're saying, which is, you put pressure on them, you say the thing, they believe the thing, rather than transmitting thoughts. I don't think that's how it worked at all. Because otherwise, why would you need to say the thing in order to mind trick them?
Of The Rise of Skywalker, their encounters make much more sense here. This scene is where the famous dyad in the Force was formed.
Boom!
As stated in The Rise of Skywalker.
So he's using another film to explain the problems of a previous film. That's fantastic.
Okay,
this is pathetic.
Okay. The reason this is the parody, which I was talking about, not the parody, the paradox that I was talking about before. The reason why Rey is so powerful is because of the dyad. But in order to have the dyad, you need two people on equal sides of the Force, who equal the power in the Force on opposite sides of the Force, like one light, one dark. But then how can you have that if Rey's not powerful? And then it just becomes a paradox. Is how does it start? How?
It's like did you beat your adversary because you're the chosen one, or are you the chosen one because you defeated your adversary? It's just
no, because the explanation for why she's powerful is the dyad, but you can't have her being powerful without the dyad.
Yeah.
So it's that there is no kind of way where this begins. She's just infinitely powerful forever. It's not an explanation.
And this is a cobbled together answer that JJ comes up with in the third film, because Ryan gave him nothing.
And also, if they are a dyad, that makes them both more powerful. Not just Rey. They would be on equal level. This is not equal level.
No, this is the equality that we live in today.
They
Women
are
are.
a dyad. They're equal. That's why Rey is better than Kylo.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, what?
You can't. What is a dyad? What does that mean?
A dyad. Well, the way that I understand it is it's something which was invented by the Rise of Skywalker, and they retcon it as the reason behind the rule of two. Even though it's explicitly said that
No,
the dyad
that doesn't make any sense.
I know it doesn't, but they retcon it as the rule of two because the dyad is like you have a dark side user and a light side user. They are both of equal power, and when they have a force connection, a link established, then that makes them infinitely more powerful. And then the way they try to connect that as the rule of two is that they tried to create a dyad with two Sith. But then why would they even try to attempt to create a dyad with two Sith if they knew already that it was equal light and equal dark, and a master and apprentice are not going to be equal?
Well, in the case of Rey and Kylo, Kylo is obviously not as strong as Rey for whatever dumb reason.
But the definition of dyad is something that consists of two separate elements or parts.
What does that have to do with the Force?
It's not a Star Wars phrase. It's an actual.
No. I was talking about within the actual way it's explained.
Right, yeah. But what Voice is saying is that actually where they got the idea from.
Okay, so again,
it's just two people.
Yeah, this does not work in terms of storytelling. I've argued this for Mass Effect. You cannot fix the problems of a previous entry by making like sweeping it under the rug or using some sort of not an awning, but I'm trying to use the term properly. I can't think of it. It's so stupid. This is not what you do in stories. You let the problems of those stories be themselves and write better other stories after the fact without breaking lore or inventing lore to fix those issues. You don't do that. It's called lampshading. So we're inventing a brand new thing, a relationship, which doesn't make sense.
Dyad in the Force, two individual people have a bond so strong they serve as one in the Force. Their bond is so strong that they can not only communicate over space.
How do they have this bond in Episode 7? How? Where?
I thought the bond Episode 8 was because of Snoke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's only Episode 8. That's after the fact. This is well after this thing happens that doesn't make sense. There's no explanation.
And they're also forgetting the part where equal light and equal dark.
And yet the trained dude who's been doing all this stuff his life is no longer as strong as this person because dyad.
Yeah, so why wasn't Kylo as powerful as Rey at best? Why did he have to get...
Matthias says, this is just a Force doodad.
Also,
it's
how is this just creating a dyad just on the spot? Because even if he's ignoring all the things of equal light and equal dark and the Force bond, they don't have a Force bond. They're not equal. And how does that just randomly connect with some random girl to make her so powerful?
What does that mean? What does dyad mean?
But why didn't he have a dyad with Poe when he Force interrogated Poe?
No, but I mean, what is that?
Becomes an amazing Force user.
How does the Force do? What is the Force? Two parts of the Force come together and make a thing happen. What thing is that?
Well, you see, it's like Voltron. You
That's what. Come with me. We can form Voltron.
How does two people become one? That's my other question.
Well, I'll tell you how. I'll show you how, Space Cowboy.
So
no, but for real though, what are they going there? What are they going for there?
So anyway, if he made this argument before Episode 8 and 9 came out, he'd be lost.
You need your setups before your payoffs. You know, Episode 9 stated, "Oh, there was a dyad that retcons these movies, and not only that, it does it badly. The dyad is a horrible writing device. You know, it's a horrible explanation. Should never have even been in the movie.
Yes,
and he's using it as some kind of positive.
Yes, all retcons that are used, especially used as lampshades, are bad. All retcons in general are bad, but when you specifically use a retcon to plug a plot hole or do this or that with a previous chapter, you are, you've painted yourself into a corner and you're trying to like knock a hole in the wall to get out of there. It's bad.
I hope you understand how this works, Gold. It's anything can happen because they are a dyad, and they are a dyad because anything can happen.
And not only that, but the dyad essentially makes them new chosen ones, and an extra chosen one in a universe that already has one is a Mary Sue trope.
And in canon, Anakin is the chosen one. He is the one that destroys the Sith by, killing himself and Palpatine.
Not really.
Oh yeah, but he didn't. He didn't really end the Sith. Well, I guess then he's not. I guess he's no longer the chosen one, is he? It's now Rey. Rey's now the chosen one.
So you can just come up with virgins in the Force, dyad in the Force. What's next?
Fire in the Force.
I'm gonna get a number 9 in the Force, a number 2 in the Force, 2 number 3s.
Well, you see, what's even more powerful than the Force is Marmite. Marmite is extremely.
All right, no more jokes.
It's worse than the dark side.
Keep going. Voice has to go to bed.
Don't rush to it on my account.
But interact over space and time as well. One incredible feature of this bond is
that
the two can basically know each other at a very deep level. They know each other's hope.
Oh my god, this is so much reading into nothing.
Also, how is it across time? How? There's nothing in the film that suggests across time.
Time and space and dimensional.
Love across the universe.
This is not established in anything else. They write it after to try and explain the problems of the previous films. You're an idiot.
Not only is it not in there, but even if it was in there, that would make it worse, not better.
Fears and most importantly, insecurities. So during this scene, it isn't so much Rey reading his mind, but the bond of the two beginning to form. The two.
How?
What the fudge?
He does this with Poe. He force interrogates Poe. Why wouldn't he become a dyad with Poe?
So is this some sort of weird sensual thing? Is that what he's insinuating? That like they're getting closer to each other by what? Him torturing her is how they bond. The beginning of their bond.
He's a big. You know when terrorists get like tied up in interrogation chambers by like the FBI or CIA or whatever, and like they're tied down on the desk and they're just interrogating them for information. They get this really intense, close bond.
And
so Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, and if this is what makes Rey powerful, why have you been using the Force excuse for everything she's done previously when in regards to the Falcon?
Well, because the dyad hadn't been there yet.
Yeah.
So now that there's a dyad, Kylo suddenly loses all his power, and he is a guppy in comparison to Miss Rey the God mind reader here.
This is almost exactly the Force download thing. You realize that?
Pretty much, yeah. The effects are the same.
It isn't. Well, the effect is the same, but it's not the Force download because this is the dyad saying, "Oh, she becomes powerful because of this." Well, that's also she becomes powerful because she downloads the.
Yeah, but it's
Force.
still based off proximity.
It's the same effect, and it is proximity, yes, but it's one's information, the other one is power.
Replace the word download with dyad, and you have basically the same description. Is what I'm saying.
Well, you have the same argument. Oh, the same excuse, we should say.
And again, this was retconned from episode 8. First, it was a Snoke force bond crap thing, and then now it's a dyad. You're like, what? What's going on?
But I think the more important thing to take away from that, in episode 7, it was nothing.
There was nothing. You're right.
She was nothing. He was nothing. Everyone thinks nothing. Nothing meant nothing.
Let's just keep going.
Don't know it yet, but the prophesized dyad is being formed.
What prophesized dyad? What are you talking about?
Okay, in order for something to be prophesized,
you got to say it in advance.
Yeah, it has to be in advance.
It's going to rain yesterday. Like what?
Right now, I kind of feel like we're going to be covering some kind of video. Oh my god, we are!
So the legend goes.
Here's Jake the Surgeon. Rey secretly likes it when emo Vader wannabes penetrate her mind. I don't know if she likes
an
it.
abusive relationship.
Yeah, it's kind of not exactly the greatest scenario to be in, being tied up like that, but okay.
My mind's being penetrated right now.
Yeah. I do have a bit of a headache, believe it or not. It's kind of hard that we're actually going through this right now. But we will go on until 60 minutes.
5 seconds. There's something. He just says something so out there.
Because of episode 9, therefore the problems of episode 7 make perfect sense. You're like, no.
This is why Rey is able to see what's in his mind, and he's able to do the same to her.
Bullshit. Okay, come on, just stop.
No. That's not the reason why he can do it to her. The reason why he can do it to her is because of the interrogation.
No, hang on, but he doesn't even succeed in looking into her mind, because if he did, he would have the location of the Resistance base, which he fails to get.
Oh no, he's not after the Resistance base. He's after the map to Luke.
That's true. Sorry, potato. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
He fails to acquire the information he's looking for. Ergo, he wasn't able to look into her head.
Well, I think he was. He just didn't find what he was looking for because he goes, "You're attached to Han Solo. You see him as a father. He would have do you."
This is
Is
so.
that-
This is so much headcanon. It's just almost not even necessary to go through.
Was that
maybe not? I don't know. Actually, it could. It might not be from her mind. It could just be something which he pulled out of his ass.
Yeah, but we shouldn't even be contemplating this nonsense. Like, this is just like, this is wrong and dumb, and you're making shit up. And now we're like, how could he possibly do this? How could she possibly do this? This doesn't make any. It's like, let's just keep. This is so worthless. Alex Halo, I predict LiteratureDevil will have an anime stream tomorrow. Oh, okay. I might tune in for that if I have time. I thought they're usually on Fridays, but okay.
Yeah, it's on Friday. It's not.
All right.
It's Friday tomorrow. No, it's not.
All right, let's keep going.
Now, if you want to claim that this is unfair that Rey became this strong this quickly because of the dyad, then you can make that argument.
It's not an argument. It's an observation. There's nothing. There's no explanation. We're not even requiring a definition or a reference. It's in the scene. There's nothing there.
But to say she Sue means that this power breaks the laws of the universe, which it doesn't. Granted, the dyad wasn't introduced at the time, but the sequels did lay a foundation that now allows The Force Awakens to make more sense.
Fantastic. Let's have an entire franchise called The Apology. I'll make a really shit movie, and then I'll make another really shit movie which explains the shit from the previous movie, and then make another shit movie which breaks the lore from the second movie and explains some of the lore in the first movie. It's a fantastic idea.
But you shouldn't need something to come along and fix your problem you had in the film before. This is why we don't count the books, because the books, it's like you shouldn't need a third-party material to not have problems in your film.
First movie, 2 + 2 is 5. Second movie, well, actually what happened, he got the number 2 confused with the number 3 in the second part of the edition. In the third movie, he's a magical wizard who can make numbers mean anything. Like, oh, okay.
A dyad is now part of the canon, and it doesn't break any of the rules of the Force.
Yes, it does.
Introducing new Force abilities is okay as long as it doesn't undermine other aspects of the Force.
Oh my God. Is this guy deaf?
It does.
Is he reading the same words he's written? I don't think so.
The fact he says that and he shows this.
So it's okay as long as it doesn't break any rules, like the rule of being trained in the Force to do anything with the Force.
Check out Creamy Sheev's big gay attack.
Why did it take him this long to mention the dyad? Wouldn't that explain everything?
You could have just stopped with dyad and said Rey can do this because dyad this, dyad that.
Rey is not a Mary.
Because she's a Palpatine.
Yeah, the first minute, Rey is not a Mary Sue because of the dyad in the Force in Episode 9.
Got it. Cool.
Again,
Okay.
this isn't an explanation, or even if you have a quotation marks explanation, it's still an excuse, which is why just because you have an explanation, it doesn't mean they're not a Mary Sue. Even
It's
if
the
this
funniest
made sense, even if this made sense, she would still be a Mary Sue.
Yeah, right. It's the funniest thing is that even if you okay, so let's say that it's not still badly written character, has 90% of the features of a Mary Sue.
I literally have a headache right now. It's kind of hurting. Voice, do you want to go to bed? I'm totally cool if you need to.
I think we got 5 seconds left, right?
For 50, yeah, we'll go to 50 minutes. All right.
Well, no, I'm fine if everyone else is right.
I think this is going to take longer than a few minutes to get past. This is horrible.
Let's hear the end of the dyad argument then.
All right.
He's but here he's saying that, oh yeah, there's no problem with adding in your force abilities, and you know what, he's right, and he's also right, but he's saying one thing, but that's exactly what's happening. They're contradicting. It makes no sense. It's completely retarded. But yet he's saying it's fine because it's expanding. It's like, no, that's not expanding at all.
Force dyad, which I don't understand what that is, how that works, or how it's relevant, but okay.
The dyad does that. So Rey isn't just super competent with everything, she's just forming the bond that allows her to become incredibly close to Kylo Ren emotionally. And that
how does that change?
How was that created in the first place?
So making an emotional bond causes her to have master level force powers, okay, guys?
Aspects of the Force. And I don't think the dyad does that. So Rey isn't just super competent.
Okay, so he's interpreting the dyad in his own way. That's really helpful. Here we go. Oh, Jesus.
That really gives us some concrete evidence to base all these arguments on.
The dyad does this, but not this thing, I think. It's like, oh, okay. Thanks.
Everything. She's just forming the bond that allows her to become incredibly close to Kylo Ren emotionally.
Emotionally, mentally, she could read his frickin' mind.
But what is that? How does that have anything to do with the Force? What does that change?
That is why she is able to heal people from death.
She could even learn to stop people from dying.
And levitate and lift tons of rubble because she's close to Kylo Ren emotionally. Thank you.
What kind of nonsense is... I've never heard this crap before.
This is not good writing.
Even
if this was true, this is not
no.
writing.
I know what you're trying to say there, Joker, but this is not even logical rationale. Like, what is he talking about?
And that is how she was able to mentally resist Kylo and read his mind back.
Can she make frosted Lucky Charms too? What else can she do in this scene?
Why she's able to do it. Again, why is the dyad being created here? This is not explaining anything at all. It's not explaining why she's so powerful, why the dyad is being created in the first place. You know, why she's able to resist it or anything else. It doesn't explain anything that happened before. It's all just nonsense. It's complete utter nonsense, which is what this film has been this entire time. Absolute nothing but nonsense. And you are trying to explain nonsense with more nonsense, and it makes no sense. Why can't you just accept this is poor writing?
I give them Charles Xavier.
Nonsense makes no sense.
The Force dyad allows me to read your mind.
No. He's trying to explain nonsense with more nonsense that makes no sense.
This isn't morning nonsense, though. This is the Smudcast. He needs to explain it with Smud.
This is this is like...
We're overlooking the basis of this argument because he's gone on this big tirade about the dyad and how it works when the whole question is Rey a Mary Sue? And I think by the simple factor of she is also a dyad with Kylo Ren means she is a Mary Sue.
Yeah, how is that not a point in that direction? Good point.
The universe is bending to her will. The universe is called, or the universe has an in-universe explanation called the dyad that no one can explain except for this dude. And emotions cause her to become Charles Xavier. I just wow. Like, what are you doing?
actually this new thing in the Force called a dyad, where the rules of the Force bend around the character, and that is why the character is not a Mary Sue.
Oh my god, this is retarded. I mean, you could try to say, hey, you know, this is kind of messed up, but this is the best argument I got. I don't believe it myself. It's kind of hard to swallow. Yada yada. He's like, no, see, this happens in episode 9. Therefore,
just you wait. At the end of this argument, he will loop back to, and that is why Rey is not a Mary Sue. When the fact this exists at all for the sake of the character is proof she is Mary Sue.
Exactly.
Now, this ties directly into the Jedi mind trick scene, which is the next scene. Now, of all the feats that Rey is able to accomplish in this movie, this is the one that is the most overpowered in my opinion. But that doesn't necessarily mean...
Okay, so mind trick is more powerful than reading someone's mind and blocking their attempt at reading your mind. Really? Okay, I don't know. I'm not a master at like Charles Xavier School of the Gifted to have telepathic powers taught. This guy must know how this works. Holy jeez.
Well, I mean, let's say that she could read minds in general. You know, that door.
Okay.
Yeah, the fact that Kylo was using a technique for entering her mind, and she kind of just, you know, went like he opened the door, so then she just walked past him and walked through the door into his mind. If that's the way that kind of telepathy works, I can buy that. It's just that that's never been explained, and Rey is a novice, you know, at best. And so the fact that isn't significant is actually more of a problem than a solution.
I'm trying to equate this to like programming or computer terms. Like you have read-write access or no write access. So you're like, you have your Linux server and you have your schmod command. It's like, okay, I'm going to prevent Kylo from getting read access to my brain. And I'm going to I have admin privileges to his brain. So I'm going to put 777 across the board and read his brain. And then when I come to this dude over here, I'm going to have write access to his brain. I'm going to tell him, drop your gun, walk away, da da da. It's like, I don't get it.
She's automatically a Mary Sue. As we know from earlier in the movie, Rey is very familiar with the Jedi and their history.
No, she's not.
I thought they were a myth.
A story.
Passing knowledge.
Having some
passing knowledge of it.
I know a lot about ninjas, so I'm really good at being a ninja.
I know
all about the mystical ninjutsus that I practice in the corner and do on the bus.
She thinks Luke is a myth. Mythology is not history.
You just have to believe, you guys. If you're a dyad, you can do whatever you want.
You know, I heard myths about Greek gods, which means I can be a Greek god.
I read the Odyssey, maybe the first chapter. I think it was a big lie, but I know a lot about it.
None of these lines of logic even make sense. It's like, oh, well, if you know the history of this ship, then that means you should know how to fly it. That's like just the same thing of, well, you know, I know the history of Spitfires, and I know the history of this one really specific Spitfire in the National Air Museum, but it doesn't mean I know how to fly one.
You just need a dyad, dude.
Dyad.
Just these explanations are retarded.
Dyad. That's what we're gonna do. Dyad. Every time he says something, dyad. All right.
I'm sorry,
let's go.
I really can't take this seriously.
10 minutes. Dyad.
You have to take it seriously. It's a dyad.
Dyad, shiny. Dyad.
She's heard about the Jedi and what they can do. It's almost a certainty that Rey at least knows what a Jedi mind trick is.
Dyad.
Now, one could say that just because someone has heard of something, that doesn't mean they could automatically know how to do it. And
but she's never heard of it.
But let's look at the context of this scene. A few minutes ago, Rey learned that she was not only strong with the Force, but also learned that she was able to prevent Kylo from reading her mind,
Dyad.
and she was able to read his mind back.
Dyad.
Think about it.
A few minutes ago.
It's not all that different than reading someone's mind.
What?
Dyad.
Forcing someone to do something and the other is reading one's thoughts, but they both involve entering someone else's mind.
Dyad.
So that doesn't seem like a huge
They don't imply going to someone's mind. It's again, I've always interpreted it as like they put pressure on someone's mind and then they believe anything they say because they're actually saying the things. They don't say. Why would they have to speak if it was actually going into someone's mind and transmitting brainwaves? It's making them more susceptible to what you're suggesting.
It's like forced hypnosis.
No,
It's not
almost hypnosis, yeah, but it has influence on the weak-minded, I think is the specific quote.
Joe Crazy, I read a lot about the Aztecs. That means I can be an Aztec Jaguar. Well, you know, in Rey's case, she heard someone talk about the Aztecs. She knows a lot about the Aztecs, okay? Jake the Surgeon. Rey thinks the guy who helped topple the Empire and redeem Darth Vader is a myth and doesn't even know what the Force is. Gonna eat a 50 cal after this. Dyad, baby. It's all dyads.
Dyad.
Leap in logic that Rey would try to do something like this. If I one day woke up and realized I was strong with the Force, I would definitely try and Jedi mind trick someone. Also, there is nothing
because you know.
But what?
How would
You wouldn't know what it was, because you wouldn't know what Star Wars is.
What the fuck is this guy talking?
And this is all like I've always interpreted this as like a very advanced ability to influence someone's mind, like to put pressure on someone's mind so that they're very susceptible to suggestion.
If I woke up with an amazing power, I would certainly start using it.
Mind trick.
I just can't. If I woke up with a supernatural ability I don't know and don't know what it can do, I would suddenly start trying to mind control people. Like what? Okay.
Not to mention, he has no qualms over control, the manipulation of other people, privacy of their minds. Apparently, those things just do not occur to him.
He's a Sith Lord.
raise a Sith Lord. Here we go.
A Sith Lord?
Oh my god!
We've got to get through this. Come on.
I can't. I don't think we need to. I think he's already lost himself. Like this is retarded. He made 2 hours and a half of nonsense. Or sorry, let's cut out maybe 2 hours. Okay, 2 hours of nonsense. After this point, it's all bullshit.
And before?
Well, before he was like trying to be sound into. It's like okay, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, give him some leeway. Like he's getting into it. And yes, it was very stupid. I listed 50 points out of the first 40 minutes. But now it's just this is not even intelligent. This is just headcanon. You got Bogue.
She totally read the Star Wars and the Old Republic manual. She knows what
She read the EU. Okay?
Love compartment of her AT-AT home.
Bogue, guys, calm down. Star Wars is an isekai.
Yeah, that's true.
Upset about a movie about space was intended for children. Why are you upset about that? Come on.
Jake.
I love it.
If I had the Force, I'd erase this abomination from the... Yeah. I can't believe this shit. This is incredible.
In the canon suggests that a Jedi mind trick is something that is a difficult task for a Force user to accomplish. All you're doing is entering someone else's mind. So it's not like
it's so easy.
Oh my
to do
god.
That's all you're doing?
It's like flying. Everyone can fly in this galaxy, guys. It's
Again, you're not entering someone's mind. God damn it. When has that ever been a thing?
Hey, baby.
I remember so many times, like maybe not even canon, but like in Legends, the way I've always understood it is that it was, again, influencing someone's mind and being told that you couldn't read someone's mind.
Why isn't every Jedi telepathic and they're just like they're constantly talking to each other telepathically? They have this entire society of telepaths. Why isn't that the case if it's so easy? Why, Goldman? Is it dyad? Is that the answer? Everyone's a dyad? Didn't know it?
Some incredible feat that only a few people have ever accomplished. She probably heard stories about how almost all the Jedi...
Here we go, the probably argument.
So many probablys in this.
You can't just hear something and know how to do it. That's not how anything works. That's not the fuck are you on about?
Yes.
I want
More,
to
more.
I really want to fuck.
Pour it
What
on.
the hell is this? What is this?
Let your anger flow through.
How does this logic fit up to this man?
This is so stupid. I can't believe this guy made this video this long. And he's in school. He's like, I gotta go back to school, guys, for 2 weeks. I can't do an interview. I can't. Come on, I gotta catch up with my schoolwork. It's like, you better catch up with your schoolwork.
Yeah, right.
You better learn something. God, Jake, I own a sword, therefore I can be like Alexander the Great. I don't know. No, but of course you'd wield a staff because you'd be Alexander. He doesn't, because you have a sword and you go to a staff. In Ray's case, it was the opposite. So, same thing.
A staff is just a stick-like weapon.
Stiff like, yeah, exactly. same mechanics. Joe Crazy again.
Sword.
Yes, voice. Become the Force. Do dead. Okay. Holy jeez. Probably. Yeah, okay.
Where does he? I don't understand. You hear about a thing, therefore you know how to do a thing.
From a wide range of friends.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trapped. I'll pick someone who I don't know who. Smud. I don't know. I'll go Glib. Glib. You've heard about the amazing visual effects which has been done in like Industrial Lights and Magic, the insane like rigging and character designing, like the modeling they did in ZBrush. Just from hearing about that, do you think you could do that? Do you think you could just do that on the spot?
But you don't understand. I am a Force dyad.
You hear about it, therefore you can just do it.
It was the will of the Force.
He could probably do it. It's a very, very big probably, but yeah, I can, he's a dyad, no problem.
Yeah. Can't beat that.
Taker 610. Neo had heard of Kung Fu prior to downloading it. See, that actually makes sense, but the Matrix makes some sense.
The way the Matrix works, and again, there's nothing to contradict it. You can download information into your brain. So that's more believable than, I don't know, downloading someone's brain into your brain when that's not even established in canon already.
Not only that, but the world is set up for that to be the base. It's integrated into the storytelling on a foundational level.
This is like Todd Howard just saying, "See this problem over here? It's not a problem. It just works that way.
It's a feature.
It's a feature. Yeah."
To do a simple mind trick, and when she realized she was strong with the Force,
A simple mind trick that Luke failed at multiple times throughout Episode 5.
It's not a simple mind trick because there is a huge difference between reading someone's mind and influencing them to do something that you
How many times are you going to say that?
It's so simple. It's like flying a spaceship, guys.
It just works.
Everyone flies spaceships in Star Wars. Everyone.
It's a huge fucking difference.
Don't you know
sense
that
a plot to destroy the Jedi?
I sense a plot to destroy my fucking sanity.
Don't you know what the Force does to your reaction speed?
I don't believe that LiteratureDevil isn't here right now. I swear this is something that LiteratureDevil has done to mess with my mind.
LiteratureDevil commissioned this work.
Hello, Annie. Misa Force dyad with you.
That's
hi, Mom.
less painful than his arguments. There you go.
This is pretty.
You saw dyad with a human?
I feel like that's an innuendo for saying we fucked.
If anyone wants to leave, I mean, I'm ready to go. This is so dumb.
Can we just leave and never cover this again? That would be my preferred.
Oh, Jesus. Let's just try and keep going.
she wanted to try it. And it's not like Rey was able to master it instantly. It took her a few tries until
It took her two.
No.
Everything she does in this movie happens twice. Strike one.
We have the flying. She does an imperfect takeoff. We have the shooting. She misses once. We have force suggestion or mind trick, and fails and then succeeds. It's a pattern.
Yes, strike one,
Even
home
with
run.
With the lightsaber, she loses it and she gets forced against a tree, and then she completely bodies Kylo Ren.
Every single time.
she was successful in her attempt. I've heard people say that when Rey tells the stormtrooper to drop his weapon, that it is even more OP because she's doing the mind trick twice. To me, I've always seen this as her just remaining inside his head the whole time. We've seen Jedi...
But that's not inside their head. Oh my fucking god.
Confused.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. And I just... And it's even worse that you're showing Clone Wars something I actually care about here. And you
Force dyad.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah,
Right,
there
where's
we
my
go.
blaster? Where is it? Ow, my
make
head
more
hurts.
than one command before while doing the mind trick, so it didn't seem out of the ordinary to me. One more thing, it's not like Luke ever got training for how to do a Jedi mind trick either. Yeah, there was a year's worth of time between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi.
Yeah,
God.
yeah, but you know, that whole training thing.
To go.
No, there was more than 1 year. I think there was 3 or 4 years, in fact.
Yeah, there was totally a time period where he could have learned it, but
He's not a dyad, eh? He's not a dyad.
You know, a year it's still more than instantaneous.
Yeah, in this scene, okay, there's several scenes with Jabba, the 2 guards, and this dude. He fails. Every time he does it, he fails.
And I've thought this for a while now, but the bridges between both episode 4 to episode 5 and from 5 to 6 are weak. You know, he's leaning on weak/bad material repeatedly to support his arguments instead of strong material.
Look, okay.
I wouldn't even say these
you
boys
said
fucking arguments at this point. I don't even think that he has any arguments. He has headcanon that he's trying to somehow twist into some kind of logical sense to him in his backwards, mindless world.
Calm down. Look, a year of practice is just the same as 5 minutes thinking about it while strapped to a table.
5 minutes? That's like 5 seconds.
It's 4 more than she needed.
Yeah, that's true.
Where did he learn to do this? It's heavily implied that Luke did not return to Yoda between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. And since Yoda and Luke were the last Jedi, then how did he learn this? Did he have a book to learn from? Well, none of it's explained in the movies, so I guess we'll never know. But somehow Luke went from this to this without a master, so I guess we'll never know how Luke...
What do you mean
managed to
without a
progress so
master? What are you
fast in his
talking about?
training.
He's still got
Anyway,
Obi-Wan.
after Rey escapes, she wanders
Okay,
around Starkiller Base for...
Is it implausible within 1 to 3 or 4 years that someone could go off and learn new tricks and abilities?
Teach themselves.
They could train. He had a master at one point. The master taught him some things, and then he can continue learning from there.
No, but he's got Force ghosts.
It's weak. Let's be honest, it is a bit weak. But
I don't think it's weak at all.
No, I don't think-
Time
yeah.
passes and you learn new stuff. It makes sense. It's not like it happened in the same movie.
well, yeah, but we would like to see that. It would make it stronger. I'm not saying it's broken. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it. If we had seen
I'll agree.
Luke
It would
actually
definitely-
get
Yeah.
train more after he failed from Vader, then anything after that would be.
But then it kind of then takes away from the main. But then it takes away from the main narrative of the story, because the story of Return of the Jedi isn't about Luke, learning how to construct his lightsaber, how he's going to do all.
It could be though. It could have been. There's nothing. It actually probably should have been
No, but
in
it's
Return of the
not with
Jedi.
the narrative of the creative vision of the creator.
But that doesn't. That's not a good argument.
It would be an improvement. It would be an improvement to have to add to the story, but again, it's not necessary.
No, the reason why it's not necessary is because it's already implied that he has mentors. This guy's just negating the idea that Force ghosts exist.
I'd be very careful, Shiny, because that through line of logic is used as a defense for The Last Jedi. It doesn't matter. It makes sense.
I'm saying
exactly.
But I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm not saying because it doesn't. It makes sense already. And I'm saying the reason why it's not necessary to do that thing over there is because the story which the creator wanted to tell was
no, you can't use that argument.
The story, no,
that doesn't work.
Okay, George Lucas didn't want to tell a story about Luke, training again. He wanted to tell a story about, going to save Han Solo, going to destroy the Death Star. And if you don't need to do something, then you don't need to do it.
Rian Johnson wanted to tell a story that's a space chase.
But it can make completely no nonsense, and you can't. But
what?
You can't.
You're inconsistently applying that nonsense.
Yeah, exactly.
No, because it's still okay, but it makes it. The Last Jedi doesn't make sense, but the story which we did get here in Return of the Jedi does make sense.
Okay, yes.
Therefore,
because we have the information available to infer that he has somebody to assist him in his
here, I got the quote if you guys want to hear it, okay? In Episode 6, Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the... Guys, okay? I'm just so frustrated right now. He talks to Yoda for the last time. He says, "But I need your help. I've come back to complete the training." Yoda says, "No more training do you require. Already know you that which you need." Luke, "Then I am a Jedi." Yoda, "Oh, not yet. One thing remains. Vader, you must confront Vader. Then, only then, a Jedi will you be." He's done.
Your creative vision does not apply if your creative vision is absolute dog shit.
There's nothing to that statement. Like, there's no principle. That's just like your opinion. It's shit. No,
because it's not my opinion that The Last Jedi is shit. It's my judgment after looking at all the evidence of the Last Jedi.
I understand that, but like terrible. You're trying to establish a rule, and it's not how you would do it.
Not using it as an excuse. Okay, so I'm not using it as an excuse for terrible writing. I'm saying that's not the story the creator wanted to tell. You can tell.
You can't say it. They wanted to tell it as the argument for why it's bad.
No, because I'm not making the argument that that's why it's bad. I'm not saying that's the argument for why it's good. I'm saying that's the reason why we didn't get training.
We already said what it is that we have all the implications that we need, and we have the dialogue to lock up his training.
You have a perfectly valid story here. You have a perfectly valid story there. In terms of, you have a perfectly valid story for Luke going off the train to become a Jedi Knight. And you also have a perfectly valid story of the Return of the Jedi. And the way George Lucas wanted to take these things, but you cannot. It's not an excuse. It's simply the way it is. And George Lucas told these stories well. You cannot use it as an excuse for terrible storytelling or poor writing. And I'm not using an excuse for terrible storytelling or poor writing.
I think you should just give up on this point and move on.
Your basic appliance, your basic logic to this is you don't need to create something that makes logical sense if.
No, because I'm not saying it doesn't need to make logical sense, because the Return of the Jedi still makes logical sense.
Please stop interrupting people when they're trying to get their point of view across. The whole point of this podcast is that everyone gets a chance to speak and then people take it in turns. The logic I'm hearing from you is that it doesn't matter if you're disregarding something that would make a story more logical sense. You should serve what the creative director wants.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. Taker 610. If you encounter a dyad, suck stuff out of it. We're not too sure how the dyad thing works yet, but it's just a dyad. It's how it goes, man.
It just works.
It just works.
Dyad. Apply directly to the Force.
Apply directly to the dyad.
Do you got dyad?
Oh, I'm dyading.
Yeah.
Be careful, Ray. Your dyad is showing.
Oh.
Oh, that's not dyad.
notices the TIE fighter. However, stormtroopers are approaching, so she climbs on the side of a huge wall and enters inside it. This scene is very reminiscent of her opening scene when she was climbing through the Star Destroyer. Now, I would be willing to bet money that not a single person watching this video can make that climb that she made. The amount of upper body strength it takes to make this kind of
the amount of upper body strength.
What the hell are you talking about?
Why are you bringing this up?
I bet you couldn't even climb a wall, stupid. You're fat.
You know how amazing her grip strength is, bro?
She's got practice with this kind of thing, so we accept the idea she can do this.
How many calories this burns?
Earlier, didn't we?
kind of climb is ridiculous. Now, people would probably say this is her being a Mary Sue, but the movie literally sets the foundation for why she would need to be so good at climbing in dangerous places. She's a scavenger, and after 30 years, I wouldn't be surprised if these Star Destroyers were close to being stripped clean. She's going to have to go to hard.
I think we can agree with that, right?
This is not even an argument. Yes, this is the one thing that makes sense.
No, but it's the Star Destroyer, they strip clean. What does that have to do with her climbing down?
She has to get to. She has to get into tight places. That's what he's saying. Is that she has to go to the highest position now. It's so stupid though. It's
totally
so obvious. Unnecessary.
Yeah, it's not even.
We know
a
that
problem.
she can climb because she climbs. We see it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
I don't think
so
there's
strong.
anyone making the claim that.
No, this is why I don't know where he's.
Mary Sue.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting these issues because like everyone's like, yeah, we see her climb. But why she has amazing grip strength or whatever bullshit? It's like, okay, sure, I guess. It's not a contention.
He's trying to also claim that, like, I don't, like, she's less of a Mary Sue because no one else would be able to use upper body strength to climb like she is, which is also a bizarre thing.
It's like it's not even a problem. It's like, yes, we agree, fine.
I've never ever heard anyone say that she's a Mary Sue because she can climb.
No.
He's even going as far as saying she's less of a Mary Sue because she's the only one that can climb like that.
She's so strong in climbing. I bet you not many people can do that, okay? It's like, okay, sure, I guess. I don't know. Does that matter?
Bro, do you even climb?
My grip strength is so awesome. Bet you can't do that. Oh, Jake the Surgeon, defend product, consume product good, understand gold dildo, managitties. What?
So I finally made it. So what kind of things has been offering these days?
Dyad. That's it.
Well,
Dyad explains everything. Episode 9 is the answer to episode 7.
I am this close to just quitting. just this close.
End this slog.
These past 6 minutes
point of saying
have taken almost an hour.
There's a lot of just, she probably knows this, so it's probably okay.
Oh yeah, no, mind reading is just, everyone can mind read when you're a Jedi. It's like anyone can drive a spaceship when you're in Star Wars. It's like, oh my god.
The whole dyad thing wasn't even set up in the first movie.
It was a retcon to episode 8.
Yeah, it was I think it was in The Last Jedi where they set up the dyad thing. It was never even hinted at in the first or not first movie, but The Force Awakens. They were just Force users, and then suddenly they had to do damage control because it was so strange. Or that Rian Johnson wanted to make everything all special. So he made a dyad, whatever that means. Has there ever been a precedence for anything like a Force dyad in the previous movies? No, there hasn't. Like there's special people. The only time that has ever happened was with Anakin Skywalker when he was like apparently manifested by the Force. You don't even know the details of that, but we can kind of guess that. I guess Palpatine or somebody manipulated the midichlorians to create life, and that was it. But it was explained. All 3 movies are out now, and this video came out after the 3 movies are out. It was never explained. It was just something they did because it sounded cool. And to explain and to give more reason to the fact, more credence and more availability, more vagary, there so that Rey can be more of a Mary Sue. Like, how come she can force heal? How come she can do this and this and this and this when she has had no training, when she has no background in anything? How come she can do all this, even though it defies established Star Wars canon? Why? Oh, because she's a dyad. She's part of the dyad of the Force. Keep in mind that she can do all these things, but Kylo Ren cannot really. He's just for some reason, it's supposed to be a dyad, which kind of implies that they're equal. And for some reason, Rey can do all these amazing things without training, and then Kylo Ren, who has had training, can barely keep up with her in any capacity.
His explanation for why the dyad is okay is because it doesn't. They never said there wasn't a dyad. They never said that a dyad couldn't exist. So because they didn't actively dismiss the idea of a dyad, then a dyad is okay to introduce, and therefore it's perfectly fine.
Well, yeah, I guess technically, yeah, you can introduce the idea of a dyad, but they just did so poorly in this situation. Because usually, go back to the prequel series, and they added in the idea of a chosen one. Now, as stupid as that is, they actually explain it through the idea of an equally stupid introduction of the midichlorians, but it's explained. And it kind of makes sense within the Star Wars canon, the Star Wars lore and established lore. In the sequel series, they just added in. All they did was add in dyad. What's the dyad? Who knows? Where does it come from? Who knows? How do dyads manifest and why? Who knows? They just toss it in there. It's like a very silly amateurish high school fan fiction as to it's more like an excuse to make their characters powerful and to connect them through romantic means in some way. Then
that's his explanation. It's an emotional bond that causes her to mind read and do everything else that Kylo does, only stronger.
But why? This is really stupid. Why?
His argument is much worse than what we're saying. This is an incredibly oversimplified version of his arguments.
Like I have a headache right now. I can't think straight. This is just painful. If you guys want to stop, I totally understand.
I am tired. It is 2:00 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm very pissed off.
Yeah.
At my length at this point.
I have my alpha male Joe Rogan supplements. I got my bone broth. Alex Jones. I'm good to go.
Shark cartilage.
I could do this all day. Captain America, America's ass style.
All right, let's try and keep going, guys.
Well, the thing with the dyad, it never explains why it's specifically Rey and Kylo. So, with the chosen one from the prequel series, okay, Palpatine kind of he says I manipulated things to make life. Why is it Anakin Skywalker? Who knows? He might have chosen some specific lady. I don't know, but we know why it manifests. He just chose it, and we know why it manifests. It's given an explanation, because we need to know an explanation. We can't just dismiss it with the idea of it's science fiction. Oh, it's magic, right? It's magic. No, it's science fiction. No, you can't do that because there has already been established canonical Star Wars lore that the Force is just the Force. This is a whole kind of different thing that a different territory that you're going into when you create a chosen one. But George Lucas explains it. Now, however you might take the explanation, it is explained. It does make sense within the Star Wars canon. Now, in the sequels, they just toss in the word dyad. We have no idea why it manifests or why it's specifically Rey and Kylo Ren, why they make a dyad. Because when you introduce the two, you would think it'd be like a brother and a sister or something, or a cousin, some sort of connection other than we just want them to be together. Why are they connected? In what way are they connected? Doesn't make too much sense.
Not only that, but with the chosen one already being flushed out, one could argue that the way someone becomes a chosen one, what a chosen one looks like in the universe has already been described. So saying, oh, there's another way, a different way you can become a chosen one is almost kind of invalidating, or it's breaking things narratively anyway.
Well, I'm going to head off to bed because fuck it.
Yeah, you don't need a reason. That's
all
okay.
Right.
So I wish you all the best and hope you make it to an hour. If not, you've all fought valiantly.
I won't be defeated.
So yeah, I'll say goodnight, chat. You know my YouTube channel and Twitter now, so if you are not following either of those, the fuck you doing?
Subscribe to Sleep in the Bedroom and also
Yes.
Voice in the Radio. Have a good one, chap.
Good night, voice.
Voice in the daytime, sleep in the nighttime.
That's
All
your.
right.
I want a shirt with that on it.
Anyway, I will speak to you all later. Ta-ra.
Have a
Later,
good one.
boys.
Good night.
Okay, we got 7 minutes to 1 hour. Let's try and
Try
get
and
through
do it
this.
if we just-
It's possible.
We just need to believe hard enough, you guys.
No.
Well, I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
Hard to
No,
reach
no, you're gonna
places
have to
to
make it
find
worse.
materials that were never scavenged before. So this part of the scene makes perfect sense. After wandering around a
Perfect.
little bit more, she runs into Han, Finn, and Chewie. Chewie tells Rey that it was
Okay, so this is really contrived by virtue of them being on a planet, and they just happen to just bump into each other.
He's gonna say the Force. He's gonna say the Force.
So
Finn's
hold on a
idea to
second. Let me get this straight. On Han Solo's ship, he has a camera system, but this giant weapon has no video cameras to see where these guys are.
They had video cameras on the Death Star that they had to shoot out.
They also had him in episode 9, whatever ship that was.
Yeah, they had. I was about to say they had cameras in episode 9. They made sure to point out that they had cameras there.
Something's not adding up.
to her and she gives him a hug. Now, I think people underestimate the importance of this moment. Remember a little while ago when Rey had trouble accepting that her parents were never coming back? And Han tells her that there is someone who still could? Rey assumed this meant Luke, but what if it was supposed to be a more open-ended question than that?
What if it was supposed to be
Tells her
Tony
as long as she
Soprano?
says it's behind her, but it is ahead. What if this meant that the people who are willing to come back for you are not from your past, but your friends that will be there for you in the future?
What if it was the
Never came
friends
back
we
for
met
her,
along
but
the
Finn
way?
did.
Woo!
Bullshit
This is
on
the
that,
moment
no.
where she realizes that she
You
needs.
see, it's really all about family.
It's really all about family. I love that.
There are more important things than family, Smud.
It's a movie about space wizards intended for children.
That sounds awful.
Well,
Because the space wizards are in this indication, or they're monks, which essentially are, well, religious figures.
I'm gonna
How
ask
evil.
Zophrat if she can draw me in a straitjacket going mad, because that's what I feel like right now.
I don't think a straitjacket is inclusive enough.
what if the
As you can
dyad
see,
was really Chewbacca and
The
Rey?
hug in this scene symbolizes her need for companionship and friendship in the life she doesn't yet
All
have.
just out of his ass. It's all out of his ass.
What does this have to do with being a Mary Sue, though? I just don't get it.
You guys are underestimating the importance of the scene, guys.
I
just 'cause
know,
it's so
we
good.
are.
He's not even taking into account how contrived it is that they just meet each other on this planet-sized weapon, and then
Hey,
No.
fancy meeting you here.
Whoa!
it's actually a deep because she says that what you're looking is not behind you but ahead of you. What if that means if it's the friends she made along the way?
What was that? The just rights excuse? Where, well, you can do all the work for the writer. How come Yoda can use lightning and how come Force Ghosts can do all this stuff? Well, you can just interpret. Well, no, because that's never been done before. We've seen Force Ghosts, and it doesn't make any sense why they would do this now. We can just do all the work for the writer for them then.
You can come to the restaurant and cook all your food. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's okay, guys. We can go to the restaurant. We can cook the food ourselves.
Amazon self-delivery.
So he, so this scene is important because of this guy's headcanon. That's what I'm hearing.
Everything is this guy's headcanon so far, yeah.
Usually, that's how TLJ defenses kind of work. How they saw it, because they tend to not believe in objectivity.
Rey is not a Mary Sue because I redefined the term and started inventing new terms to explain what doesn't make a Mary Sue. It's like, okay.
Oh yeah, how does he define a Mary Sue?
Okay, he uses Wikipedia. He skips one of the 4 points in Wikipedia the main point, which is the one that you made in your video, that it's based off writer insertion or writer intent. So he skips that entirely. Okay. And then he starts inventing terms for what a Mary Sue isn't.
He says that she's not a Mary Sue because she has emotion.
What?
Yeah, because she gets fearful and runs away and then gets captured. That means that she's not Mary Sue.
Well.
No. Hey, Mary Sue can fail. Mary Sue can get captured. What does he go into the explanation of what happens after she gets captured? She downloads all of his force powers and becomes super special awesome afterwards.
Her getting
that's
captured
when the dyad was formed.
Like, her being captured results in the destruction of Starkiller Base.
Exactly. I mean, that's a trait of Mary Sue. Even when they fail, they succeed. Their failures are victories, and when they're wrong, they're right. Like Mariner, when she's wrong, she's right. Her failures are actually victories in the end. Mary Sue can fail, but they succeed.
That's what we pointed out about Rey. She gets captured and it ends up working out for her because nobody has to rescue her. They just run into her randomly, and then everything goes to plan. Yeah,
she was it the Rathars. She unleashes the Rathars that saves everyone, but she has to save Finn, so she saves Finn, and everyone's okay.
Yay!
I'd like to point out the fact that a Mary Sue is it's tertiary or secondary, that it's an author insert, because what actually is a character in which the writer wants to fulfill some sort of personal power fantasy, whether it be political or romantic, etc. But usually a power fantasy in the fact that it is written as a kind of a character-centric, like the plot is, not the plot, but the world, the physics, the rules of the world are character-centric, which means that you get things like, for instance, with Kylo Ren, that the only redeemable enemies are people that are enemies that like Rey. If they don't like Rey, they're irredeemably evil, and everyone likes her. So that's where you get these other ideas, these other traits of Mary Sue, where they're instantly liked, and the people who don't like them are irredeemably evil or wrong. So can it be an author insert? Yes. Does an author insert necessarily make a character Mary Sue? Absolutely not. It's surface level stuff. It just happens to be that a lot of them are author inserts. But what really makes them Mary Sue is this character centricism stuff. That all the rules of the story suddenly bend to so they can become relative to the wants and needs and the wants and needs of the character. So if Rey wants to do something, suddenly she'll be handed the plot. She'll be handed the answers. There's so many instances in which that happens during the movies. All three of them. That's what makes her Mary Sue. Not the fact that she may or may not be an author insert. Not the fact that she may or may not have failed. And not the fact that not everyone may have liked her because they don't. She might have enemies and dislikes. But characters can dislike Mary Sue's. It's just that when they do, they're considered irredeemably evil. Or in the wrong in some way. Like if Holdo had tried to say, Rey, no, I can't tell you anything, she would have been the wrong. The story would have pictured her in the wrong. It wouldn't have been up to interpretation. It would have been definitively right and wrong.
Here is Jake the Surgeon. What if this video script was meant to line a bedpan? Oh. Okay, I see what you're saying there.
And going to her being captured again, as a nice thought exercise, imagine a script where she wasn't captured and they actually made it to the to Leia without this. If they had done that, if they had actually completed their plan as intended, the entire trilogy would have gone completely differently. She probably, if logic still applies, would have got a ship back to not Octu. What was her planet? Whatever.
Jakku.
She would have gone. Yeah, Jakku. Thank you. She would have gone back to Jakku. They would have done whatever. The entire story would have moved on without her. But because she was the one that got captured, she has become intrinsically linked to the story, and increasingly so, with every contrived situation.
All right, Joe Crazy. It's all about the doodads we met along the way. Oh, isn't that nice? Oh. So he's going to start explaining the importance of this scene again. Need for family, and etc., etc.
To let go of Ku and the return of her parents. That her family is with these people, not the people who abandoned her when she was younger. So I hope people start to realize how important this moment is in Rey's whole story. When Finn asks her how she was able to escape, she says that she can't explain it and that he wouldn't believe it. This shows that Rey is really surprised by her new abilities. It's not something she's all really that confident in yet. I felt that was important to note.
No, it isn't.
Well, no, it is important. It indicates that she's Mary Sue.
But it's not important in the way that he thinks it's important. That's the thing I'm getting
He
at.
thinks it's a form of character development or something like that. It's she's looking for a family. Oh, it's always been there. It's like, okay. Is that relevant to anything?
But not being confident in yourself, again, is another thing of the Mary Sue. Not being confident in how amazing they are. They can do everything at once.
Well, I don't think that means that she's like nervous or anything like that either.
My brain is not coherent.
There's
right now.
plenty of
Everything's backwards.
subclasses or subcategories of Sues that the anti-Sue, who doesn't have any abilities and yet everything works out her way. Has no strength. She's weak, etc., etc. So
Okay, let's try not to keep repeating ourselves.
I know.
We're only going to stop if there's something new. Let's keep going.
yeah.
We've only got a few minutes left. Let's do this. Let's go.
Anyway, they proceed to go blow open a hole in the oscillator that is holding all of the energy from the sun, and Han runs into Kylo. Kylo kills his father and proceeds to meet Rey and Finn in the forest, and we get the lightsaber fight. Now, just like the Falcon scene early on in this movie, I already made a whole video on this scene, so I'm going to be repeating some of the points I made in that video, but let's begin. Oh, and by the way, I think Rey winning this fight makes perfect sense. Now, in order for me to make my point, I feel it's important to address the criticisms against this fight.
Oh, here we
The
go.
single main criticism of this duel, I would say, revolves around Rey's levels of training and her strength in the Force. Given the levels of training both Kylo Ren and Rey have, it seems obvious that Kylo should win. Kylo Ren is the grandson of Darth Vader, has been training under Luke Skywalker his whole life, and he's been training for a few years to use the dark side.
Yeah, and he's Han
Rey, on the
Solo's
other
son.
hand, is a scavenger who has some fighting experience with a staff, has never held a lightsaber, and just found out that she can use the Force in just an hour or so. So given these descriptions, it should be obvious that Kylo Ren should win this fight.
But he's been injured,
Given
guys.
the context of what's going on in the story,
he got
I don't
shot.
think it's that simple. I'm going to make a few points that are common arguments and then address the counters, and then I will make a point I feel no one makes. So the first factor that many people love to bring up is the bowcaster wound. Just after Kylo Ren killed his father, Chewbacca shot a bowcaster right at his torso. The film established on a few occasions how powerful this weapon is, even managing to blow up more than one stormtrooper at once. So in all reality, Kylo Ren should probably be dead. But regardless,
Thank you.
Okay, you know what? Let's use one of these TLJ defender points here. What if it's very feasible, right, that the blaster had different settings?
It does.
Because it does.
Yeah.
It does have different settings.
It's either
how about what if Chewbacca, instead of having like a blaster bolt setting that makes it explode, you just use it for individual targeting? Because the blaster, it does have different settings. So just in case I've seen this done so many times. So it's not always I'm going to shoot and then it's going to explode. It could have been a very well different setting to use the TLJ defender kind of logic.
It depends how you.
They were
Another
walking
thing,
around.
Another thing is that in the fight scene itself, even with the wound, he's got a full range of motion. You can see he's actively drawing power from it, and that's one of the positives which people were originally drawing on the film. They really like the part where he's drawing power from the dark side by thumping his bloody wound. And then he's again full range of motion. He just completely destroys Finn. He completely destroys Rey. But then all of a sudden, when Rey gets back up again, all of a sudden she completely floors him, and the floor needs to open up in order to save the antagonist. But another thing is, even if this makes sense, It does not work narratively. You cannot have your main protagonist defeat your main antagonist within your first film of a trilogy, especially when this antagonist is supposed to be the antagonist throughout all your films, because where is the threat level from the next film? Well, there's no threat here. She's already completely defeated him. She's already made him go crying for his mummy.
Yeah, that would make at least a little bit more sense if this was a standalone film. If this is a beginning, middle, and end, where she encounters Kylo Ren, and then she becomes the antagonist throughout the film, and then she defeats him in the end. Now, they were setting off to make a trilogy, which doesn't make any sense if they want Kylo Ren to be the antagonist, because where does she go? She already defeated everybody. The only way to go upward is if you have to, if you introduce a new antagonist in the second movie, that kind of takes the reins of main antagonist, and they have Snoke, but he dies. So there's no threat. Every single threat has been just completely deflated. Kylo Ren in the first movie, Snoke in the second movie, all the threats are just easily destroyed in the presence of Rey.
It would be interesting if Kylo actually learns to become stronger, and then we see him win in the second movie. That would balance the scales somewhat, but it is interesting to have that dynamic, but they do nothing with it, even to the point where the plot has to save Kylo from Rey.
With a Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, it's insane. That's one of the worst things you could do in a story, is have God forces just, separate the conflict and just like, oh, nope, no one's dying today. Like, oh.
Also, that whole bowcaster thing, even if you were to accept it, it would still be a problem, because they need to set up that idea. They need to show us that Chewbacca can switch settings on the bowcaster.
The damage from the bowcaster.
If you want to go with TLJ style defense, it would completely fly.
Yeah, sometimes it just hits someone, they die. Sometimes it blows someone away. We have no idea what the settings are on this thing.
I remember in Battlefront 2, the original one, it was like the bowcaster was something which you had to charge up, like it was a charge up weapon. That they could have easily just done that.
Yeah, I remember the bowcaster in the game.
Like the more you charge up, the more powerful it gets.
Yeah, they could have done that with several shots. One where he's just shooting it rapidly. Other one where you hear it charge up and then bam, it explodes. Well, not the bowcaster, but the bolt, rather.
Yeah, and that would be very simple and easy to do.
Especially because they had fight scenes.
Funny how it's more consistent in a video game. Okay, let's keep going.
Persists. So immediately this should put Kylo at an extreme disadvantage. If you look at all the films, no one has ever had such a strong injury and still proceeded to fight. In Attack of the Clones, Obi-Wan gets 2 measly cuts and falls to the ground, while Kylo Ren takes on 2 more people after he's shot with the bowcaster.
Yeah, that's a lightsaber cutting through his entire muscle. Okay, if your bicep is cut in half, you can't move your arm.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, he gets shot by this thing and he doesn't die, but he keeps fighting. And then he just loses. Because it's like, why? Why did he lose? Because he's wounded? Why at that moment?
Because Rey powers up.
Why doesn't he lose to Finn? Why doesn't he lose to Rey the first time? Why is it only when Rey gets a second wind and gets back up?
Keep in mind that Finn is, as I pointed out in my video, Finn is canonically a guy who's been trained in military tactics from childhood, at the very least,
and melee combat.
So basically, canonically speaking, Kylo Ren is going up against like a Spartan, the equivalent of a Spartan, a guy who's been trained
janitor.
for life. I don't know why they made him a janitor, but to me that seems like more like a. Have you seen Full Metal Jacket? I think I mentioned this before. That Full Metal Jacket, they were all like crack fighters, like crack shots. They were all elite fighters, but they had to pull janitorial duty because that's part of the discipline. That's what it seems like to me. Like he's not just a janitor, or it'd be stupid if they made him just a janitor. But yeah, go janitor or not, he still had to go through the training. He still had to, and he still has to know how to fight and everything. So he's still physically fit and everything. So Kylo Ren defeated a trained soldier, but he couldn't defeat a scavenger with no formal training that we know of.
Also, I think this would be more considered like a flesh wound, because the area of his body that's mostly just like flesh, I would assume, maybe even guts. But it's all, there's a huge difference between, okay, you can, Kylo still has a full range of movements, even though it's kind of like gone through his side, underneath his ribs, but above his hip. And then you have he's comparing it to Obi-Wan, who had a slit through his arm and his leg, which meant he couldn't use his arm. Different wounds with different weapons.
Yeah, but I still don't know how bad this wound is, because it just seems to be convenient to whatever the plot needs it to be.
Yeah, the
wouldn't
area
say convenient to the plot. He's just using it as an excuse. In the film, I don't know. I don't think the film is using an excuse for why he loses. I think the film just wants him to lose. But in terms of this guy, he's using it as an excuse.
By all accounts, it should be lethal. So right away, we're kind of confused as to why he's even standing, you know? And if we're on that train of thought, why would we think that he's when he starts performing fighting normally and naturally, why would we think that matters? It's like, oh, that shot apparently isn't that big of a deal because he is such a he is fighting so normally. He is not really showing signs.
Well, if you're smacking the wound, I think you're okay. All right, like it hurts, but you're like, yeah, I'm good, I'm tough, like that sort of thing. So
I'm feeding on my darkness. It's like pound my chest, my wound.
Yeah, but we see that he's tough. And I mean, at the very least, we can kind of infer that because we saw the bowcaster blow away 2 guys before, and we see him only, he didn't even get taken aback. He kind of just got shot and just kind of knelt down as if it wasn't as powerful. So we can kind of infer with the stuff that we were actually given that the bowcaster has different power levels, that for some reason it's weaker here as opposed to earlier. Maybe it needs more charging, but we see that in the movie that one on the base level we can kind of infer. So comparing it to blowing 2 guys away as opposed to him getting shot in a very what you usually see in the movie as a non-lethal area where people get shot, he just gets shot there and then kneels down. He doesn't get blown back or anything. So we can see that it doesn't have nearly as much power as it usually did.
All right, here's Jake the Surgeon. So Kylo fights with a huge hole in his gut relatively well. It's not a huge hole, but it is a hole. And is beaten by a desert bint. So that means Rey isn't a house Sue. A house Sue. I'm not familiar with the house Sue, but I'll check it out later. End me. All right.
Rey isn't of House Sue. The household of Mary Sue. She's not a Mary Sue.
Oh.
One could argue that the bowcaster shot is much more deadly than 2 non-fatal cuts from a lightsaber. And if lightsaber cuts are so bad...
No, it's not, because he's walking around. I mean, that should be patently obvious. I don't need to explain that.
Kylo also received one from Finn and still proceeded to fight Rey after that.
On the shoulder.
Now that I think about it, I think Kylo deserves a lot more credit for his durability during this fight. And besides this fight...
Yeah, he's a strong dude.
To him, this doesn't read as like a contradiction. It's like, oh, well, over here, they take a few measly cuts and then, they just go on the ground. Obi-Wan, what a pussy. Obi-Wan's just so weak.
Yeah, Obi-Wan got hit in the shoulder with the lightsaber, but he also got hit in the leg. That's why he fell down.
He got hit in the arm and he got hit in the leg at the exact same time.
All he's doing is making Rey look even stronger. Okay, he's making the hurdle that Rey has to surmount even bigger. Okay, it's like
but that's not even like the main problem here. The main problem here is that the main problem is actually narrative, like writing style. I don't care if she could have beaten him. Okay, the main problem here is you're trying to tell a story. Okay, and if Kylo Ren's supposed to be one of your main antagonists, if he's supposed to be the Darth Vader of this scenario, then he can't just be beaten up in the first movie, because where do you go from there? In A New Hope, Han Solo had to swoop in and barely distract Vader, and to get him to go away so that Luke can win. It's like Luke can blow up the Death Star. Luke Skywalker did not confront Vader in that capacity, and he didn't defeat Vader in that capacity. As far as we can see in The New Hope, Darth Vader could dominate Luke Skywalker in hand-to-hand combat or melee combat or any kind of confrontation, and he could probably even outfly Luke Skywalker, as far as we've seen. So when they have a confrontation in The Empire Strikes Back, we could see a measure of his strength, and he still loses. So it's always a goal. It's always the trilogy is supposed to have a journey, the hero's journey. It's not supposed to be her having already arrived because she learned about the Force, and then her being awesome for 3 movies. It's supposed to have been a character arc where she is at her weakest in the first movie, a little bit stronger, but not completely there yet in the second movie. And then in the third movie, that's when she's supposed to be blooming into the final form as a hero. Now we can't really get that, or it's hard to get that if your main antagonist, her rival in this situation, is defeated so easily in the first movie. Where does she go from there? She's already kind of overgrown herself. She's already grown up. She's already overcome the main obstacle, other than Snoke. It's like in the idea of Luke Skywalker with Darth Vader. His main rival, the main antagonist is the Emperor, of course. But Luke Skywalker's rival is Darth Vader. And so you kind of measure his strength against Darth Vader, and you kind of see him develop over time and grow over time by how effective he is at fighting Darth Vader. The first one, he can't even confront him. Vader is such a looming figure that he can't even dream of confronting him. The second one, he can confront Vader, and he loses horribly. And third one, he finally is able to confront Vader on a more even ground. So you can see how he grew. So when you have Rey confront the Darth Vader of her series, which is Kylo Ren, and you defeat him in the first movie, there's no way that she can grow. There's no measuring mechanism that we can see her grow by.
It's good to have personified challenges to the protagonist, at least. So it's very important. You have to create new challenges for the protagonist and somehow allow the antagonist to grow as well if you're going to go that route. I don't think we ever really did with Kylo in the second film, or rather Episode 8.
No. I mean, if you're going to have this scenario happen, as I said before, you need to add in a new enemy, a new evil rival to come in who's like more powerful than Kylo Ren, who's the real big bad guy, who's the real Darth Vader.
Yeah, kind of like when was it Rocky 4? Whenever he has to go against Mr. T, he loses, then he has to train up again and
exactly. So that's what it is. So it's how these characters grow, and even the first Rocky, I know he defeats. He doesn't even defeat Apollo Creed in the end, but he just does so well that everyone loves him. But he would not have been able to defeat Apollo Creed as the Rocky in the beginning of the movie. We get to see him grow. We get to see him improve to the famous montage and everything. We get to see him go through all these trials and tribulations, and he grows and he improves as a fighter with the help of his mentor. Because usually people need mentors, and I say usually. When I say usually, I mean always. Everyone needs a mentor. Okay, so we get to see Rocky grow in each and every movie, no matter how, regardless of quality. We get to see Rocky grow from a guy who probably wouldn't stand a chance to a guy who might be able to take on the challenge.
Yeah, and in Rocky 3, I just was corrected in the chat. Apollo actually trains him because Mr. T is even worse than Apollo.
He gets a new guy because Mick dies, unfortunately.
So
which was sad because there was played by Meredith, and then his trainer.
The challenges increase. The difficulty increases. Yes, doesn't go down.
I think you get Mr. T in the third movie, who is really tough, and then you get Ivan Drago in the fourth movie, who's like a robot.
Okay, 3 minutes, guys.
Never really been injured during a fight and continued on during that fight. I would not count Vader as being constantly injured because that's just how he is. A counter argument I heard to this is that the injury.
He got injured. Okay, it happened.
That's just how he is.
Darth Vader is literally on walking life support.
He's encased in metal.
But the argument is not good. He's just excusing it. Well, I think it's okay, so don't worry about it.
It's okay by me, guys. So it's okay. So it's fine.
You got hit by a lightsaber. It's
should make him stronger, since it would make him stronger with the dark side of the Force, because he's experiencing pain. Now, bear with me, but I'm going to address this point later on.
Yes, that is probably canonical. I actually don't like that excuse. Because he can be injured, he can get stronger in the Force. Who cares?
It doesn't really matter. He's walking around, slapping his wound. He's fine.
Exactly. I mean, when he hits his wound, it makes him look more like an awesome, like a a threatening figure. And him doing that, and he's invincible. He's unstoppable, and he defeats Rey, and Rey can't defeat him. That would be scary. That would make him a scary antagonist.
Not really, because I really don't like that Kylo just screams all the time, going ah.
Well, that part's dumb. But it can imagine like a Kylo, because when he hits his wound, he's like, okay, I'm just going to shock myself with this pain. I can take it. I can take it. I'll make him a scary antagonist to me. That part would. Not his whole character, obviously. But that part would. If he just going around, he's been shot, he's been hit on the shoulder, and he keeps going. He's an unstoppable machine, and he defeats Finn, he defeats Rey, and he looks like there's nothing that can stop him. There, you can add in your Deus Ex Machina. It'd still be stupid, but you can you can say, oh, it was the fates or whatever it is. But then you can, instead of leaving the fight saying that, oh, Rey's a Mary Sue, and then Kylo Ren's kind of pathetic, you can leave the fight saying, oh, Kylo Ren he's this threatening figure that Rey must improve herself to overcome. But we don't get that. We get Rey obviously winning to such an extent that the world has to intervene. The universe has to intervene to separate the two, so that you can have Kylo Ren be alive in the second movie.
Could you imagine a trilogy where Kylo Ren is injured when they first meet, so he beats Rey, but she escapes because he's injured. Then next time they meet, they fight, and they're both at full form. She's had some training. He still beats her, Then we get the third film.
Like Vader?
It was kind of my point, I think. If she can't beat him when he's this injured, what's the hope of beating him next time they meet when he's at full force?
Yeah.
In the video. Overall, even though the bowcaster point is brought up a lot, I feel it's still not given the credit it deserves. Now, let's look at Rey. Besides being knocked out by being flown into a tree that should have probably broken her back, she seems to be rather healthy entering this fight. Granted, people in Star Wars have received worse injuries and seemed fine.
Okay, again, being force pushed up against a tree, 5 or 6 floors up, and then come crashing down to the ground. Your legs would be broken, all the wind would be knocked out of your lungs, you'd have a concussion, etc.
And I want to point out, everyone in that scene is not being crushed. There's something under it, like I don't know, some kind of beam, which is stopping it from crushing his body. It's probably damaging it, yes, but that's fine. Like I don't understand what the issue is.
Well, that's why that little platform is not just a straight fall crushing his leg. It's kind of like this kind of bending and twisting and everything. It's kind of barely touching him. It's pinning him. But it's not like crushing his legs. It didn't just fall there, and now his legs are just nothing, just noodles. That's not what happened.
It didn't slice his leg in half.
No. Here's Jake the Surgeon. Vader is a burn victim in constant pain. He's more than a burn victim. He's a lava victim. Please take your comment, Mr. Gold, and go to the stupid corner. He's a quadriplegic, essentially, and then he gets robot arms.
So I wouldn't give too much emphasis to this point. Rey uses the Force to pull the lightsaber to her. Now, people who complain about her simply using Force pull is a little silly. Pulling or pushing...
It's silly. Okay. So, downloading data from Kylo is okay. But Force pull, the thing she never learned or heard of before, that's silly.
The thing is, I could possibly remotely be okay with her force pulling without training, maybe, possibly, if the circumstances were correct. But my main issue is that she out force pulls Kylo Ren, a guy who's actually trained in this stuff. So the logic would dictate, as far as we know with the Force, that Rey, I was about to call her Mary Sue, legitimately about to call her Mary Sue, but Rey. If they were both force pulling, she should have lost. Kylo Ren should have overcome her in direct force, especially if they're supposed to be a dyad.
Yeah. Well,
they're supposed to be on an equal footing here. Not she's awesome, but there's totally part of a dyad, guys. He's trained. Okay, Kylo Ren is trained. He should, if it comes to blows, if they are on equal footing, but they're both equal footing prodigies in the Force, and he has training and she doesn't have training, then he should have easily outforce pulled her with that lightsaber.
This is the problem.
His counter to that is a kind of a vector thing. See, they're standing right next to each other, and so momentum of the lightsaber is both
The
Kylo
same-
and her pulling.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
that-
why it slingshots past him.
But that doesn't make any
No,
sense. That doesn't. If the angle of both the forces are 0 degrees, let's say they're lined up next to each other, right? So there's Saber, there's Kylo, then there's her. So it's 1, 2, 3. Why would it take so much time to pull this thing? And why would Kylo run out of the way? Like, why would he bend out of the way of this thing? It's coming right at him. That's what he wants. He wants to grab it.
But
Why
it's
is
too
he doing that?
fast. It's too fast, though. It's coming at him too fast.
It's like, the thing I
That's
want
why
is
he-
the thing I want is coming right at me. I gotta get out of the way of it. Like, why? What are you doing?
How awesome would it have been if he just caught it and Rey had her arm extended, expecting to catch it, and then she didn't, and then he just caught it. And he has 2 lightsabers now, and
Yeah.
he killed. How awesome would it be if he kills her? That'd be fantastic. I would like that even more. This killer, and then he becomes a new protagonist. That would subvert my expectations.
But before, the excuse he was making was the reason why Rey could do all these things is that because she's force sensitive, she has enhanced reflexes. But then we have an actual trained Jedi. At least he was a Jedi. And then
Sure.
now he doesn't have these reflexes. He can't just catch something.
Yeah, like I said, I could maybe accept her force pulling without training, even though that's stupid. Because remember how Anakin was kind of a literal manifestation of the Force. Now he never did force pull or force push because he's a human, and then Luke Skywalker needed training before he could even barely be able to force pull a lightsaber to him in the second movie.
Here's Jake the Surgeon. She outforces the grandson of Jedi Jesus, trained by Luke and Snoke. I'ma inhale some chlorine now. Yeah. Well, let's hear his explanation.
Yeah. I'm trying to give her the best benefit of the doubt ever, and she still marries Sue. So I'm not even counting the fact that he's the along the lines of the bloodline of space Jesus, and that he was trained by one of the greatest Jedi in the galaxy, or technically the one of the only Jedi in the galaxy.
Here's Lenny the Shark again. Despite falling from a 100-story building into a lava pit, Rey survived. This makes her a really tough character.
Oh, she's not a Mary Sue, guys. She's just really tough.
She's tough.
She's not a Mary Sue, guys. She's just really smart. She's not a Mary Sue, guys. She's just really, really naturally talented. What a weird combination of things to have all at once.
Wow. I don't call that Mary Sue. I call that being well educated. Like, what? Okay.
Hey, she's totally not a Mary Sue, guys. If we just call her something else.
Yeah, exactly.
I call it pulling something out your fucking ass.
Something with the is the most basic force skill. But if you want to be
No, it's not. I mean, it is a force skill. It's something you can learn earlier than most. But it's not like the only one. Yeah, I mean, Luke Skywalker, apparently, I guess, eventually learned how to force pull things on his own. But who knows how long he's been practicing to get there? Because he didn't meet Yoda until after Hoth. So he did manage to learn force pull on his own, unless we saw, I guess, whatever Ben Kenobi taught him out off screen. But as far as we saw canonically, Luke probably learned how to do force pull on his own. But who knows through how much practice and how much dedication it took him to get to that level.
And if we want to go by what's been shown in the movies, the most basic is deflecting blaster bolts, sensing your opponent, sensing the attacks.
Yeah,
that is the most basic. That's what he was.
Because to me, it seems like a lot easier, as far as we've seen, a lot easier to like sense emotions and manipulate your reflexes and stuff, than to actually start manipulating the force in the world around you. Kind of, you're more. What's called force sensitive.
Yeah,
you're more force sensitive, so you can sense things through the force. That's kind of number one. I think it would take a little bit more effort and training and knowledge to start actually using the force to manipulate the objects around you.
I think having ESP is a little bit simpler than having telekinesis. Just
exactly.
Maybe. Just maybe.
Because that's more like a passive skill versus an active skill, where you can passively sense people's emotions. That would make sense, because that actually, I think that happens in the movies. But actively force pulling something towards you, that takes a little bit of practice.
We're very
picky about
close.
it, then I'm going to bring up some simple physics. If Kylo is pulling the lightsaber at X amount of force,
my
and Rey is
God.
pulling the lightsaber at Y amount of force, it doesn't necessarily mean that Rey is stronger at the moment. What it does mean is that the lightsaber is moving much faster than Kylo anticipated. So it would make sense that he was not prepared to catch it. It's like
Okay, wait. His argument is he wasn't anticipating the speed it was coming at him. Okay, this is like saying, you know what?
Fast guy.
I'm an outfielder in baseball. I don't know how fast this ball is coming at me. I'm going to get the hell out of the way of this ball.
Hold on. So, do you know? Does he remember that Kylo Ren stopped a blaster bolt in the beginning of the first movie?
Yeah.
Blaster bolts are pretty fast. They're pretty fast, guys.
This is the same movie. This is happening in the same movie. He stopped
used
a
it
blaster
as
bolt reflexively, but when he's focusing, he can't catch something coming at him slightly faster than he was anticipating.
Yeah, lightsaber handle way too fast. Bullets, no problem.
He's scared of a handle. He's like, oh my, I gotta duck out of the way.
I think I break my nose and I lose all my good looks.
Kylo can't get a grip.
Oh God. That diagram is amazing. I'm gonna rewind it, but I really don't want to rewind it too. So.
It's a diagram.
Diagram. Exactly. I wasn't expecting the velocity of the vector. Oh my God.
I wonder if he's going to address why Rey is so much more powerful and talented in the Force than Kylo Ren, even though they're supposed to be a dyad.
I'm sort of losing what the meaning of dyad means every time he opens his mouth about it. So
It just means that it's just an excuse. It's just plot insulation as to why they're so awesome. Why Rey is so awesome. Kylo Ren not so much, but why Rey is so awesome.
Jake the Surgeon, I'll bet you my harem. Whoa, that he's going to pull the space wizard argument later on. Oh no, the space wizards did it.
if you were playing baseball with a friend and they said they were going to lob you the ball and said they threw it as fast as they could. You wouldn't be expecting that. So now that Rey has the lightsaber, let's analyze her ability.
I would have my glove open though.
Talked about it.
I would put my hand in the way of the ball, and it would bounce out of my glove maybe. But I would try to catch the ball.
Smud, we've already talked about it. I just want to get this over with.
To fight. As Rey has never indeed wielded a lightsaber before, and yes, staff combat doesn't necessarily translate into sword combat, but let's look at Rey's life. Rey was probably never formally trained in staff combat. She had to defend herself her whole life basically from thugs who are trying to rob her. So I would estimate that there have been over 100 encounters where one or more people have tried.
What? 100? Based on what?
Because she was never trained in the staff, therefore she could wield a sword no problem.
No way.
Get shot on the phone.
No way did he use that. There's no way. There's no way.
Until BB-8 comes along, we don't see her fight.
And there's no hostility here.
Yeah. No, we never see anyone get robbed at all. So how can he say that it's probably happens all the time?
Okay, on Tatooine, when we in New Hope, on Tatooine, Dr. D2 and 3CPO land, immediately get attacked by Jawas. Then Luke gets attacked by sand people. Here, she just walks around like it's nothing. Like it's very safe there. They don't see anything until these thugs go after her because of BB-8, and only after that Uncle Mutt guy, Uncle Butt, fails to buy BB-8 off of her. So the first movie, A New Hope, established that Tatooine is a very dangerous and hostile place. Jakku, not really so much. In fact, Rey, earlier, before she fought those guys, it was such a non-hostile place. Jakku was such a safe space that she approached a guy who captured BB-8 and was going to sell him. And apparently, BB-8 is worth a lot. So he was going to sell him, and then all Rey did was say, "Hey, stop that!" And he goes, "Okay." And he lets it go. That's so non-hostile there. It's like desert Britain.
It's Canada.
Yeah, or something like that. Something like that. If it were a really hostile place that happens every day, she'd probably have to fight that guy or kill that guy before that guy and probably his gang or whatever before he would let go of a prize that valuable.
To jump her. The first years of her life on Jakku, where she was like 10, she probably got beaten up very often until she learned how to properly defend herself.
Probably.
Rey's probably been a
probablys and
defensive fighter
maybes.
her whole life, given it doesn't seem to be in her nature.
Probablys and maybes, guys. That's what we're going to get. Probablys and maybes, because it's not going to be explained to us. It's not going to be given to us. It's not in the movie, so we have to defend it with probablys and maybes. Even though that's a central element that we should be able to see. That, oh look, Rey is. Oh look, look at this flashback where she has to fight and fend off her enemy attackers. Because today it's so totally hostile, guys. Totally hostile that you could just take away some guy's bread and butter and without a fight. That's how hostile Jakku is.
To initiate an attack on someone else. So given that Rey has decades worth of experience from defending herself, and given that she probably has excellent...
You said probably, and therefore it's true.
How old is Rey? She 30?
Decades. Apparently she's... decades. Apparently she's like 40 years old.
We just established that, using a stick doesn't translate to using a lightsaber.
I can't believe he said that. I mean, I thought that was...
He said earlier that he understands that, using a stick doesn't necessarily translate to using a lightsaber. But then he says, oh, well, but Rey's been defending herself for her entire life. It's like, what the fuck are you on about? You say, okay, so it's got nothing to do with her knowing how to use a staff, but yet it's also about her knowing how to use a staff.
Right.
Yeah, maybe she's defending herself. Yeah, but she obviously, as far as we've seen, that planet is not all that hostile.
She's probably been doing this for centuries now.
Probably and maybes, guys, and therefore equals fact.
Probably, yeah.
Probably, she just started learning how to fly, and also, becoming fucking Superman.
Chewie's bowcaster was probably weaker when he shot.
Okay, so
Kylo Ren with it, obviously.
Apparently, Rey is 19 in the film, and he said that she was 10 years old when she started to fight. He didn't even do his homework. And said she had decades of experience. So the best you can argument you could say mathematically is 11 years for decades.
And usually she's
19?
Decade.
Yeah, she's 19. She's supposed to be 19 in the movie.
So that's only 9 years if she started at 10.
And
No,
even
she started when she was 4. And she said, "I'm the Avatar, and you gotta deal with it."
And even given that, if she decided to fight since childhood or whatever, because it was such a totally hostile planet, guys, she has no, as far as you've seen, no formal training. So she just basically taught herself things, and she has maybe street smart sort of thing. No formal training, whereas as opposed to Finn, who has had formal training, no mentors. She has had no mentors as far as we've seen. And if you say that Uncle Butt was her mentor, that's just stupid.
The argument is that she learned the staff on her own, therefore she learned anything else on her own. Makes her a Mary Sue. I'm sorry, that's what it is. She learned stuff on her own. She has divine knowledge.
Yeah, put a little girl in the middle of a desert and then see if she survives or not. I'm pretty sure 10 out of 10 she would die without any sort of mentorship, without any sort of help.
There are grown men who get dumped in the desert or crash in the desert and they die.
So why did she survive the desert as a little girl? Pretty much on her own? Because she's just awesome. That's why. She's a Mary Sue.
I'm the dyad. You got to deal with it. Yeah. If he brings up the dyad argument, oh my god.
Most people you leave in the desert, a spoiler alert, but they're probably going to die.
Programs like Naked and Afraid show experts at survival can fail in these kinds of situations.
She's just awesome, guys. She's just totally awesome. That's why she survived. She's totally
That's
awesome.
Why she's not a Mary
genius.
Sue.
She can survive anything, and she's talented in every single way possible. She's just totally awesome.
But not a Mary Sue.
But not a Mary Sue. It's not assassination, guys. It's wet work.
Is this where we say we thought this video is a tragedy, but it's really just a comedy? Is that what we're coming down? We're just it's a big joke.
Exactly.
Now.
There's a very fine line between tragedy and comedy, you know.
Come on, 50 seconds. Let's just get 50 seconds.
I am crying, but yeah. Oh.
Footwork and tools, I don't find it far-fetched that she's able to at least defend herself against Kylo.
What fundamental?
Let's actually look at the beginning of the fight. Rey initiates by making these stabbing attacks, which is already similar to her staff combat, I suppose.
No,
but
it
after
isn't.
like
I
10
suppose.
seconds, Rey is on
We
the
don't
defensive
stab
for the
with a
whole fight.
You don't stab with a stick. You sweep.
I stab with the stick all the time.
Yep. Kylo Ren was dominating the fight until they went to the that crevasse or the gorge or whatever it is, and then she closed her eyes and then she opened them again, and then suddenly she's awesome and she just beats him for some
The
reason.
Force, close eyes, open eyes.
Is
She
it
mentally told
just me, or is
Ryder-
he making the? Is it just me, or is he making the sword-like weapon argument?
He just did, yeah.
He is, but he says he's not making it, but he is making the argument.
He doesn't know whether it's
not
really
the
a
same thing,
sword.
guys, but it kind of is.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the argument.
Until she's on the cliff. Defense is where Rey thrives, and watching her run away.
How do you? How do you gauge that?
Please give me evidence.
Oh, because she got into a fight once, that must mean she has decades worth of defensive combat experience.
What if she got lucky? Okay, if I can do this. What if a maybe? See, what if she got lucky? What if she can fight these guys? What if these guys are just terrible at fighting? Because Jakku is such a peaceful planet.
He's saying that she thrives in defense. There is nothing in the film which shows her being defensive.
She beats up 3 guys.
Yeah, she's totally not a Mary Sue, guys. If she's totally a Mary Sue, she's not a Mary Sue. If you call her something else and you just add things to the film that weren't actually in the film.
Yeah, I like that.
You just supplement it with your own facts, and you supplement it with maybes and possiblies. You just supplement these very important things that we need to know about with maybes and possiblies, and you add in your own facts and logic, and then you call there other things besides a Mary Sue, then it's fixed. It's fine.
From Kylo, the whole fight plays into her backstory perfectly. One aspect that should be noted is
because she's defensive? What? It's perfect?
She's defensive. No, I mean that her fighting style on Jakku is not really based on defense. It was more like she got attacked and then she fought back. It's not based on defense. It's not like they had an equal footing where she just encountered them in a dark alley, and then she had a style based on defense.
Isn't that saying I have a gun, someone fires at me first, and it's self-defense if I fire back? Like, is that what he's saying?
Based on no, the whole thing is based on defense apparently. It's her whole gun style. Your gun kata.
Defensive defensive gun style. Oh my god, what is this guy talking about?
is that while Rey's on the defensive, Kylo isn't necessarily on the offensive.
What?
It looks pretty offensive to me.
What does that mean?
Be on the defensive.
They're both defending?
It's literally impossible for you to both be on the defensive. If you're both on the defensive, there's no one attacking each
There's
other.
no fight.
No fight.
In fencing, when two Olympic fencers are up against you and they both parry, one of them is not really on the defensive either. It's like, well, okay. They're just standing there looking ominous.
Usually in a fight like this, if you're on a defensive, you're losing. It's not a good thing to be on. I don't know why Rey would utilize a totally real fighting style that she totally has in the movie as her go-to fighting style. It's not a very good idea to be totally on the defensive all the time.
This is the dumb, like he's reinterpreting thing and calling. Well, this is not. She's not getting pushed back. I mean, she's not really taking damage. She's being defensive, but Kylo's not being offensive either. You're like.
If you just rebuild the narrative from the ground up, it's totally fixed, guys.
I'm gonna teach you some
wrong.
physics. Like, how do physics? I don't know. Teach me physics, Mr. Goldman, please. How does push?
Because apparently a lightsaber handle coming to him a little bit faster is more threatening to him than a blaster bolt.
I can't perceive this object I'm trying to catch. I can't. Coming straight at me.
He's pulling the object towards him. Why wouldn't he be prepared for the object that's coming to his hand?
Also, it's also built on a false premise that we accept that the fact that Rey can just now force pull all of a sudden. I would be able to accept that under the right circumstances. These are not the right circumstances.
Jake the Surgeon. This man said he redrafted his script on Twitter. When did he do? After he finished the video? Like, what do you mean?
Well, at the end of the video, he does talk about how much he worked on the script.
I'm working on my script right now for
a parody of this video.
Yeah.
If this is how much, like, if this is what he gets with redrafts, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen with his original draft.
Just throw
Why
it out.
Ryan Johnson is a Mary Sue. The
I
official
hope
guide.
I hope Baller watches this video because I'm pretty sure he can get a lot of notes for his next Gadelb or his next Mooper video.
Oh, I bet they'll cover this in a few parts. It'll be 33 hours or something.
It'll take him 2 years.
It's not the sword and a staff are not the same, but here they are. They are actually.
Look, I would prefer to be stabbed in the dick than keep watching this video, and that's completely honest.
Okay, Shiny. Okay.
Okay, Shiny.
I'm not okay. There's like 15 seconds left. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
Joe Crazy. His argument is, I fought in some bar brawls. I could probably beat Ali in his prime. It's something. Yeah, it's. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You're not a dyad, stupid. No, I'm just kidding.
Keep in mind that just like Finn, Kylo Ren, according to what the story we're given about him in the movie, is that he, like Finn, has had training since he was a kid, as we can presume. That he has had training in the Force, how to fight, all these things, since he was a kid, trained by Luke Skywalker, and then by Snoke. So when what does Rey have? She apparently is self-taught. Even if you accept all these ridiculous premises, that she can totally survive a desert as a 5-year-old girl, and then teach herself all these things because she's totally awesome, guys. Even if you accept that premise as her not being a Mary Sue, she's self-taught. She has no formal training, whereas Kylo Ren has formal training, and he has had formal training for probably at the same amount of time that Rey has had no formal training. So how come she can still beat him? So he's going to use she's self-taught, therefore it makes sense that she can beat Kylo Ren. How come it's not from the perspective of Kylo Ren? How come we're not making this argument for Kylo Ren, who is not self-taught and who has actual legitimate formal official training and has had that legitimate formal official training since his childhood that we have been judging by the facts that we've been given about the backstory.
Even if Rey is a really good Street Fighter, it does not compare to a dude who's been doing this most of his life in whatever context. Okay. Especially when she has a different weapon.
You're forgetting that what the Force does to a person, it gives them godlike reflexes.
Yeah. Apparently not to Kylo. Yeah.
15 seconds, please, for my sake. Just 15 seconds and then done.
Yes, he's the chasing
let's
Rey
sing a
around,
song.
but let's remember that Kylo is not trying to kill Rey. He's honestly probably not even trying to injure her.
Probably.
He just wants to, at worst, disarm her so we can take her back to Snoke.
Probably.
I believe if Kylo really did want to kill Rey, he could have done so in this fight rather
Why didn't
easily.
he do that thing with his hand again?
There you go. He doesn't need to, kill her. He can disarm her or, just cut off her limbs. A person with no arms can still be alive.
How about use the Force?
How did he catch her before? Didn't he just use Force powers to capture her before?
Pushed her.
The thing has changed since then.
Why did he do it again?
The only thing that's changed since that moment and the moment where they fight is that she apparently downloaded all of his powers, which is silly.
Well, there's a moment where he uses Force Freeze and then Force knock unconscious, and then he also used a Force Push to knock her out the second time after she downloaded Force powers. But I guess after, her head got knocked in, she just suddenly remembered, oh wait, I'm Rey, I can use the Force, and then she just used the Force, and then she closed her eyes a little bit, and then told the writers, yeah, I'm Rey, I'm gonna win. Fuck you.
Yeah, the thing with that whole scene where she closes her eyes and opens them and says something's awesome, that would work if she had a mentor. So that would usually work if she had a mentor, she was trained, and then she's losing against Kylo Ren, and then she closes her eyes, remembers, hears her mentor's words, remembers the lessons that the mentor taught her or something like that, and then she's reinvigorated with new power, and then she kind of remembers the lessons. But you don't get that because she doesn't have a mentor because she's a Mary Sue.
No, when your lightsabers are locked and you're closing your eyes, Kylo Ren could literally do anything. He could kick her, he could, grab her lightsaber with his hand, he could punch her in the face. it's just a moment where she's completely undefended. He could do anything, and he's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep holding my lightsaber here because why not?
She's like a Force version of Doomsday. Powers only work on her once.
Yeah, I guess so. But by the way, they say the same reason why. One of the reasons they call Shishio from Rurouni Kenshin a villain suit. No matter how awesome the move is, no matter how unstoppable or godly the move is, if he sees it once, he can stop it.
All right, I think this is enough for us to leave off. This is. I don't know if we should even continue doing this anymore now that we've seen the level of critique, which is mostly headcanon.
If we rebuild the story, patch it up with probablys and maybes, and then acknowledge that Rey is a Mary Sue, but just call her something else, then it's fine.
I'm a Mary Sue, and I'm the best. I don't need to learn anything. And screw the rest.
If we don't do it anymore, we'll miss his Reylo moments.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's a Reylo.
No. So basically, we learned that Rey is not a Mary Sue because the Force dyad. Because
I didn't actually know there were male Reylos, actually.
Because she knows the operating system of the security.
He says that
screen.
The elevator scene where Kylo is taking Rey to Snoke is one of the most romantic scenes in all of Star Wars.
But why though?
They literally just stand.
If you're a guy, who cares? You're a guy. You're here for the fights and the rest of the story. Who really cares about the romance scenes?
I'd say that's worse than saying the fight scene is the sexiest scene in Star Wars. So that's probably
even Whit and Foley said that the fight scene was the sexiest one in Star Wars.
Was it the room or the scene? I can't remember. It doesn't matter.
It was a throne womb scene.
All this guy's arguments pretty much boil down to: she's an engineer. She failed once. She's not a Mary Sue because she has emotions. He ignores what happens after the first time she fails and she just succeeds.
Mary Sue's can fail, guys. Mary Sue's can totally fail. It's the aftermath of the failure that counts.
I'm proposing a Dr. Alpha character that's kind of just like a supplementary character. I want him to be like Barry Sue or something, some like deep baritone guy.
Barry Sue.
Dr. Alpha keeps killing him.
Me Barry Sue.
He keeps killing him, and he keeps coming back to life for no reason. We have no idea why.
Kind of like a Harkness. It's like Captain Jack Harkness. He's coming back to life for no reason.
Gets his arms and legs chopped off. Yeah, he's fine. Next story. Dear Lord.
Good.
Okay, guys. Oh my God, that was too long. 5 hours.
We did it. We saved the president.
All right. I don't know if we're gonna do this tomorrow.
We saved the local recreation center. Shiny's exhausted. We won. That's a victory. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know if we're gonna do this tomorrow. It gives me a break.
We conquered racism.
Excellent.
But while still being white supremacists or whatever they call us now. So,
whatever the trendy thing is now.
Yeah.
Are we really gonna go through this? Because we're 2/5 of the way through.
If you guys want to, I don't think we need to, because we've already come to the point where we understand this person's perspective, and his arguments they're not going to be anything worthwhile. It's all up in his head. There's no references to
That's
anything.
true.
Yeah.
Probably. It's probably true.
Probably. Yeah. It's more than likely. Yeah. Okay.
Probablys and maybes, and let's reconstruct it with facts that aren't in the movie. And she's totally Mary Sue, but she's not a Mary Sue if you call her something else. It's not assassination, guys. It's not murder. It's called wet work. Okay, so being marginalized. It's not shell shock. It's PTSD. Right? It's just changing the thing so it sounds better.
It's not even PTSD. It's operational.
Operational fatigue or something like that?
Operational fatigue.
All right. Well, thanks, guys, for sticking with us. That's 5 hours is nothing small, so do appreciate that. All the people in chat, super chats, all the guys voicing the radio, of course, everyone on the panel. I don't know what we're going to do this tomorrow. If we have time, if people want to, I'll ask around. If you guys still want, I'll take that into consideration, but I think we need a break. So that's up to everyone else. I can take it. I just need to sleep. Okay.
Hey, sleep and ponder on what horrific thing you did in a previous life that led you to this video.
So thanks for tuning in. Keep the suggestions coming. We will get back to them eventually as soon as we clear up our schedule with other stuff. And we'll talk to you guys real soon. Okay?